Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day so far. It's nice as fuck out again today, I'm not gonna lie. I spent a good amount of time outside before stream just basking in the sunlight, enjoying my existence. I cleaned as a responsible lad does. But I am here once again. Yes, a little late. I know, but I made it. Boys, I hope you're having a beautiful frick day so far. We have got some large news that there is prep work being done for a patch tomorrow. There was a maintenance today to prep for the patch tomorrow. So, thoughts and prayers for my B-Fury fixes. I will be so incredibly happy if we find B-Fury fixes in the patch notes tomorrow. Also, Leon, the fucking 450 is absolutely insane, brother. I appreciate you. Phoenix, hope you're having a beautiful day. Shu, what up, brother? Hope you're having a great day as well. My lurkers out there, hope you're all having beautiful starts to your day so far, and it just got a lot better because I'm here now. I'm happy to help out. So today, bro, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just brute forcing the legendary grind non-stop until I get a fucking legendary. I am so tired of this shit. On like the deepest level of tired of this shit. I have the worst luck in human history when it comes to attempting to pull a Lego. And like, I don't know what I am doing to facilitate such bad luck. I've never seen anything like it in my time before. But man, I am down so bad. Today for sure. Brother, we've been saying that for the past like 5 days. What the fuck do you mean? We've literally been saying that for like a week now. Oh, it's good, Rogue Daggers. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to run, really. Like, everything is usable to a certain extent. Are you trying to specifically go daggers? Or like fast shing-shings? Because honestly, if you can get your hands on these while you're leveling, these are rare and only drop from a few areas in the game. So if you get Ramulus and Ramus, save them. It's a very fun build and it scales off of decks. That's what I would immediately just like, if I'm being real, that's one of the most fun weapons that I've used. But on a rogue, especially while you're leveling, man, I would just say experiment with everything. There are so many good builds that you can run. Some people really like Cheese Moon. Some people really like... Those fists don't exist? No, they're actually a myth. Legitimately a myth, brother. All opens are good, just have to build it right. Exactly. Especially for leveling. I think as long as you look at the weapon itself and try to build something synonymous, so to say, with your other weapons and with any, any trinkets that you may have access to, as long as you're putting a little bit of stock into actually facilitating a good build, then I think you'll be just fine. A lot of people just don't really pay attention to what they're slapping together. And as a result, they find themselves in a pretty rough spot with their build. But honestly, so many things are synergistic here. So many things complement each other quite well. I think the largest thing to keep in mind is the hard content doesn't really exist yet. It doesn't. So, hunting for legendaries. What do you have to do? Endgame right now? A lot of horizontal prog, and then just min-maxing gear sets is most of it right now. So, like, I have a few things on the map that I can go finish up for my exploration side of things. Like, I have 3 things down here, one of which is a dungeon. 1 thing over here that's a dungeon. And then that's it. So I have, like, 4 objectives on the map that I can still do. I can farm up any other build sets that I want to, right? So just, that's the verticality of it, if I'm being honest. Try to chase down Legos for everything. Horizontal gameplay. So looking at collecting mounts, collecting gliders, if that's your thing, collecting companions. Every companion has a normal and a shiny. Collecting all the appearances for things. And honestly, prepping for future content expansions is a large one, if I'm being real. So there have been dupes that have been going around. I'm not participating in those. But effectively, being able to prep for future content drops, having materials, having my trade skills all leveled, having multiple alts stored, like stocked up with all the things that I'll need, like there's a good amount to do. And then on the highest level of gearing as well, I don't even have like legendary weapons in the first place, but once I get legendary weapons, you'll notice in the top right of like the weapon card, the stars. So a blue can be upgraded to 3 stars, a purple can go 4 stars, and a legendary can go 5 stars. Only thing is, when you upgrade to 4 or 5 stars, you need these spark crystals, earned from completing the most difficult activities such as heroic dungeons. Heroic dungeons are not in the game yet. Those are on the roadmap. There is one quest in the entire game right here that gives that crystal, and it requires you to farm up 10 ephemeral hearts, and then it's not a repeatable quest. So basically, what everybody does, and this is something that I hope changes, I hope they make that quest repeatable, just simplify the process a lot. But basically, you farm up 10 hearts, exchange it for a crystal. Farm up 10 more hearts, make an alt, grab the hearts, run it out there, exchange it for a crystal. You see the pattern. Alt crystal, alt crystal, alt crystal, alt crystal, alt crystal. Like, you are running the streets with that shit, dog. So once you actually get into the legendary weapons, then you're gonna want to upgrade them as much as possible. At this point, I'm running purple weapons. I only have them upgraded to rank 3 because, honestly, that's all I need right now. The content's dying fast as shit. When I get legendary weapons and then upgrade those legendary weapons fully, I'm going to have benefits and stats on those that I just can't get on my purple weapons. So it's definitely going to help the build a lot. I should actually go do an inventory of Crimson Farm first, because I do still need to get another rang. Patches out tomorrow, level 30? No fucking idea. Not level 30. Brother, the game's been out for a week. Like, the game's been out for a week, and their early access is set to go for over a year. We're probably not getting level 30 until, like, August, if I had to guess. We have to remember this isn't like a 3-month early access, and they're slowly building with a team of 15 people. Dog, we're gonna be on level 20 for months. Just full perspective. Nobody knows what the patch is, though. They did a maintenance today to prep for the patch, but we don't know what the patch is. You can see them add weapons like Dom Radiance and create some loot tables. Yeah. I can see them updating some loot tables. I could see them potentially making this quest repeatable out at Lee Van Glyph, so you don't have to make and run out alts to actually get the crystals. So that way we have a way to actually, you know, upgrade our shit. That would be quite nice. A little alt exemption there. Let's see, bug fixes for weapons that are borked right now. So I don't really see like small balance changes coming in, as much as I see more of the element of like Bee Fury being fixed, pumpkins being added. Let's see. Make bosses drop loot once per 24 hours. Wait, what do you mean? Like instance bosses? Not dungeons, the open world bosses. Oh, you scared me, you fucking goober. Golly. I was like, what the fuck do you mean? That wouldn't be very fun at all. I have like 5 things to do. My stream would be an hour. Yeah, no, that would be nice. I honestly, one thing about it is I would almost just say make them drop stuff each kill, like make them farmable. Have people in the open world actually doing that, right? And competing for those things, even though there are a lot of layers, right? Having people that actually want to compete or want to be in the open world is quite engaging for a lot of the player base. So for me, I think of it as just like, if they're not going to fix the loot tables for those things, right? Which, in my opinion, they should probably fix the loot tables for those things and just add them to existing loot tables for now as a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a stopgap. The things that are just open world exclusive right now, or make those mobs grindable, like we just said. So when you're looking at making the mobs grindable, you bring people out of just the same instance dungeon route that they've all been on so far, myself included. And it kind of opens up a little bit more of it to the, again, the open world side of it. I think that'd be quite nice. But yeah, when we go to a spot of 24 hours, as like an arbitrary, okay, it's once a kill, once a day that I can get these kill timers, you would almost have people feeling obligated to go around on like a New World chest run once a day, right? You log in and it becomes a part of your cycle when it's on a once every 24-hour timer. And I don't want to feel obligated to have to do those things on a once every X amount of time. Like if I want to go blast out 10 hours of something, I want to be able to blast out 10 hours of something, right? I am literally just unilaterally focusing on my legendaries right now. So most of today is all going to be Lego grind. I do a little bit of Crimson farm at the start of the day, grab an inventory full of gear so that way I can DE. And I can also, goodness gracious, I forgot how to play overnight. I do a little bit of Crimson farm so that way I can get some gear. I can, you know, get some DE mats just in general, like salvage mats. And I still need one more ring as of right now. So I try to come over here, get an inventory full of loot. And then as soon as I get my full inventory, I go salvage. And then I be getting into my boss grind for the day. Until I hunt down the terrible invasive Lego. Evasive, not invasive. Unfortunately, it's not invasive. Also, Manny Sleazy, what up, dog? Just craft the rings. Crafted rings are worse. So basically, crafted rings give vitality and then a split between different secondary stats. Green rings take out the vitality and bring in a singular focus on a secondary stat. So you can effectively shotgun something. So if I take off this green ring, which is crit based, I go from 11% crit chance to 8% crit chance. So that in itself is 3% crit chance, just because it's a level, you know, it's a green ring. So you want one stat? Yeah. The crafted stuff is, in my opinion, really good when you feel squishy, but once you start feeling incredibly tanky, it I don't know, the vitality kind of becomes redundant, if that makes sense. And I feel like at this point with the build, I'm more than tanky enough, more than sustainy. I don't really have too much to worry about there. And coming out here, it's fast, right? So that's armor pen. Unfortunately, not going to use armor pen whatsoever. So I have like 30-ish HP. Oh, yeah. If you feel like you're surviving super easily, then I would definitely just throw that out. There's an add-on for minimap and damage meter FY. Yeah, I fucking hate that, if I'm being honest. I hope that they cease and desist add-on makers early and establish that third-party stuff isn't, like, going to run rampant here. Because once it starts, there's no stopping it. You'll have deadly boss mods, you'll have maps, you'll have quest guides, you'll have an Azeroth autopilot equivalent that just says, go here, mob grind this, go here, mob grind this. Secret tracker that'll tell you where all of your mounts and all of your gliders are. The most optimal completion rate, the most optimal completion route to get 100% everything. Like, I really dislike add-ons, and I would love to be an advocate for that shit getting shut out early and often within this community. I really think with a game like this, part of the appeal is people's, you know, exploration just naturally being at the forefront. And add-ons very much kill a lot of that, especially once the community starts getting into the WoW mentality of like, you need these add-ons for this game or you can't play. You need this, you know, this raid add-on before you get into the world boss groups. You need to have this inventory manager add-on. You need to have this loot filter add-on that doesn't allow you to, you know, pick up bad shit. Like, at what point does it end, man? And when you look at WoW, unfortunately, their war on add-ons has only bricked the game to the nth degree. Every update, the add-on makers that are trying to win the war on add-ons have to go in and they have to change their add-ons because Blizzard updates the game without any, how do I say this, without any like attention paid to the add-on side whatsoever, because they're trying to somewhat combat the add-ons. And they just break the fucking game. Like, the game gets broken. People's add-ons don't interact with the game client itself. Every Tuesday, people bitch. They have to wait for add-on fixes to be pushed. Everybody has to disable one add-on at a time until they figure out which add-on's causing the problem. It's part of the reason why, even when I was Mythic raiding in Midnight, I didn't have add-ons. I ran Plater. I was tanking. It's literally not that hard. But everybody's just become so dependent on it, man. Add-ons can be used or not used based on the user's choice. Yes, but once they become commonplace in a community, it becomes extremely, extremely, extremely detrimental. And add-ons accelerate the rate at which people will find and spread the information, right? So, from a standpoint of an add-on that is a damage meter, you now have everybody and their dad saying this build does 12 more damage per second than this other build. So the one build that does 12 less DPS is completely cooked. And if I see you running that build, then I'm not going to let you in my group because you're running a suboptimal build. If you're a healer and I look at the HPS of every build based on the add-ons, instead of the simple, is the content dying or not dying, that's going to start to spread the tier list mentality in this game. Because then you'll have your S tier pumpers that everybody will want to play. And then your A tier pumpers. And then your S tier sustains. And you don't have people playing what they want to play. You have WoW syndrome where everybody just rolls a character based on the temporary meta. And just re-rolls and tries to chase meta. And re-rolls and tries to chase meta. And you don't have people actually immersing themselves in their character ownership or fantasy. They're literally just trying to keep up with an ever-evolving meta. And people will just happily switch classes anytime there is a change. Add-ons facilitate, as well as third-party just software in general, facilitates a lot that's not intended to be in the game suite itself, which, personally, I grew up a large believer in playing what's within the game suite. Keep in mind, the first game that I ever played was Diablo 2 when I was a wee lad. I knew people that used map hacks, knowing that they probably were not going to get banned. And if they did get banned, then they would just buy another key, get another key, and run it back, right? I know people that botted. Shit. When I was in elementary school and junior high, I would go to school, and I would turn on my D2 etal. And I would just... I'd run the bot, I'd come home from school, I'd check out all my drops for the day, brother. Like, it was commonplace. But it took a lot of the fun out for me when I did it. And even I, as a literal, like, school child, was able to discern, hey, using a map hack is kind of less fun because I don't have to learn the maps. Using a bot's less fun because, yeah, I have all this gear, but man, what do I do once I have the gear? That's kind of lame. And keep in mind, this was like an under 10-year-old child making these decisions. Yet so many people now take a game that, honestly, less than 10-year-old Dusty could play successfully. And they just, I don't know, they want to optimize the fuck out of it. No minimap compass. I personally, I would prefer a toggleable minimap. And the people that say press M, my counter to that is making somebody press M whenever they want to see their map and stop running. It's a very large inconvenience. And it's just an extra keystroke every time you want to check your location while you're chasing down objectives, quests, whatever it may be. That I think is, again, an inconvenience. I don't think it's a game breaker to not have a mini-map because, again, you can just check your map. But it's one of those where, like, in the creative suite, I would really just like to have a toggleable mini-map. Make it so you can walk a map like WoW. So, why are we just forcing people to open the big map in the first place and have that be intrusive? Instead of just giving people the option to toggle a minimap. I guess my ask is like, what does having a toggleable minimap by pressing Shift M hurt within your creative suite? It doesn't. Like, it's a net positive with literally no detriment to anybody else if you just add the ability to press Shift M and have a minimap pop up in the top right corner. I personally think there's no debate on it. It hurts nothing for the people that don't want to use it. And for the people who really want a map, it could be everything. It's just fluidity. It's just low-hanging fruit that would improve the game. Where if you don't want to use the minimap and you want that, like, you want that adventurous aspect, just turn your minimap off. Like, you can learn the map, but a first-time player shouldn't be expected to fully learn the map. Like, I, as a player that's been here for about 100 hours now, already know I press T to recall. It brings me to my shrine here. Once I get on my shrine, I cross the river and then I jump off this island and I come over here, right? Low pacing map overlay like Diablo? No, not even that. Literally just give me a toggleable in the top right corner. It doesn't need to be fancy. It doesn't need to be anything. Give me a small version of this that is literally just this square size. Right up here. All I need. That is it. Toggleable. Shift M. Pulls it up in the top right corner. Not invasive. Not intrusive. Not an overlay. Not impacting the visual fidelity of the game whatsoever. Just a smaller, zoomed in version of the map where you can see the roads and the paths and the directionality of your character in the top right corner. Maybe something akin to World of Warcraft. Huh. It's almost like, hear me out. Pretty much every game that is successful, you just steal elements from them and then combine them. Like, you literally just hear me out. Steal other games' UIs, make it a square instead of a circle or a circle instead of a square, and have it be legally distinct. And then congratulations, you have successful UIs. It's like, if I'm a car maker, why would I try to make a car from scratch when I could basically just copy the design of a Lamborghini Urus, slap a shittier engine in it, and then call it a fucking Honda Civic or something, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. I got my little Kmart Urus right now. Yo, Bimmer, what up, dog? Ashes of Forever? I fucking hope not. Oh, golly. Golly, I hope not. We have Scars of Creation. That's on the back end right now, having some redesign come into it. So it's, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. I'm trying to avoid any further, you know, any further potential, how do I say this, like, court cases. The new Urus from the Sears catalog is crazy. Nah, bro, you got that shit out the Sears catalog for back to school shopping type shit, bro. No, I swear to God. I swear to God. You've been there. You know the struggle. You know the struggle. Did you see Honor of Kingdom? Isn't it pay to win? I can't remember, like, what's pay to win or not. The big summer blowout, bro. That and JCPenney. The JCPenney ads that would come in with the crazy backtrack. Oh my fucking God, dude. The JCPenney ads were crazy. The big three were Sears, JCPenney's, and Kohl's. Back when Kohl's cash was actually worth a goddamn thing. I swear to God, if you look at the economy of the early to mid 2000s and 2010s, Kohl's cash probably was worth more in a dollar conversion ratio than most countries' currency. Kohl's cash was basically Bitcoin before Bitcoin. But for whatever reason, Kohl's decided to add, like, exclusions to the Kohl's cash like crazy so you couldn't use it for any actual brands. Oh, dude, it was... Oh, it was awful. Oh, all 14. No, that's fucking crazy. So, as you guys can see, a lot of people are having to run over and turn in that one quest on an alt after farming their ephemeral hearts over and over and over again. And I'm kind of like waiting to do that until it's fixed. I'm sure it's nice, but layering kind of nice because someone comes to my AoE farm, I just hop to another layer. Yeah, I mean, something that's cool about it too is there's really no detriment to sharing mobs. Yesterday, some goofball came over to me and he started like trying to hit the mobs and contest him, and he was like, I do more damage than you. I was like, okay, congrats, I'm still getting loot. And he was like, oh, you're bitch, you gotta get off my lair. And then I just kept hitting the mobs because we were both getting loot. And then eventually he left. And I didn't have to move at all. It's miraculous. Miraculous. Kohl's was expensive for no reason. Well, Kohl's was expensive because Kohl's cash was originally supposed to fuck. But Kohl's cash got nerfed like crazy. Like crazy. But yeah, like, layering has positives and negatives. With layering on the negative side, when you try to eventually bring in more exclusive content, it's gonna be incredibly hard to do so with world bosses and shit, just because you are going to run into, ooh, crit neck. Ooh. Oh. Wait a second. Oh, that's the wrong one. I was like, my crit went down. 13.5. before we socket it. You can run shield with two-handed weapons. Like, in your arsenal, or as an actual, like, two-hander. Is a known bug when you equip weapons with a full inventory. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Offhand. What do you mean offhand? What part? Like, is it the full inventory thing? Because I think the full inventory thing's been pretty, fortunately, passed up to the team. That's probably going to be the patch tomorrow. Melee priest, yes sirski. Yes sirski. The build that I prefer running, which is Bee Fury in my main hand and excuse me, Pocket Hive in my arsenal, is a little bugged right now. So I've currently switched over to Amon Ram in my main hand and then Bee Fury in my arsenal just until the Bee Fury bugs do get fixed. Little unfortunate that we're currently running into them, but there is a patch coming in tomorrow that could help out just a wee bit. Wait. I just put Crab Shield on. How the fuck did that get on? Anyways, Bee Fury in my main hand and then Pocket Hive in my arsenal is the goal, and basically running a giant bee build. Unfortunately, there are quite a few bugs with the entirety of the build. So the trinket that's supposed to spawn in bees is bugged. Bee Fury isn't consuming my sunlight, which is my, you know, my big talent as a priest, which is super unfortunate. So I miss a lot of damage there. It's super, super, super tragic if I do say so myself, but there's a patch coming in tomorrow. So hopefully we're going to see some fixes come in with the bug builds. Rat. What? What'd I do? You didn't do Whirl with me. Oh, get fucking gapped, bozo. I could probably speedrun a Wordle the first time I go smoke. I will absolutely speedrun that shit. I can do it in 5 minutes or less no matter what. So, we're up tremendous. That'll be fixed tomorrow, I promise. I mean, I don't know if I'd promise. I won't lie. I don't know if I'd promise anything will be fixed tomorrow. I haven't seen anything from the developers as like, you know, here's what we have. Do Wordle on stream. Pass. Pass. This is priest build, current best build. Why that shield, not the crab one? I mean, in terms of best build, you're typically seeing Ram, Dom, and Spear. So Gorgon Ratsy's Toothpick as your arsenal. It's really strong build. This is also considered a very strong build right now. Ideally, again, I'd like to, when bug fixes come in, run my Bee Fury main hand, Pocket Hive offhand type shit. In terms of shield choice right now, technically for AoE grinding, Crab Shield's a little better. For single target and boss killing, Dominion just is a really, really, really solid, consistent option, especially if you don't necessarily need self-heals like crazy. Dom hits incredibly hard once every 15 seconds based on your armor, and it's very, very, very reasonable to hit, you know, 600 plus every 15 seconds, even if you're not running like crazy Dom scaling around it. Some classes are just going full armor builds and everything, but this build on boss is very solid damage. Less damage than a warrior, of course, which warrior damage is just fucking stinky right now in the first place. So less damage than a warrior on bosses. Top tier, just raw DPS builds will out DPS a priest in pretty much every capacity, right? But the thing about this build that makes it incredibly strong, same thing with the B build that I will run as soon as that shit's fixed, is that they're very, very, very sustainy. Same thing with Ram Spear. Ram Spear just gives you a ton of shield, good amount of healing. It's just super consistent. But in terms of like bossing, having Dom, having 15% armor scaling into the Heartsteel, and then having this off cooldown frequently, because every time that you block, it reduces the cooldown by 2 seconds. It's just really consistent. I don't think Crab Shield is bad inherently. I'm a large Crab Shield enjoyer. I have one fully upgraded in my, well, blue one anyways, in my inventory. So both really solid options. Excuse me. The thing with Crab Shield is like, this is 15-second coolie, 200 damage, max healing as well. It's just the Dom scaling on single targets, it's big pop. You can't go wrong with either one though. I do think certain builds really emphasize Dom a little bit more. But even here, AoE damage, Crab Shield does hit hard. So the thing about Crab Shield, again, versus Dom, Crab Shield has consistent damage that you're popping out. Dom has incredibly high pop that you're putting out. That is also scaled up by the percent armor scaling, but they're both really solid choices. My B build uses Crab Shield. This build usually uses Dom, but you can run Crab Shield with this build as well. It's kind of the glory of this game. There are an ungodly amount of tweaks that you can make to your build that are still completely functional versions of the build, where you're at zero detriment for making those tweaks whatsoever. It's just, it's a very fun game. A lot of customizability right now, and I don't really think there's a ton at the core. I have to sneeze. Excuse me. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh my. Anyways, I don't think there's a ton at the core of the gameplay right now that really forces people into a super meta build, right? If there was incredibly hard content, Ram, Spear being the arsenal would be a little bit more optimal than this. But again, this build's still really strong. The B build, even though it's not working properly, is still really strong and clears just fine. We're just missing damage on the B build. Survivability is phenomenal. So, as soon as that's addressed, we're going to be up tremendous. Find a way to auto run on the game. Yeah, it's just go into your keybinds. I have mine set to caps lock. You didn't know there was an auto run? What do you mean? Clam Slam mages even after nerfs still slap? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much every build is good. And I don't really think it's a matter of you have to run this build, that build, you know, anything like that. They're just multiple solid options, man, which is really encouraging to me. I hope that they continue to bring the balance into a, you know, a continued good spot, because again, I think they do genuinely have something very solid here. When looking at the structure of the game, the appeal to a lot of different types of players, the ability for people to cook up their builds and feel like, I don't know, they're under ownership of their character is nice. I don't really think there's a forced meta in any capacity as of right now, but we still pass on AO2 if they check out pay to win. I guess that's the next time we're releasing at this point. I mean, I just won't do pay to win. Like, if there was no pay to win, then maybe it depends on like what I'm having fun with, what I'm not. It's definitely not a spot where I'm like, oh my god, I'm never gonna play anything but FAREVER again. Just having fun on FAREVER still. And there's nothing else that really is, I don't know, how do I say this, like turbo appealing to me, if that makes sense. Which I wish that there was on the horizon, because people have asked me like, Dusty, what other games are you excited for other than FAREVER updates? And I'm like, honestly, FAREVER updates, that's pretty much it. That's just about all we got. So, if there will be a Pokemon MMO, are you gonna play it? What, Pal World? Because, like, there already is. What do you mean? I mean, it just depends on the MMO, dog. I'm not an IP person. Like, I don't fucking care about the brand. I don't care if it's a Pokemon MMO. I don't care if it's a Bonnie Blue MMO. I don't care if it is a completely independent MMO. I don't give a shit. If the gameplay is good, then I will check it out. And if I feel like it is something that I would enjoy. I don't really give a shit about the IPs. You know what I mean? GLP-1 MMO, the BBL MMO, where we're just slowly upgrading our characters' BBLs with different BBL benefits. Yeah, exactly. It's like, which build are you going, man? Are you going the full Kim K? That's gotta be like the BBL tank build equivalent. I swear. But I don't know, man. I feel like too many people get caught up in, like, IPs. Which is, I think, unfortunate, if I'm being honest. I worry that people are just obsessed with names and brands nowadays instead of the actual quality of something. It's almost like the people that you see that are going around spending fucking $1,500 on their outfit so they can slam a shitload of logos on their chest and their pants and their shoes and their belt. But then when it comes time to pay rent, they can barely afford to pay rent type shit. because all that matters is the brand and nothing else. And I don't know, man. I notice a lot of that in the gamer community, and it's unfortunate to see, because I think there's a lot of cope for, quite honestly, bad projects that are coming out from well-loved IPs. And no matter how much people scream from the rooftops that the projects aren't going to do well, you'll always have people that cope and say it's going to be the largest thing in the world and they'll fix everything. I'm looking at you, Dune players. Looking at every one of you. There are a few in here. And every single one of you, you know who you are. After Ashes, everything else MMO-wise is either established behemoths or very little options, such as FAREVER. Yeah. I mean, there's not much to, like, root for, so to say, in MMOs. I feel like when you're looking at the MMO world, like you said, it's smaller options, like, you know, hoping for something like FAREVER to maybe get 50, 100k concurrent players with a 1.0 launch and maybe hold, you know, 40 to 60 in the long term. And I'd consider that an overwhelming success. But even when we look at that as an overwhelming success, we compare that to where New World was when it got axed, and like, is that an overwhelming success in today's market? Depends on who you ask. So, when you're looking at MMOs are either expected to have no players or a zillion players. And it's either a complete flop or it's a complete shock the world level of success that nobody ever saw coming and dominates the world. And I don't know, I feel like every MMO is likely to be somewhere in the middle. I just don't think there's a lot of zeitgeist potential within MMOs right now. And that lies more in the shooters, more in the MOBAs, more in the, how do I say this bluntly, Deadlock. I think Deadlock is very likely to be your next zeitgeist of gaming that truly ascends into a new standalone title that innovates. Especially in terms of an esports ready title. I think Deadlock is it. Are bows in the game right now? Yeah, they have bow options. I don't think the time is correct for an MMO to chase zeitgeist status. And everybody expects an MMO to be zeitgeist status. Even from like a Riot MMO scene. I think it'll be extremely successful. I don't think it's gonna be their most successful title. Maybe. But I don't know, I want it to do well. I fear that MMOs are not what the average player wants and is attracted to right now. Especially in the grand scheme of it all. 328 hours into an awakening. Yeah, that's gross. That's gross. Know what are you talking about? I think New World has a great chance at coming back. I think I have a larger chance at becoming the new IRL streaming sensation and going to every country in the world, skydiving, sumo wrestling, like the scuba diving, delving into volcanoes and caves, than New World does of coming back. I don't know if y'all got like Face Punch on the horn or something like that. But I do not talk to Face Punch, and unfortunately, like, I don't think there's much validity to the old $20 million offer for New World. I hate to say it, but I don't think that that's necessarily something that we're going to see. It's unfortunate. I also think when we're looking at Ashes, I don't see that legal battle ending anytime soon. So, one thing that I had said about Ashes when the initial filings came out, and everybody was talking about like the text messages and stuff. More text messages came out, and we got the full look at a lot of the conversations that were submitted in the court case. And like, it's Ashes, right? As I said, it's very clear that nobody was perfect in this scenario. So I think Ashes is fully cooked. I think the company is going to remain dissolved. I think Ashes goes into the graveyard, which is crazy because according to these texts, they had Tencent meetings, they had NCSoft meetings, they had Amazon meetings, they had motion at certain points in time. And they had titans that were interesting. What happened in those meetings? I got no fucking idea. But I think that's beyond gone at this point. I think any goodwill around the project is probably relatively cooked. It's just, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Purple Rune? Nah, another mount. Extra mounts. Played New World for a month and never went back. Oh, I played New World for multiple years. And unfortunately, like many other comrades, just kept going back. Do you believe Ashes lived up to its name? Yeah. Yeah, Ashes to Ashes, Dusty to Dusty, dog. I'm not gonna lie. Ashes needed to die to be a true phoenix. Unfortunately, I feel like the Ashes might be on their last smoldering ember at this point. And I don't know if there is a ton of potential for it to even come back, you know what I mean? It's, dude. Even in the best case scenario, right? It's probably going to take years in the court case. That's really bad for how much time they put into it. I don't know, man. I think that comes down to personal perspective on it. I really fucking enjoyed Ashes. Basically just a grinding for materials game. Oh, tell me you didn't play Ashes then. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, that's a brain dead take, respectively. But yeah, that's a completely wrong take. If you were grinding for materials exclusively without any friction, then it means nobody gave a fuck about, like, your presence in that game. If you were never competed for and never had pop-up sporadic PvP and didn't have any reputational disagreements with other guilds or communities or players, then you weren't getting the most out of Ashes, dog. If a material grind was, like, all you got out of it, then I do regret to inform you that you unfortunately missed a lot of the best parts of the game. Which I definitely understand, where, like, if that is all you did, why you would say it was kind of ass. But bro, I'll be real, like, the PvP integration, the social loop of everything, the knowing your crafters personally and having the referral route of crafters instead of just a WoW type structure where you just craft through somebody random. There were just so many small things that are seen as points of friction and quality of life downgrades that were actually done quite well in that game. How often do you get those PvP competitive battles? We had wars declared on our guild nearly every day. Yeah. Yeah. We had wars pretty much every day. No PvP MMO will ever do well. Yeah, I don't think PvP-centric is the route for an MMO. As much as I love PvP, I think PvP-centric, where other people are forced into PvP, is just oppressive at this point. And it's like the Jack Doherty of MMOs, where you're kind of like forced to interact with a complete douche. And people want to be able to opt into PvP at points in time, right? If the thirst for blood is there, then quench your thirst, my friend. It's like opting into having a drink with your friends versus your friends holding you down and pouring alcohol down your throat when you're like, please, no, I'm already shit-faced. Goodness gracious, I couldn't anymore at all. Some people may want that. Some people would think that's good friends. Me personally, I don't think that'd be very, like, good friends, if I do say so myself. It's the most played MMO right now by player count. I believe WoW by a fucking large margin. I don't really think anything's touching WoW right now. I don't know what 14's player count is, but WoW dwarfs OSRS active numbers. Like, WoW's a standalone Titan at the top right now. Granted, active player numbers are kind of cryptic with a lot of those MMOs, but based on data that we could find, we did a little deep dive into it a while back. WoW is basically like the standalone god of gods at the top right now. Despite all of its issues, still has millions upon millions upon millions of monthly active users, and at a monthly subscription rate of $15 still, bro. They're fucking untouchable. But yeah, WoW's stinky stupid. So they stopped showing player count. Most MMOs have, but there are some figures that were published about active subscriber count, so you can kind of, you know, extrapolate data off of that. But total active users is basically... Total active users is kind of like the closest thing that we can get to based off of what they've actually put out for figures. But again, we don't really know everything, especially when it comes to the other titles. But I mean, sat there all day. Might have got one conflict a day on average. They could have done things so much better. What? Brother, did you not watch my Ashes streams? Like, again, I'm not here to, like, convince you that your POV is wrong. But to say that there wasn't conflict in the game when we were constantly fighting over objectives, areas, spots, other guilds would come up and we would literally have a security force around our grind groups to make sure that we could grind. The town building, the citizen gameplay loop. Like, that shit's... Well, EU was shit? Okay, well, that's your fault for being an EU. I've told people that multiple times. But, listen, that's the same thing as somebody choosing to live in, like, Florida. That's on you. So, you could have played on the greatest goddamn servers in the world. Hell yeah, Eagle Screech fucking oorah. But, you chose not to. NA servers were fucking phenomenal, I will say. The worst thing that you could do on an NA server is pick a bad server to go to based on server health and longevity. But wasn't like every single Ashes video the past few months. Oh yeah. And I mean, the good news is too, that interview has so much actual validity to it, which is interesting. One thing I've always said about the interview, it's kind of funny because when people were asking me like, oh, are you gonna ask about guild castles? I was like, no, I don't really give a fuck about guild castles. That may be in at some point. I don't really care. I was like, I want to ask things that are going to be referenced years from now and have the interview valid years from now. Only thing is, I kind of thought the interview was going to be more valid in a sense of looking back on the, you know, hopeful success of a title, not the real-time implosion of a title. Listen, it was a good interview. Definitely valid. Definitely gonna be well referenced. But yeah, yep, that's an entirely different route than I thought it was gonna go down, I will say. Some using subscriber count as a metric for their financial success because MTX became a much larger part of their profits. Oh yeah, but subscriber count's our best way to actually know like what their player count could even slightly reflect, right? So like microtransaction figures don't really tell us anything, whereas subscriber count does tell us a little bit of a glimpse. So all things considered, like, sub count's the most active metric that we have for a lot of those games. And, like, WoW, again, it's just the Titan. It truly is. I think that when we look at WoW, too, it's... I don't know, for people that are like myself, that really favor something that's open world, run into other players, have the interaction with other players, it's typically rough, man. It's intrusive. It's like the Jack Doherty of MMOs, where a lot of the time people aren't going to want to be bothered and they're just going to want to fucking chill and do their own thing. And then you have some person like me that plays games for 10 hours a day, just come up with better gear than they could ever have. Pike cooked in foil. Word. New recipe, if I do say so myself. We're up! But then you're just going to have that, like, that level of oppressiveness at all points in time in anything that's structured as an open world PvX, even an open world PvE. If there's competition over mobs and it's like, oh, if I hit the mob first, then you don't get credit for the mob at all. If there's a damage race for the mob, it's like, it's oppressive to people. And some people like me may like that, but I'm also, you know, for the first time in my life, pretty much the minority here that enjoys being able to play games 10 hours a day and has the resources to play the game 10 hours a day. And the forced interaction of normal people who have, you know, a successful life in a 9-to-5 and, you know, you got a yard to mow because you have a yard. You got a mortgage to pay because fuck yourself. You know, beautiful family, social events that you go to. Like, fuck off. I get it. But I have 24 hours a day to play video games. And if I see you in the open world, those social events won't save you here, my boy. And a lot of people don't like that. And that's perfectly reasonable. If you're trying to just exist in a world and you get fucking dunked on by some neckbeard source, I literally just shaved my neckbeard before stream, because if I don't keep it trimmed, then you guys can see it. And I have to keep it very, very, very neatly trimmed. So, all things considered, just gave a neckbeard trim before I hopped on stream, so you guys would think I was valid. People don't want to run into it. And a lot of people just want to be able to access their own content. They want to do their own thing. And they want the game to feel like a game, and not the game to feel like this invasive, like, intrusion to their life. And that's where PvP MMOs kind of struggle, especially if it's an open world PvP MMO. It really takes a special sauce to get there. How many hours worth of gameplay do you think there is here? Depends on the player, if I'm being honest. If you're someone that really likes horizontal explorative content, collecting transmogs and shit like that, then there is genuinely a solid amount of gameplay. 30 at max? I think that's cap. I think that's cap. I mean, here I am, 80 hours before today's session. One character, do not have best in slot armor, do not have legendary fully upgraded weapons because I have been learning the game. I probably spent like 5 to 6 hours just understanding how all of these could be used to my advantage in the most optimal way. Not to mention the time gathering materials for those things, to have my gear upgraded. I haven't even 100% of the map yet. Granted, I have the worst legendary luck in human history. Is it time gated for power progression? Nope. There is no pay for anything other than the actual game right now. Or if you want to give me money, you can do that, but that doesn't really help you much. So you'll see a shop. This is free. You just, when you make your character, the first thing you'll want to do, if you do end up hopping in, open your shop, boop, 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 claim all of these. You have a mount, you have a glider, you have a companion, little pet to follow, and these are a couple of skins for you. To change your transmog, click on the appearance, select your slot, free transmogs. All the time, directly from your character, right? Literally nothing to worry about. In terms of power progression, verticality, completely grindable. So what I do to start my days, I grind out a full inventory worth of gear here. This is called the Crimson 3 farm. It's really good for getting recipe drops. It's really good for getting material drops. It's very good for getting just about everything that you may want on a character. One small like meta thing right now is it also gives you an opportunity to farm up green jewelry, which has singular stat on it. Crafted jewelry has multiple stats. So green jewelry can be a little bit more of an optimized standpoint. In terms of verticality, plenty to do. You can chase down multiple different weapons. Keep in mind there are 4 classes right now: priest, rogue, mage, warrior. All of those classes can be built different ways. There is one talent tree, but multiple routes in the talent tree that you can go down. There are different class skills. Basically, you have one extra class skill that you can drag in. Class skills are over here. Different runes to your class skills, which can change up how your class is actually playing. And then you also have your weapon skills. With your weapon, you have your main hand, offhand, your used weapon, and then you have your arsenal. Your arsenal is a weapon that you just get to pick abilities from, and you have those abilities added to your bar. So, class customization. If you're into class customization, you will spend probably more than 20 hours just exploring the entirety of the map. 100%ing the map and doing all the dungeons if you're not going in and just watching a shitload of guides and being like, Dusty, how do I get to 20 as fast as possible? Not to mention it's a live service. Max level is going to be 50 before the end of early access, which is a year plus. So in terms of the roadmap that they have, this is their roadmap. Blue stuff is in this year. Purple stuff is in before the end of early access, which is probably like year to year and a half if I had to guess. So we're getting level 50 over time. We're getting instance difficulty modes. We're getting rifts, seasonal events, world boss. We're getting more weapons, more abilities, more gathering, PvP systems that aren't in the game yet, social systems that aren't in the game yet. So for right now, again, I am about 80 hours in, starting today. I have not found a singular legendary weapon, which is the highest rarity weapon to find. I have not fully bissed out my first character. I still have to find a legendary weapon. And then I have to grind up materials to be able to upgrade that legendary weapon. Aries, thank you for 5 months, dog. I appreciate you. Much love. I have to grind up materials to be able to upgrade that legendary weapon. ×2 for the legendary weapons if I really want to be Biss. ×3 if I want to have a legendary shield fully upgraded as well for the bonuses. That alone is going to take you, if you're lucky to get 3 legendaries, they're a 1% drop rate if you get that drop from the boss. So factor in, we'll say a good build, not a bugged build, is going to be, we'll say 5 minutes per boss on average, right? So you get 12 boss kills an hour. We'll say an average gaming session is 6 hours. So that's 72 boss kills. If you grind 6 hours a day, that's still statistically, without any breaks and with a 5-minute boss kill cadence, less than 1 legendary a day at a 1% drop rate, especially targeting the legendary that you want, because then you have to factor in the boss's loot table, all of the options, the fact that they're weighted, and the fact that all of those can come out as legendary and you're not guaranteed to get the legendary you want. If you're trying to biss out a character, realistically, just mathematically, you're looking at a week plus of everyday playing, bare minimum, and that's just to get your legendaries. That's nothing accessory. That is just a week plus of sit there, kill, boss, on, loop. You can do it faster than that per kill if you have a bug build or an incredibly strong build, but still, 5 minutes per boss kill is pretty average. I would say honestly above average when you consider everybody's builds. There's more content than some people would let on, boys. They post patch notes somewhere? Yo, does my Q-tips, what up, dog? Unfortunately, no patch notes listed yet. They usually post them day of. Today, they took down servers for a maintenance that they said was to prep for an upcoming patch. So that's how we kind of got the heads up that there was a patch coming in. As soon as they drop notes, I will definitely be going over those bad boys. I love patch note reviews. Absolutely love them. I feel like they bring in so much excitement for people, so much genuine joy. Unless the patch is gonna suck. They only mention dupes. Yeah, they mention the dupes. Really nothing else mentioned or brought up as an immediate emphasis. But I can only imagine maybe some dupe stuff, some loot table fixes for things that just aren't available within the loot table. I think I'm gonna throw that crit on. But I also really like Fervor. I'm gonna definitely keep the crit. And then see which I enjoy more. We're kind of chilling right now. Is there group dungeon content? Yeah, so pretty much all of your, how do I say this, like valid content is gonna be instanced at this point in time. Just more or less, pretty overwhelmingly. So in terms of the dungeon content, you can do those anywhere from 1 player to 4 players, 4 players being the maximum size group right now. And the more players that you have, the dungeon mechanics can adjust to that group size. I don't have to withdraw those to actually craft. Old habits die hard. But basically, if you are, hold on, let me do math real quick. If you're in a 4-person group, you'll see a lot of mechanics that'll just adjust naturally. I think I need a couple more bags on my alt if I'm not tripping. Wait, I needed one of those, I think. And then I do 2 of these. I think I need 2 more bags on my alt. So I'm gonna craft 2 bags and then hope that's correct. But yeah, you can do everything in the game in a group up to 4. There are no raids yet, which is, you know, something that I'm very excited for on the horizon. Your storage, which, as you can see, it's shared to alts on the same server. So you can just have a shitload of alts parked throughout the world, and then you can access things wherever you need to. Crafting levels are not shared. Mounts and cosmetics are shared. World exploration is not shared. So basically, I have this character parked at the first, the first obelisk here. And wherever the character is, I can drop that green level 10 Gorgon Ratsies, if I'm being honest. I can probably get rid of some of this shit. Granted, having those bad boys for leveling is not going to be the worst. Wait, I just dropped those. That's less than ideal. Sir, my other bag. Please, you were standing on it. I need this very badly. We're up 1, and we're up 2. So, multiplayer stuff, the largest thing about it is there's not necessarily a ton of, incentivization right now to force multiplayer, right? It's very much, you know, if you want to play solo, you can play solo, which to some people is good, to some people is a little bit reclusive, is a way that I would describe it. Some people have said that the game feels a little empty and that there's not a ton of multiplayer incentivization with it, which, again, there's not much of a reason to run in a group when you can solo everything super efficiently and super comfortably. So that's kind of the largest, like, issue, so to say right now, in my opinion, is the incentivization of group-based content. But that is also, in my opinion, what they have patches for. That is what this is a live service for. So, Divine Soft Embroidery, I don't know if I have these or not. But I'll throw those in, and then I can drop them if I need them. See, people ask for help, and plenty of people go help. Just depends on your layer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you need help, you can find help. It does still have multiplayer accessibility at its core. It's just, it's not at the forefront of incentivization. There's not content that necessarily forces you into groups. And if you seek somebody out to help you, people are nice in this game for the most part. Like, people aren't going to effectively just decline you for help if you need help and you can't do something. But most builds in the game can solo content exceedingly easily. Like, most builds in the game, hands down, there aren't many that can't at this point. And when we're looking at it like that, the mount drops 0.1. I think they're 1% for the mount drops. Going from the human miners. Wait, what do you get for a mount from the miner guys? No Diddy, no Drake, no Doctor Disrespect. Curiosity. I also feel like food drop rates are way too high. I have 190 royal jelly that I'm probably never going to use. I feel like they're way too high. Wolf one. Drip. Drip. Mount's not being summoned despite pressing shift multiple times. Are you in combat? Because you can't summon your mount in combat. And it takes a little bit for combat to go out. If you're in a group, you don't have to build for all sustain. Yeah, but honestly, like, any solid build, even if it's not full sustain, can still do the content solo. Like, it's really not that it's a killer or anything like that, you know? I do think a lot of the content is very accessible at the forefront, which again is the strength of it. So right now, we also have to keep in mind, we don't have the hardest content in the game. Like, we just don't have it at this point in time. So, all things considered, when heroic comes in, when more, you know, difficult scaling content comes in, we may see more of an emphasis on, you know, you have to have a tank, you have to have a healer, you have to have some DPS in the group. Maybe it's even like a self-sustaining tank and then 3 DPS, since it's a 4-person group. Maybe get away from the Trinity structure. But I do yearn for content that's just like, hey, you want to run this in a, you know, without a group? Fuck you, pussy. I hope they bring in heroics, and then the heroics are just like difficult scaling regardless of whether you're in a solo or group situation. It's just like, hey, you are doing this on this difficulty that's intended for 4 people. Have fun. If you can solo it, it's an accomplishment. That's what I hope for. I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring my coffee out and get water while I'm flying. Good day. I've arrived. No need to say because to try giving those 15-minute food buffs active first. Well, I did try. Which is why I don't keep food buffs active anymore. Shit's stupid. I did try. But one thing about trying is if you try something like keeping buffs up or Fent and you don't like it, you can always just not do it again. And that's one thing that I learned that I always try to keep at the forefront. I can just say no, chat. No food buffs, no consumes. Waystone sharp zones. Waitstones, what zones, potions are an hour long. Yeah, I won't lie, it's kind of a goddamn scam. That is only 15 minutes. But, who knows, maybe like higher tiers of food or some shit will be what we're looking at. I think all buffs should just be base 30. Excuse me. Yeah, or even a little bit more like consistency just in one way or the other, whether you know what I mean. Yo, Grifter, what up, Doc? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What you getting up to? But yeah, I mean, this is all just early access stuff too, right? The good news is the consumables function. That's more than some games will give us. So that's great. The fact that we actually have consumables, we have trade skills that are working, and people feel like they're not the worst things to level. I think that's an overall success. I think, again, the baseline of this is phenomenal. You liking the game? Just got my warrior to 20. Oh, dude, I'm having a blast. I'm having an absolute blast. What weapons are you running on the warrior? I'm playing a priest, and I have built melee weapons. What a surprise. What a surprise. So, over on my priest, I have a big emphasis on just smacking the ever-loving shit out of pretty much everything that I see. I don't know why this is even in my inventory, but I have to use it. So, more or less, I am on the legendary hunt right now, and I have had zero luck with the legendary hunt whatsoever. I have not found a singular legendary in the 80 hours that I have been on this game. And that is a slight problem for me, if I do say so myself. Like, it's a large problem for me. So I'm trying to negate my bad luck, so to say. You see someone created 2 add-ons, minimap and advantage meter. Yeah, I hope that the developers, personally, this is my hope. I hope that the developers take an anti-add-on stance and just put it in their game's, like, creative suite in the first place. I feel like when add-ons begin and they become accepted as a part of the game, it is an incredibly invasive future of add-ons where once they're in, you can no longer regulate, like, what's in and what's not, because people will have the ability and the, you know, the capacity to make add-ons for pretty much whatever you could imagine. And it starts with something as harmless as a third-party minimap while people wait for a minimap. And it ends in things like, you know, DustyWhy's 100% completion guide. Here is the timed out most optimal route for you to discover 100% of the map, as well as all secret mounts. But the map part is free for the first zone. Once you go into Valley of the Eternal Autumn, you've got to pay $6.99 for the Valley of the Eternal Autumn 100%, and then you've also got to pay additional DLCs to get access to my Guardian, to my mount package, my companion package, and my glider package. I know the route that add-ons go. And it ends in people that are not the developers monetizing very greedily and making money off of their add-ons at some point. And there's always an ulterior motive at the end of it than just, hey, I'm gonna do this for the community. Money makes the world go round, brother. And one thing that I enjoyed, that again, people can criticize, you know, the A word as much as they want to, but I really do think Ash is taking such a, you know, a very strict outward stance of like, hey, if you make add-ons, we will do everything in our power to cook those add-ons and not let them reach the light of day out here. I think that was actually a really good choice, all things considered, to the point where they threatened to ban people that were creating add-ons. Like, it just, they literally told them if they do not stop making add-ons, then people will get the old Bannerooski. They went as far as, like, you know, streamers that were showing and dispersing add-ons getting threatened with the Cooksy. Two-shot Crab Shield for that build looks insane. Yeah, both are really, really, really good. Like, I've used Crab Shield pretty much every single day except for yesterday and the start of today. And for yesterday and the start of today, I switched over to Dom just because I had used so much Crab Shield. I wanted a little bit of spice in life. But I still have my Crab Shield in my inventory right now. It is phenomenal. And if you want to run it with this build, it is a really good build to run as well. Like, it's just, it's so strong. I don't really think you can go wrong with this weapon combination with, like, Bee Fury and either of the shields, if I'm being honest, dude. It's just... it's super, 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 super consistent, if I'm being honest. The block emphasis as well, it makes things easy. The sustain, the damage. While I wait for my Bee Fury build to get actually fixed, this is pretty much what I'm on. Ram plus shield and Bee Fury for Arsenal. Yep, exactly, exactly. This is my backup build. Now, keep in mind, this isn't fully optimized around the Ram side of things. I also just switched to Ram because I had been holding out on my Bee Fury main hand, Pocket Hive offhand, Bee Summon build. Unfortunately, pretty much every part of that build is, no pun intended, bugged. So basically, my Pocket Hive does not... Steen, thank you for the 75-day streak, dog. I appreciate you. My Pocket Hive does not... Well, actually, my Pocket Hive is the only thing that works. My Bee Trinket, I'll start there. My Bee Trinket doesn't summon bees off of my weapon attacks, like my weapon skills. Just doesn't work, hasn't worked the entire time for any class. It's been bugged the entire existence of the early access so far. So, Bee Trinket's cooked. Outside of that, Bee Fury as a main hand weapon, it doesn't consume sunlight, so I can proc and build my sunlight, but I unfortunately can't consume it. So, a lot of the instances of damage that you're seeing going out, especially on my weapon finishers, are sunlight procs. So it's... you know, it's a little unfortunate, all things considered. But, on top of that, I'm missing out on summoning more bees because I'm not proccing the sunlight. And when I use it with Crab Shield, I'm not building Crab Shield stacks, which is quite unfortunate. So I could use Bee Fury with Dom, Pocket Hive in the offhand, but even then, my Trinket, which is supposed to spawn in more bees that extend the duration of my other bees, just doesn't work. So, you know, I'm patiently waiting for it to get fixed. Hopefully soon, TM. But that's probably gonna be not tomorrow if I had to guess. Listen, I'd absolutely love it if it were tomorrow. I just have a sneaking suspicion that it won't be tomorrow because there are still so many things that they're trying to deal with and, you know, get caught up. So, playing Middle Talent Tree with that build, do you have any recommendations? Depends on what you want to play around. So, I play more of a sunlight-oriented build with it. But we can proc sunlight so frequently that I'm not worried about, like, the can't consume your sunlight. You'll notice that just standing in my queue, what the fuck is it called? Path of something. Faithful Winds? That one? I don't even know my ability names. I call it zoomies. When you're standing in your zoomies, you basically get sunlight ticks every time that it applies a movement speed buff. So it's not dependent on the healing buff or anything like that. Any of our abilities that give us any form of support apply sunlight as well. It's just, it's a very, very, very easy to apply thing. So I'm not worried about, like, the can't consume sunlight stacks or anything like that. I haven't really felt like I yearned for that whatsoever. So I effectively played into the how can I make my sunlight hit as hard as possible and as consistent as possible to do the most damage ticks possible. So for me, one thing that I'm not running with this build that some people may want to run, and again, you know, to each their own, right? This is part of the glory of the builds. I only run the crit chance in the middle tree, not the crit damage in the first tier. And again, I'll show you the talent build after this run. But this effectively does the most sunlight damage possible per sunlight proc. Brings in the like highest crit chance for sunlight, and then when I crit, brings in a burn on the target for 6 seconds. And thank you for the 260, dog. I appreciate you. There's no way you don't have a single legendary yet. I promise you there is one way. And it is unfortunately this way. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I do not have a singular legendary whatsoever. It's fucking cooked. Are you playing Priest as Paladin? I am, yes. Whoops. I am indeed playing Priest as Paladin. Now, I have a take. I think this priest build feels more, or not this priest build, but like this priest class feels more paladinly than priestly anyways, right? So I fundamentally think when we're in melee range against mobs and our abilities are incentivizing us to be in melee range because they go off in a close proximity and they do damage and put up burns. That to me, again, it screams more paladin than it does priest right off rip. But that's small things. That's small things. Are people getting Lego back to back? I don't understand how. Just RNG gods blessing them, brother. With enough people playing on a daily basis, people hit holes in one in golf every single day. People shoot, you know, bowl a 300 in bowling every single day. You always hear about it? Nope. But with enough people doing something, it happens, dog. It happens. Your average player doesn't. And unfortunately, even if I'm really good at bowling, I might not always be able to string it together for every single frame to put up a 300, right? That's a different... Whoops. I'm not gonna lie, I greeted the fuck out of that. That is entirely on me. I was coming up with a bowling analogy and may or may not have greeted one cast too long. I had a judgment ready with a heal, and I was like, I have enough time to get the shield up too. This is fine. Everything's peachy. We're chilling. We're vibing. Turns out, did not have time to get the shield up as well. You really hate to see that side of it, my boys. Got 3 legendaries, 2 20s, and 1 18. Why don't you go fuck yourself? Listen, man, as a friend. Goddamn. Times 2? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. From Manny as well, and Manny's 5'6", so you know that shit's gonna hurt more. You're being told by like 60% of a fully grown man right now. But don't worry, I make up for the missing 40% he has. I don't want to say how many I have. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. It's not safe for you out here, if I'm being honest. It's a dangerous game that you're playing at that point, Monfrere. Very, very, very dangerous game. But you know, you're welcome to try. But yeah, listen, I accept it. I acknowledge that my luck is actual butt cheeks pee pee poo poo. Motherfucker! I accept that my luck is butt cheeks pee pee poo poo, and that good things are not supposed to happen to me. And, you know, at least I have a grind to look forward to. At least I have now had over a week of hunting my first legendary. I do not want a pity timer. I do not want anything put in that would even resemble that. Because in my opinion, that would substantially devalue the feeling of actually getting my legendary when I do finally get my legendary. And it will happen. It will happen, right? It's only a matter of time. And with a pity timer, I feel like that would just be me fulfilling like a minimum amount of runs until I actually get that guaranteed Lego, and that would just devalue it. At this point, it's like, it's my Moby Dick, it's my white whale. Ran 10 dungeons, got 3 legendaries, my bidder ran through 60 times nothing. Oh yeah, I've been playing for like a week and have nothing. I am unironically full cooked, brother, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it is truly fucking tragic out here, is how I would probably describe it if I could describe it in one word. Actually 2, 3 words. Either way. I've had the worst luck of pretty much anybody that I have seen. And I am streamer, so it doesn't make sense. Even if you get a Lego, it's still a 50 of the weapon that you want. Yup, that's what I was telling Chad earlier. Because people come in and they ask how many hours there are of gameplay when you come in as a new player, right? Hello, noob. Hope you're having a good day, brother. People ask me how many hours there are of gameplay when you come in as a new player. And people will be like, 20 hours. Speedy, thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. People will be like, 20 hours. I'm like, brother, I'm on 80 hours of gameplay. And I still have no legendary. I don't have my gear fully bissed out, fully upgraded, anything like that. Like, sure, maybe skill diff. But I do feel like, in an organic sense, if you do really want to push the bar on what's available, yeah, I could trade stuff. Yeah, I could take handouts from people. I could already have double legendary, fully upgraded weapons and a legendary shield if I wanted to. But if you're actually playing the game, and earning your shit. Not to say trading isn't earning it. I think trading's actually quite fun. But if you're going, you know, solo dolo with it right now, or even just playing in a group and doing like group self-found, bro, you have a lot of content, especially if you want to optimize. These haven't been gifted free Legos like other streamers. Respect the grind like the rest of us. Oh yeah. See, that's my thing. I have a very generous community. I have so many people that have come in and they're like, Dusty, you know I got you. If you need something, I got extra. And I'm like, yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Maybe, you know, maybe on my second or third character, I'll be more likely to do that. But my first time around, I very much need to earn my grind. And I very much need to, you know, make my own do. I've traded one thing so far, and I needed herbs from the first area. And Manny traded me some herbs for some linen. And then I've given away a few things. But I haven't taken any handouts from chat. Even when Manny was like, brother, I have extra herbs. I was like, you're taking something. I'm giving you linen. Have fun. I have extra linen. You can vendor it. You can do whatever, but I'm trading something for it. So I haven't taken any gear handouts. I've given away more gear than obviously I've taken, considering I've taken 0. There is no board. The priest is fully funded until 1.0. We're doing well, boys. Anyone have a link to an OP mage build? Depends on what you want to play. Like, all builds have the capacity to be strong, if I'm being real, brother. If it's your first character and you're just leveling, I would definitely recommend exploring with builds. Respecs are free. Changing up your talents, switching out weapons, arsenal abilities, all that shit. It doesn't cost you anything. In terms of really strong builds, I feel like people are running Wing Saber on Mage frequently and saying that's OP, but it's also bugged. Clam Slamming is still popular. Flamethrower is good. Like, Flamethrower is quite good. So there are honestly multiple good mage builds. I would just explore and level and see what you end up with, dog. How much gold? I have 17.8k right now. I have no idea what that is relative to other people. But I don't spend gold on anything. If you go to legendary, so would you trade for B Fury or keep farming B Fury? Keep farming B Fury. Just simply put. Like, I need to farm it. It doesn't feel as satisfying if I don't put the build together myself the first time. Like, I'm almost like SSFing it to a certain extent. And it's been very fun, if I'm being real. Like, it's been really enjoyable to do it this route. So I definitely plan to, like, stick it out with this until I have everything in place. Then, like, you know, I'll do some more trades, but I'm trying to stock up on mounts as well as I go through my prog, so that way I can do mount giveaways for people. And then when the auction house drops, I have a large feeling that legendary gear is not going to be the emphasis, rather crafting mats and cosmetics. So part of me is thinking I invest in some mount gathering. I invest in stocking up on transmog items that people are going to want for popular mogs. And from there, when the auction house comes in, we never broke again, boys. We rich as fuck. Rich as shit. I just hate the Spark Crystal grind rather than trade legendary for them. Oh, yeah. The Spark Crystal grind is probably one of the worst things in the game right now, and I hope they address that with a patch by making the quest repeatable. They're supposed to come from heroic dungeons, but unfortunately we just don't have heroic dungeons. So with the Spark Crystal grind, yeah, I 1000% agree. I hope that they can get that shit sorted out, because it is really unfortunate that we just have to make an ungodly amount of alts, run an alt out, finish a quest, delete the alt, make another one, run it out, finish the quest, delete the alt. It is, quite tragic, if I do say so myself, hoping that that quest becomes repeatable. I think that's just the band-aid fix. Have you even gotten the mount from B yet? What's the mount? I got the other one. Do you know if we can put any enchant on helmet, shoulders, belt, and pants? Helmet, haven't found one. Shoulders, haven't found one. Pants, no. And then belt, also no from what we've seen. Chest can get an armor plate. Boots has an enchant. Gloves has an enchant. Back, I don't think has an enchant. And then jewelry gets, whoops. Jewelry gets gems. in terms of your augmentation right now. Chat, let me know if I forgot any. But I think that's all. I think that's all. Put cloth on the back. Oh, yeah. Cloth on the back. Yep, good comms. 4-bit, 100 armor. Yeah, I think I actually have one of those in the storage. That's through Outfitter, right? Good comms, good comms, good comms. I actually need to throw one of those bad boys on. Not a Vit armor one, though, because I'm currently too high HP. So, that's the same thing as the chest plates, right? Where you're looking at the Vit armor, or you're looking at the 2 stats to a piece or something like that? Or do you have secondaries as well? Full crit? Whoa, wait. They got crit ones for secondaries? Or is it only mains? Good evening, one. What up, dog? Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Alright, so we'll need to get one of those bad boys up. Because I currently do not have that. Finally got my first Lego today. Go fuck yourself. I feel like that's like not the first thing you say. What do you pull? Twin pillars? Nice. Nice. That's a nice one to pull. Even like, even if you're not using a twin pillar, you can trade that for pretty much anything else in the game. That's a nice one if you are trying to trade. So good evening before. That's fair. Also, Nin, what up, dude? When do I start learning YouTube algo stuff? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. I will find resources. Today, I cleaned the apartment. And then smoked bowls. But mostly clean the apartment, because it's also nice. Next patch gonna say improving Lego chance for Dusty. Nah, I don't want it improved. I don't want a pity timer. I don't want it improved. I don't want any of that. Give me the good old-fashioned grind, brother. The people don't know that my childhood was running the secret cow level over and over and over again in Diablo 2 on a summon necro until I found high runes, which were immediately funneled into my older brother who was playing a cold sort to get him started, and then we doubled back to get me an enigma eventually, and then everything else went into him once I had my enigma. It was a glorious, glorious, glorious oh, I'm dead again. Glorious childhood of being forced to farm things over and over and over again that I genuinely wouldn't trade for the world. And it taught me a lot about what gaming has to offer. Pain, misery, repetition, but most importantly, discipline. And the ability to disassociate from any form of grind around you whatsoever. This boss doesn't exist to me right now, chat. It's just us, baby. It's just us. Don't listen to all the clamor in the room. You just gotta block it out. Look at my exploration tab, and I wish I wouldn't have. 46 out of 47 chests on the first island. Oh, you're so fucked. You're so fucked. Have you done any of the classes? Nope. I tend to be very much a one class and Decimus, so to say. Not necessarily a one trick on the one class. I haven't even found an epic today. Not necessarily a one trick on the one class, but I very much want to specialize in something. So like in New World, for instance, I played 2 builds primarily. Zambino, thank you for the follow. I played Bruiser, which was Great Axe Warhammer, and then I had a Kill Squad build that I would also play. The Kill Squad build would feature different weapons depending on what the, you know, what the flavor of the month was. So build-wise, I typically have 1 to 2 things that I like to focus on. Knowledge of a lot of other things, but, you know, fuck around at most on them. So I've been exposed to the godlike moveset of shurikens. I've heard shurikens are fun as fuck. Like, I've heard a lot of people are enjoying shurikens. Some people have even been saying that it's clearly not the best build, but it's just too fun to ignore at any point in time, bro. People are fucking loving that shit. Alright, I'll do this one with Crab Shield, by the way. And we'll see how Crab Shield is feeling comparatively. Because it could honestly be feeling good. I'm not 1000% certain because the last 2 days I've only dommed, but before that it was exclusively Crab Shield. I do think Crab Shield block could be good. If I'm being real, just throwing out blocks at any point in time could be quite nice. It is 238, and the finishers go out super frequently. Isn't Albion doing good? Yeah, I mean, Albion in its own right is doing quite well. Albion is solid for the people that are looking for that type of thing. I personally, when I look at the combat system of Albion, if I wanted to play a MOBA, I'd play a MOBA. If I wanted to play a WASD MMO, then I'll play a WASD MMO. I don't necessarily see myself being Albion grinder or anything like that. I acknowledge Albion for what it is, and I have friends that have played Albion and really enjoyed it. But I just don't necessarily think it's, like, in my wheelhouse, so to say, as a top, like, Dusty game, right? I know a lot of people that play it. I know a lot of people that'll continue to play it, but can't do ISO MMO. Yeah, like, if I wanted to have, like, Dota-type gameplay, I'd just go play Dota. If I wanted to go ISO, I'd go ISO in a different genre. When I'm looking at MMOs, part of me just really enjoys the WASD, honestly, like an action-esque combat system is my favorite. And I don't know. I worry a little bit when it comes to the prospect of, something like Albion. How much time can we put in this game? At the moment, in your opinion? It depends on what your goals are. I'm like 80 hours in right now and don't have a single legendary. And if I really wanted to optimize, in theory, since it's a live service, I would want to have my primary build all cooked up with fully upgraded legendaries and then have other legendaries on standby, so that way I can continue to prep for future content expansions as well, because it is a live service. They're going to be bringing in more content expansions. So, like, hours-wise, that's not even getting into, like, the horizontal aspect of everything. There's a lot of, like, horizontal grind to it, farming up mounts and cosmetics and shit like that. It just depends on what type of player you are. Is it likely that I'm going to farm up, 100% of every cosmetic? Not necessarily. If I really end up enjoying it, then maybe. But, like, it all depends. I'm someone that typically focuses on verticality with it. And again, I don't have a singular build that's full best in slot at this point in time. Only legendary for the weapons. Yeah, weapons. So I'd be looking for one-hander, shield, and then what's called the arsenal weapon. And even with that, like, I haven't found those bad boys yet. Plus, we're only in early access, so level cap right now is 20. Level cap long-term is going to be 50. Over the course of early access is going to go up to that through expansions. So when we're looking at it from that standpoint, it's immediately like, okay, well, even if I have good gear for, my builds right now, what's gonna happen on level cap expansion when those go and they inflate? Like, I'm preparing some wealth for the future too, and I'm trying to set myself up for, like, when inevitably it does expand level cap, I'm going to be looking at hopefully good prep for that, you know what I mean? Put spark harvesting on a weapon. It doesn't seem to apply well weapon in arsenal slot. This is by design. By design, yeah. So with your weapon in your arsenal slot, seemingly like you're not attacking with that weapon to proc any of the procs on that weapon. So it's almost like having Bee Fury, your basic attacks have a 6% chance to attack twice. I believe that also doesn't carry through because you're not attacking technically like with that weapon to facilitate that. So, for me, overall it's a waste of time, but it's something to do when you load the game. I mean, I think, hear me out, everything's technically a waste of time in a video game. That may be a crazy take, but we're all sitting in a chair, probably at a desk. Some of us may be outside. But when we really break it down, all of us are just wasting time in different ways until we literally fucking die. Some of us are wasting time by working and chasing more money than we need to get by. Some people are wasting time by playing video games. Some people are jerking off right now. Some people are, I don't know, fucking huffing Galaxy gas. Kia boys are probably stealing a Kia somewhere. Like, everybody's got their own time waste. Subnautica? Yeah, also Subnautica. Everybody's got their own time wastes as we all slowly wait to die. And I think as long as you're having fun with it and you see a future for it, then that's great. The big thing for me is, like, while I'm grinding for things that are going to get replaced, I'm also learning. Like, the gear that I get is going to get replaced, but with the structure of it right now, I can find a level 8 crab shield or I can find a level 20 crab shield, which leads me to believe if we go up to level 30, I'm going to find a level 30 crab shield. So all of the structure and all of the testing of the synergies of these builds, and like, this build is better with these stats, this build is better with these stats, this build is better for this type of boss, so on and so forth, right? For me, that's really fun to compile because the gear may change and the stats may change, but the information, that, my friend, whoops, that was not the intro that I was looking for. But the information is eternal, pretty much all the time. Boss fights only get harder, better than the fights now while they're easy. Yeah, I mean, the content's only going to get deeper. As more and more builds come in, you as a player will be responsible for, if you're a new player, parsing out more information at once in terms of, hey, is this build good or is this build bad? And instead of you knowing right off rip if it's good or bad, you will probably end up being overwhelmed by the amount of builds that you see people playing. So if you're a brand new player, you know, in a 1.0 launch, you'll probably, likely go into using a build guide instead of being the build guide type shit, right? And that's all down to personal preference. Some people like using the build guide instead of being the build guide. I personally really like being able to thoroughly understand everything that, like, I am doing that's comprising my character's power scaling. So for me, that's a big part of it, right? But doing massive minion class, brother, wait till my B build is working. I swear to God, you're gonna want to run my B build. I am supposed to be summoning a fuck ton of bees, but it's just not working right now. Like, my trinket's bugged. Multiple things with the build are just not working properly. Really unfortunate. Really unfortunate. So, but yeah, there's still a lot that's coming to the game. And when I look at it, right, again, I don't really see it as, like, the wasting time aspect, because I'm having fun with it. Kenzie, thank you for the 12 months at T3, my great googly moogly. The absolute bomb. Happy 1 year, I appreciate you. And the sparkly 1 year. Holy, what class is it for? Priest. Whenever B-build works for warrior, we have access to the same weapons. Yeah, I mean, it should be fine. The biggest thing that facilitates it is honestly being able to do many instances of damage. So, like, my E leaves a little consecrated area on the ground that ticks for damage. B Fury itself gives the, you know, the B shield around the character anytime you use a weapon ability that ticks every 2 seconds. So, like, as long as you are able to pump a lot of instances of damage out, I don't see why it wouldn't work on a warrior. I don't really see any potential conflicts there, because you can always just stack up bleeds like crazy too, right? You have bleeds in your kit or some bullshit like that? Because if you have any dots or anything that's multiple instances of damage, once it's all fixed, should be absolutely chilling. This for melee build? Yes. So when it's fixed, it will be B Fury and Crab Shield in your main hand, and then it will be Pocket Hive in your arsenal. Which I think is going to be incredibly strong, if I do say so myself. Like, we're talking, like, I think it's gonna be real strong. You summon bees that last for 10 to 15 seconds, but every bee that you summon extends the duration of all of your summoned bees by 3 seconds. So picture it as, did you ever play PoE summons by chance, Grenade? Or nah? Because if you played Path of Exile, I could explain it really easily. It's like a summon raging spirits that extends the duration of your other spirits, no? Alright, it's basically a timer-based summon that's ranged and single target that just attacks every 3 seconds. So, like, look at the damage ticks on my screen, right? The bees themselves, each bee every 3 seconds hits for like 60 to 100, depending on the scaling, and depending on what you're actually looking like. So you can summon, as of right now, even with the bugs and the build not working properly at all, I've still had like 5 to 6 bees out at peak. I think once the trinket works, once our build's functioning properly, we will maintain 10 plus bees at pretty much all times, which means if they attack every 3 seconds, then we have 10 bees, we've got 3 plus bees attacking per second, which is going to effectively be 150 to 300 DPS, depending on what you're looking at. And it's all additional autonomous DPS that you don't have to worry about whatsoever. Oh shit! Wait, somebody brought up the ladybug. I appreciate you guys, thank you. +1 for the boys back home. That is literally my first ladybug from this the entire time. Well, I'll take that. We're working out the bad RNG as we go. We're getting the drip, boys. And now we start saving up extras. I officially have a full page of mounts. We're up tremendous. Gonna say, not wasting my time. I don't know what the fuck these people are doing, but I'm grinding some bis. See, that's the thing, man. If you're having fun, you're not wasting time doing anything. I think we're all just navigating life, you know, the same way but differently, right? We all have the exact same destination, whether you're rich, poor, tall, short, smart, dumb, skilled, unskilled, whatever it is. We're all going to the same place. We're just taking a lot of different roads to get there. And it's something that I, you know, kind of instilled in myself very early in life, that all of us are the same. We're just on very different paths to being the same. At one point, we're born as babies that know nothing other than crying and bitching. As adults, it seems as though none of us have actually shed those habits. And then eventually we all die and we just become bones and dust and everything that we, you know, are trying to avoid. And the best thing that we can all do is enjoy our time that we have, however you enjoy your shit, right? If that includes gaming, then great. If that includes being the most successful business person in the entire world, then amazing. I wish you the most success with it. I feel like so many people forget in life that the entire reason why most of us as kids were so starry-eyed and excited was because we let ourselves have unbridled passion for something, and we let ourselves pursue. And I think as adults, we're very scared to pursue things that aren't necessarily regarded as successful pursuits. And so many people are afraid to, I don't know, just play a video game that doesn't have the most players, even though they might enjoy it. So many people are afraid to go buy a kite at the store if you live in a windy area, and, you know, an hour a day, just go on your front yard and put a kite up in the sky and chill and do that. So many people are afraid to go fucking buy a wind chime and some bird seed and a bird feeder and just chill in nature for a little bit because it's not seen as a successful pursuit. But that's a part of my everyday morning routine that makes me incredibly happy. And, you know, not that I fly a kite every morning, but I feed birds and shit, right? Very valued part of my morning routine through stream, before stream, that allows me to get on to motherfucker. Get on to stream for 8, 10, 12 hours a day, every single day, with the right mindset, being very appreciative, being very happy to be here. It's like a little slowdown at times, and I feel like people are afraid of a little slowdown at times just to enjoy their existence. But wanna try Rogue, just use Shurikens? Dude, it's so nice. I have heard from people only good things. Like, genuinely. Genuinely. World where time is money, some people can't afford it. No, I totally get that. I totally get that. But I also think in a pursuit of that, we very frequently have many times throughout the day. Believe you me, I'm not a rich person. I grew up probably in a poorer family than most. My family got by on any form of assistance that we could. My mother was a waitress and my dad was an over-the-road truck driver. And pretty much every meal was a, you know, either coupon clipped meal, or if we didn't have coupons, it was a food cupboard meal, right? Where we would go down to our local food pantry and we would see what they had available, and that's what we were eating, right? I got made fun of at school for being trailer trash, for being broke, for being poor, pretty much everything you could imagine. That was the grow up, dog. I completely understand the time is money thing, but even with that, my dad, when he was home, still found 10 minutes to play some pass with me. My mom always found time to chill at the end of the day and watch some Survivor, or watch a show together, or just cook a meal together. And small things like that reminded me that even when you don't have everything, you very frequently have more than you realize. And those things were small, you know, small things that shape my overall perspective right now, right? Even though we didn't have much, and we weren't cooking anything extravagant that was like, you know, fucking Instagram the meal worthy. We were enjoying our time together cooking whatever hamburger helper we got that day. Like, it's, you know, it's just small reminders that even though you have it bad, you got it pretty fucking good. And I think, like, from that aspect, right, my brothers and I, first generation college students, we didn't have parents that went to college or anything like that. We all just kind of paved our ways as much as we can. And our oldest brother is very time is money, time is money, time is money all the time, you know what I mean? Middle brother and myself are much more let's enjoy our time and maybe have enough money to do so. Our oldest brother's very well off, but he also travels a lot for work, isn't really, like, you know, able to have the most free time and shit because he works a very demanding job. And I'm kind of the opposite, right? I get to travel because of work sometimes. I can't afford to do it all the time, but I'm very blessed to take some trips because of work that are entirely leisure. My fucking work is all leisure. And it's, you know, I make way less, but the pursuit of that has led to me, you know, making enough to get by and enjoying the trip a little bit more. Can you share items and build? Yeah, I got you. As of right now, basically I'm running Amon Ram in my main hand with a Zealot enchant on it. Zealot gives you more crit chance, so more crit chance better. And with the crit chance stacking, I also run Raclette Pan for right now. Reclep Pen, again, more crit chance, scales up quite well with I'm on Ram. So, I'm on Ram, Zealot Enchant, Reclep Pen. Crab Shield, you can also switch on Dominion. Either one works. I'm a Crab Shield enjoyer. I was running Dominion for the last day or so. But honestly, I do love me some Crab Shield so incredibly much. Arsenal is Bee Fury. Bee Fury enchant doesn't work. I was just using this as my main hand, and it's my intended main hand. Only thing is it doesn't work as a main hand very well right now. Do you like the Spear? The Spear's good, but in my opinion, the Spear is like too good. I feel unethical at the thought of Spear. It's just, Ram Spear is like the meta right now. And when things are outliers as establishing themselves as the meta, I worry that they are the next to get nerfed. And balance is always an impending demon, right? So my intent isn't even to run Ram Bee Fury. My intent is Bee Fury and then Pocket Hive in my offhand, which is why I'm farming a Bee Fury legendary instead of a Ram legendary. So I'm thinking long term. Once Bee Fury gets fixed and the Bee Trinket gets fixed, I genuinely think I will be able to maintain 10 to 15 bees at all points in time. Tuka, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. I think I'll be able to maintain about 10 to 15 bees at all points in time, which again is going to be a machine gun of bee damage coming in, where I do a lot of instances of damage. I summon the bees like crazy. The bees never die because I'm extending the duration of all the bees that I summon, and I should, if I'm popping them off quickly enough, be able to just ramp like absolute fucking crazy. Depends if the Trinket has an ICD. Yeah, but the Trinket isn't even like the main facilitator. Like the Trinket's just an additional bee that summons, that gives another 3 seconds to all of my bees. The Trinket's just another bonus to it, right? The Trinket, even with an ICD, it's limited by weapon skills going off. The big thing is with Pocket Hive. Pocket Hive gives me a 20% chance whenever I take or deal damage. So 1 in 5 with every instance of damage taken or dealt to get a stack, 10 stacks. So 50 instances taken or dealt on average, 1 bee. If I do more than 50 instances within 15 seconds, then I'm adding 3 seconds every time I summon a bee. And that's how I start to compound. I found the chest. Let's go. What do you get for getting all of them? Then if the Trinket comes in at all with any additional procs, dude, it's insane. It's insane. I really think it's going to be high value. Then you're looking for a legendary Pocket Hive? No, it's okay. I'm not taking handouts anyways. So many people have offered me like fully upgraded everything. And I'm like, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You heard about the one-shot build from Warriors? Yeah, it's a bug. That's probably getting fixed tomorrow if I had to guess. Do Warrior one-shot build. Probably if I had to guess, maybe some Dominion changes. But this is early access. I mean, there are definitely going to be some buggy ass builds in the grand scheme of it all, right? It's unfortunately almost a guarantee that things are going to be jank as hell. We just have to hope that they respond to them quickly enough for it to not be completely cooked. And I think so far they've done a pretty solid job of it. The first round of fixing like clam slam bugs on Mage, I think that was really timely and really did address a very fucking broken build at the baseline. Like Mage clam slamming was fucking disgusting. So all things considered, right, I'm not too worried about them being able to deal with builds that are bugged. Just a matter of what the fix is and what comes in as the incredibly strong build next. Because there will always be at least one. It's inevitable that there will always be one extremely strong build. Whoops. Like you can't stop it. So get on that second build knowing you're going for it. Whoa, wait. I mean, at least you didn't salvage it, if I'm being honest. Like, hold on to any legendaries that you get, because if you're trading with people, scenario 1, it's trade bait. And if you're not trading with people, balance is inevitable, is the thing that I keep saying to literally everybody. Like, balance is eternal. Balance will always be something that we have to deal with. So they're really bugged, or someone that don't have access to later weapon synergies that make it as strong. Yeah, exactly. I mean, balance is always relative, and the first round of balance changes is not necessarily going to be the final round of balance changes with anything. There will always be many rounds of tweaks in balance over the course of the existence of this game. I think it's incredibly important to keep that in mind. Just because a build is strong now does not mean that it is meant to be strong a week, month, year from now, nor does it mean that it will be strong a week, month, year from now type shit, you know what I mean? So it's really important to keep that in consideration. balance is going to change effectively everything that we know, love, and potentially hate about the game and class structure right now. And I can't wait for it. I like chaos. I like evolution. And again, that's part of why I'm trying to build around the bee summon build for the time being, instead of fully investing in farming Lego Ram Spear, because I think Ram Spear and Dominion are the 3 most likely to get nerfed weapons or weapon slot items that we as priests have access to. I think everything else, I think everything else is relatively safe. And I think bees are only going to get better. Like, if I was a, you know, a knowing stock man, I would basically have call options on bees, just thinking that they're going to go up over time. Not financial advice, by the way. Don't sue me. But I would effectively be taking out a shitload of calls on bees, just knowing that that build is going to absolutely ascend at some point in time. It's just a matter of the catalyst, which is going to be the bug fix. And as soon as the bug fixes come in, especially if it's all at once, with Bee Trinket just functionally not summoning bees whatsoever, with Bee Fury not consuming sunlight stacks, gimping my damage by like 50% between that combo, maybe even more, the catalyst is inevitable, boys. Literally inevitable. It will be here soon. So, what are you running for your main build right now, Sewer? Are you ram abusing? I have a collection of legendary weapons. Of all myself for real. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, I almost like, before the multiplayer is forced, the aspect of just embracing this as a solo self-found, where, like, obviously if I need something, I can switch materials with somebody or anything like that. But we have the entire community to get information from. So, like, what's the worry on trading, and what's the worry on shortening the grind? I also think that's something that people may be not taking into account, right? When they say there's like 20 hours of content, 30 hours of content. If you don't shorten the grind, you actually do have a lot to grind for, just off an RNG standpoint. Like, just, you do, very simply put. So, there's like tomorrow. How do you know? Oh, are you saying how do you know there's a patch tomorrow? They posted in the Discord that the maintenance today was to prep for a patch tomorrow. Jonathan, goddamn, hitting the bottle today, brother. Hope you're doing well, dude. So basically, they posted in the patch notes, not the patch notes, it was in the announcements channel. We had a quick maintenance today to prepare for tomorrow morning patch that should resolve several important issues in the game, dupes, etc. So that was at noon 16 Eastern. So like 4 hours ago. So as of right now, we're looking at hopefully a bangaroni of a patch tomorrow that's going to bring in a lot of bug fixes, and hopefully a lot of very important bug fixes. Own drink? Well, maybe you should with that typing. Jesus Christ, it might balance things out. Goddamn. No, autocorrect a bitch. Please let the B-Mancer builds come online. Brother, I am praying to every deity that you guys may worship. I don't even care which one it is. I'm just like, I'm sending out a mass email chain to all of the deities. It's like, please, if you have time, I got a really banger idea for you. Small miracle, pretty achievable. Be built. They're gonna be confused as shit, but one of them might get it. One of them might understand, boys. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I have to go wake Carla up. She took a nap because she was feeling like shit. I shall return. Un momento, chat. Good day. How do I download the game? It is on Steam, mon frere. It is a paid to play. It's just a box cost, so you don't have to worry about a sub or anything once you actually get it. But you can find it on Steam. It is FAREVER if you are interested to play. What do you use talents? Remind me after this one. What silver in the lights? Bro, that's what I'm saying. My playlist S tier. My playlist S tier. People sleep on the DustyWhy playlist. I'm not gonna lie. I have assembled what I firmly believe to be one of the greatest playlists on all of Twitch. I have put a lot of effort into curating the musical stylings of this channel to have something that is not only familiar, but also chill in the background and palatable with an ungodly amount of yaps over it. I am very, like, nitpicky with things, and this may sound like I'm a hater. It's because I am. Anytime I go into somebody else's stream and they're trying to yap, but there's also, like, lyrical music in the background, and they're yapping over song lyrics, it just sounds so bad. It's like you have vocal mix, you have distortion to what they're saying. There's always some level of interaction between the yap and the song lyrics where it's just like it's not the way that it's supposed to sound. So I very early on realized that a nice chill backtrack that is an easy listen can provide a whole shitload of value when we're looking at being able to yap constantly all day, every day without people getting tired of it. And it's something that I've definitely noticed success with. I won't lie. I won't lie. At one point in time, I used to do, like, just lyrical music in the background and shit. I grew to detest... Oh, fuck me. That is not good. I grew to detest trying to yap over it. It was just so inconvenient with everything that I was doing at all points in time. Yes, yes, I know. I'm late to the party. I know. You're gonna cast a lot of big, scary, mean, angry abilities at me now. I fucked up. I fucked up. It's fine. Everything is fine. Remember another good instrumental song? This is a pan flute. A pan flute, you say? I do fuck with pan flutes. That sounds quite nice. I feel like there's never really a bad time for a pan flute. It's like the MMO equivalent of a cowbell. It's like the best time for pan flute is any time, and the best amount of pan flute is more pan flute. There's never really, like, too much. I mean, maybe there is, but so far I haven't really encountered that limit. I fuck with pan flute. I'm going to a Ren Fair in a couple of months. I think it's like July or something. I don't know. Carla's doing all the date planning for that stuff. She controls that. Also, chat, my main voice. Ren Fair in like July. If you know, you know. But pull up, dog. Pull up. I know we have some other people from Maine here. Unfortunately, I don't really know how. But apparently multiple of us have assembled in one place. And there is indeed a Renaissance Fair in our fine state. If you're Maine adjacent, also Ren Fair. I'm just fucking saying. Thought Pog came from Elizabeth. It does, yes. This is Bee Fury drop. So I'm trying to farm up my Bee Fury first, because I use Bee Fury as my arsenal spot for the Ram Bee Fury build, and then it's my main hand for the preferred build, which is Bee Fury main hand Pocket Hive Arsenal. Excuse you. So I'm trying to farm my Bee Fury first, and honestly, this is a more annoying fight out of the two as well. So I tend to start with what I think is going to be not necessarily the hardest, but like the most tedious part of the task list, and then finish with the easier shit. So with Elizabeth fight, I'm just going to be able to sit there and blast the mobs and sustain through everything without really having to worry about anything whatsoever. It's an incredibly autopilot fight where I can also sustain through the AoE that she's dropping. I effectively have to do nothing on Elizabeth. So that's going to be my immediate grind after. But what I think I'm going to do is try to get Bee Fury first in Lego. Farm up my ephemeral hearts needed to upgrade it fully, because my epic weapons aren't +4'd yet, because no reason fucking +4'ing it when I'm just gonna have to +5 a legendary. looking at it long term, right? +3 is super convenient. +4 is inconvenient. So I stopped at +3 for my current purple weapons. So as soon as I get a legendary weapon, I immediately have the ephemeral heart grind that gets opened up, which definitely looking forward to that. That's gonna bring a lot for me to do once again, which will be great. Instead of just grinding legendaries, it'll get me out into the open world a little bit. Will be a very enjoyable thing if I do say so myself. So we'll see how that goes. That'll probably take me, God, if I had to guess, like a couple days to grind out everything for both of my weapons. But it could go faster. I guess it just depends on how the spawns are. And I haven't really done my, like, full ephemeral heart grind yet. So I can't speak to how fast it's gonna be. I would have to guess at least a solid day plus of grinding, though. It is a shitload of hearts, and then just the repetitive runtime to go out there over and over and over again on alts is also going to be kind of fucking toxic. If I'm being real, I'm not necessarily looking forward to that side of things. So we'll see how that ends up. But surely we'll get it done. I do still have a good amount of content left, though, before I even, like, start running out. One thing I will say, too. This mouse is a fucking cheat code. I am able to squeeze so many more, like, quick last-second interacts in. Oh, it's so beautiful. So if you're using two-handed weapon, you can't use an off-shield. You can arsenal a shield, but you can't use offhand. Yeah. You can't use offhand shield. I don't know why I read it as off shield. But yeah, if you're using a two-hander, you can't use a shield in your main hand. You can run an arsenal shield. So like if I were running Pocket Hive in my main hand, then I could in theory run Crab Shield or Dom in my arsenal. I don't really know why you'd want to, but it is doable. Just be aware, shields and one-handers do only have the two weapons. So 1-2 hours, I got like 80 hearts farming them away just now, by the way, for reference. Oh, okay, so probably 1 day of farming at most, and then a good amount of time running alts out. I think the running alts out is probably going to be the hardest part if I had to guess, and probably the most time-consuming aspect of it. Definitely seems like where a lot of the strife is going to end up coming from for me. So if anybody happens to figure out how to summon my fucking characters out to complete that quest, let me know. We're going to be looking for any movement tech to get out there. I don't know, I'm having trouble on the queen. What's fucking you up? Won't be a problem for you. Yeah, I'll just be zooming out there. We'll be fine. I'll just run around all day. Me? Well, fair, I get that. But DPS? So, are you having to spend a lot of time healing in early phases? I don't know, like, without watching one of your attempts, I don't necessarily know what's getting you or what mechanic you're on. But basically, when you're fighting the adds at the start, I always bring them to the back wall because the Devastate ability is proximity-based to the boss. So the further you are from the boss, the less damage it deals. I always kill the adds on the back wall. And then once the 2 of the adds are dead in phase 2, I always keep 1 alive, and then I bring that 1 into the bees that are healing, and then I kill the bees that are healing with 1 of the adds left up, like 1 of the boss adds, and that helps me get the healers down before the boss is actually active. And then after that, you can usually, if you have any form of self-sustain, I can tank 1 of the stacks of the dot, or not the dot, the AoE. Technically, I can tank 2 stacks, but staying in for 2 stacks is a little weird. Is there 3 phases? Whoa, wait. What part of the fight are you on? I don't want to spoil it for you. Purple shit on floor. Purple shit. Honeyzabeth. Like, are you fighting the adds? Or are you fighting Big Honeyzabeth? He's talking about this fight? Are you talking about this one? Or are you talking about... That's Lady B? Yeah, I think that's this one. Yeah, okay, this one's Lady B. Okay, you confused me. My bad. This fight, okay. So with the purple lines on this one, They'll always go where you are. Like, they effectively try to hit you with the purple lines. No, you're good, you're good, you're good. I've done the same thing. I was thinking you were on the other boss, my bad. So, with the purple lines, they go where you are. So, effectively, you can always just, when they come up, just kite them out. Stand in one place until they pop up. They go on you, and then disappear, and then the projectile comes through. So, a really easy way you can deal with it as well is stand here, and then the line will come through, like, this way or this way, whichever way the line is coming through. Just move to the other side of it, and then you'll have another projectile on you, and then you just move back to the other side of it. So it basically goes one after the other, and once you get the sequencing down, you can more or less just wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, and as soon as the projectile goes by, then you're good to move again. That's the largest thing. Or if you're like me, you can just tank them for fun. But definitely helps if you just get the little shimmy back and forth down. That's how I did it anyways. I also have a lot more survive with my build. Kind of a, how do I say this? Like a stupid amount of survivability with my build. It's a little bit of a problem, if I'm being real. But I enjoy it a lot. I actually don't see it as much of a problem. Some people do. I don't see what the issue is. But all things considered, just kind of get the shimmy down, and then you're fine. And if that's the only part that you're fucking up on, then I'll be honest, that's like one of the easier parts to handle. So if that's what's getting you, then you're probably chilling as soon as you get that down. So congratulations, Monfrere, and get ready to farm this for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of attempts, because Lady B is a lady bitch. I fucking hate her. A lot like RTMG, one thing, the amount of shit flying around. ROTMG. What are these? What are these like YMCMB level abbreviations? Meta. Realm of the Mad God. Happy, where the fuck did you come from? Don't encourage his fucking abbreviations. What the hell? How long have you been here? Good evening, brother. Hope you're doing well. I'm here when the world needs me most to solve my abbreviation problems. Well, I appreciate you guys. So yeah, just like the amount of mechanics that are going on. Now, this is one thing I've said too. Keep in mind, we're not on the heroic version of these dungeons. This is just hard mode, which is like the level 20 version. There's still a heroic that's planned after this, which is going to have unique mechanics. And one thing that I hope is that heroic forces groups, so that way you're incentivized to take this on in aforementioned group, bitch. And you have the highest scaling mechanics with the hardest version of the scaling. That is my largest hope for heroic right now. And if they pull that off and they incentivize us into 4-person groups to do the hardest content to get the best shit, brother, I officially would have zero complaints about everything all the time forever. I would be so incredibly happy. I can't even fathom a world where they pull that shit off. But if they do, I have no reason to ever be upset. A little more shit, more moves for bosses would be plus or faces. Oh yeah. That's all. That's kind of mentioned in the roadmap as well. So on heroic, they are planning to have like unique move sets, exclusive loot just for heroic, which we're talking as a chat yesterday about like what could potentially come in as unique loot to incentivize people to do the heroics. And what if, hear me out here, sets for armor. Epic and legendary armor sets. Instead of just armor pieces. My brothers, they might be able to do it. They might have low enough hanging fruit. Oh, be real, that is such high potential, excuse you. Such high potential in my opinion. If they bring in armor sets that are like class specific, that bring in augments based on weapons, because then you could have a warrior and priest available set, available for both classes, right? but it augments the weapons that are available with that. Doesn't really change your class builds much, but you're pairing the armor sets with weapon sets. So if you get a 3 set for, I don't know, we'll say B build, and then a 2 set for another build over the course of your setups, you might be able to run 2 weapons in conjunction off of those armor sets that just bring an immense amount of benefit with it. Also, meta, you see there how I just kind of like move back and forth, and then the purple lines aren't really a large issue with it. It's more just like stand in one spot, bait out the purple line, and then once it goes by, you just kind of avoid that. Yeah. Super chill. Jewel sets, armor sets, effects of peak. Yep. I would love that so fucking much as just an ascended grind. Now again, I really want to be able to get into forced group play. Not forced, but forced for the hardest content. I am a firm believer in both inclusive and exclusive content existing, you know, beside each other in parallels. So when looking at inclusive and exclusive content, the inclusive content becomes the normal level dungeons as progression, the hard mode dungeons as a, hey, higher level version, but not the hardest. And then your heroic becomes the exclusive where it's like, hey, better bring a group, better bring a proper group, and better bring a group that's ready to fucking blast, right? And I really hope that there's just a smidge of that vibe in here. It doesn't need to be the entirety of the game, but I do think having no multiplayer, like, incentivization right now, if we're being honest, could definitely be regarded as a detriment in a lot of people's minds. But they still have so much time to cook. They genuinely do. The early access isn't expected to end anytime soon, nor are people really pushing for it to end anytime soon, because the gameplay that they've got here is actually so phenomenal. And I think people are more frequently than not having an immense amount of fun cooking other builds and trying other things. I mean, for example, even with this build, earlier today, I was running a different shield than I am now. I switched back over to my crab shield because large crab shield enjoyer here. And crab shield absolutely fucks with this build just as much as Dom does, especially since we're building our stacks. So there's a lot of damage that you can do with a lot of builds. There's so much customizability. It's so nice. Hard group content that requires a priest, a warrior, and DPS. Yeah, I mean, even not necessarily in the realm of forcing that Trinity structure, but even think about it from a perspective of like something like this. I could change up my talents, and with a slight change up of my talents, I could find myself a full tank build. I could find myself something that's more raw DPS-y. I could find myself something that's potentially more healy for the group. Combine that with like rune augments for your abilities as well. I could throw on more damage to my Q if I wanted to. I could throw on more heals to my E instead of the consecrated effect. I could effectively customize this build however I want it, and I have a mix of mitigation, additional damage, and healing throughout my runes that makes the build just function very, very, very fluidly through a lot of content. And by a lot, I mean literally every form of content that I've run into so far. It's functioned smooth. So, think higher difficulty content like greater rifts where you can always push far solo, but push even further with a group. If they do their rift structure similar to Diablo 3, I think it is a huge win as well, if I'm being honest. Yeah, group rifts, solo rifts, different tile layouts, and mob spawns for the rifts themselves, so you can just repeat the content like mad. I think that is, again, like low-hanging fruit that just adds to the game itself, because that inherently, right, I talk about inclusive and exclusive forms of content. Rifts are an inclusive form of content in the lower level rifts and the more accessible rifts. And if you run a greater rift type system where the level of rifts just keeps increasing to no end based on performance, then you have the exclusive content of people wanting to push up for leaderboards and push up for a higher level of completion and reward on that rift system. You've fucking got it. There is a reason why I myself am really excited about what they're cooking up here. Because with their roadmap, I think they're targeting a lot of the right things from other MMOs that have done those things well. Or not even other MMOs, but other MMOs, other games that have done those things well, like, in their own regard, right? And I think there is plenty of potential for these systems to be brought in a seamless way. Greater Rifts are basically Mythic Pluses in WoW. It's the same system. Bring that over here, and you put some modifiers on the higher Rifts as you go up, or just increase the difficulty of it through a timer modifier and shit. Brother, you're pumping. Druid will def have a healer build. Yeah, the healer builds are just interesting, because even right now as a priest, I don't have any, like, targeted heals. It feels a little strange, if I'm being honest, but did they up the Lego drops? Literally just got Twin Pillar Mace's Lego first run for the day. Go fuck yourself. And congratulations. I can vouch, they have not upped the legendary drops. I got 2 Legos today. I hope you stub your toe the next time you stand up and walk out of your room. If you have kids, I hope they left a Lego somewhere. Maybe you left some shoes out, you trip over the shoes. Don't get hurt or anything like that, that'd be rude. But some mild inconveniences, you know? Nope, open the door, maybe jam your pinky on the door or something like that. Just mild inconvenience. Are they good legendaries? I shouldn't ask, it's just gonna make me sad. But I haven't found a single legendary yet. Like, actually not one. And I'm living vicariously through all of you, the people with good luck. Because I can tell you that I do not have that same level of luck. And it genuinely pains me every single day that I exist on this earth that I do not have that level of luck, brother. It consumes me at my core. And I am so incredibly sad about it. I got a Lego Thornlace and a Lego Toothpick. Jesus fucking Christ. I was thinking they increased the drops. Bro, if they did, then I didn't get that update. I'll be real. I didn't get put on that same goddamn build. I swear to God. I am still in the same pit of misery that I have been the entire playtesting. I have not found a singular legendary the entire playtest. I have no idea what I have done to scorn the overlords, but I have very clearly done something to scorn the overlords. And I just want to say that I am sorry. Oh, you fucking rat pieces of shit. I am sorry. I understand what I've done, and I understand the seriousness of the situation. But goddamn, bro, I gotta at least get one at this point. Dismantle something fully upgraded. Does it give back more mats? I haven't tried that yet. Can't say 100%. Not gonna bullshit you. Would rather say I don't know and see if anybody's tried it yet than lie to you. I haven't tried it yet. I haven't upgraded anything and then dismantled it. Bro, upgrade mats are tedious to farm. You gotta go out to the Crimson farm to get those bad boys. It's kind of toxic. I don't think so. I tried and it did. Thank you for your service. We appreciate you, 07 brave soldier. We will remember your sacrifice forever and into eternity. On to Valhalla. Oh, fuck me. I went back in too soon, boys. I done fucked up. Blocks key. I do like that the block is just 200 damage anytime it procs. And I also am not quite sure if it has an internal cooldown right now, which is one of the strongest things when it is actually building frequently. According to the thumbnail, like the description, is supposed to have a 35-second ICD, but it just doesn't, which, cool with me. If I'm being honest, I have literally no complaints there, because I just get extra 200 damage instances very frequently. When everybody else was running Dom like crazy, I was over here just running my crab shield, and I'm like, guys, depth shield is one of my favorite abilities in the entire game right now. It's incredibly safe. The crab shield proc is an AoE that does blast and is frequently up. I switched to Dom for the past couple of days to give it a spin, and like going back to crab, I stand by the fact that crab just feels better. Always has. I think Dom just puts out larger apparent number for people, and it gets a ton of credit when people are just focused on maybe something slightly different than they should be with the scaling. And a lot of people are valuing just high number ooga booga go boom. But man, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen many things that are like as cozy and consistent as this is. Uh-oh. Almost threw that running in for the kill. I thought that was gonna be a lot smoother. 50 crap runs today and no legendary, so I'd say fuck go. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Not having the best luck out here, Kimasabe. Not doing the best on my end. I'm not even finding epics today. Like, I think I've effectively been nerfed at this point in time. I don't know if there's like a diminishing return around specifically my luck running one thing over and over again, but it definitely seems like there may be. Not gonna be keeping the dom. I think I've just got to return to the hive, brother. I think pollination season is done. I think it's time to go back and enjoy the honeys of our labor. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad I stuck it out. From day one, I knew crab shield on top, crab shield OP, and they didn't believe me. They wanted to hate. Well, guess who believed? God did. God did. And now, we have nothing to worry about other than success, chat. Literally suffering from success. Definitely be keeping... What? What does that even mean? Are you calling me old? Brother, not even 30. And I'm allergic to bees. Part of the reason I want the bee build to be fixed so bad is because I literally almost died to a bee when I was a kid. Like, ended up in the back of an ambulance all like I was basically hitting like a Hunter feign death. And they like shot me up with like epinephrine and I think like fucking fent or some shit. And I came back and I'm obviously vibing now, unfortunately for some people, all things considered. But basically, excuse me, I really want to be able to take control over this. I want to be the overlord of the bees. This is a personal thing for me. My brother came into chat when he saw the build for the first time. Yo, Ragnar. What up, dude? Thank you for 23 months. I appreciate you. I'm faster than the TTS. What up, dude? I can't be stopped. Literally faster than the TTS. This shit is a different level of it. Let me tell you what. Different level of commitment from the DustyWhy. I am here for the people. I'm happy to be here for the people and thankful for your 23 months, dog. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. But yeah, so I'm like, my brother came in and he was like, the irony of you running a bee build right now. I am bee overlord. I will not be disrespected. Hi, soldier boy. You look like Jensen. Bro, that's the second time in 2 days. Not that it's a bad thing. We were discussing this, but like Jensen Ackles is probably one of the least problematic actors that we were able to think of right off rip. I don't really think he has any controversies. He's not on any lists that we know of or anything like that. Like, we're pretty sure that he's relatively one of the good ones. Now, I can't vouch too much. I don't know his personal character or anything like that. I haven't interacted with him. But from what we gathered, it's not the worst thing. I also get Luka Modric a lot, who is a European footballer, not a footballer, but a footballer, soccer player. So I get that one as a common one too. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't even watch, it's The Boys, right? I don't even watch The Boys, I'm gonna be real. I'll be completely real. Dark Angel was a catastrophe of a show. Bro, I am so uncultured when it comes to like modern TV. I'll be real, the thing that I could most throw down on and discuss is the current season of fucking Survivor. I don't have the capacity to get deeply into viewing cycles of shows that are just constantly dropping more. Because I stream so much. Dark Angel was popular, what, like 2000? The fuck? I don't think I had TV in 2000. We're poor as fuck. We had a Magnavox floor model TV that the power button was pushed in on. So whenever someone would lose the remote, we had to keep like the inside ink cartridge of a pen next to the TV to push the like, you know, depressed power button basically, so we could actually reach it. That is what I remember about our TV experience, and my mom was always watching soap operas type shit. Basically just Jessica Alba being a superhuman who randomly decided, who randomly had to bang a dude. Wait, what do you mean had to bang a dude? Like, she would go into heat. So she'd like hit an enrage timer where she just like had to get piped? It was actually a plot line. So she would... What is this, Goon Woman? The fuck is this? And what specifically, like... I know I might be examining the plot too deep. But like, what's stopping her from just like lady jerking off? Was that a plot hole that was ever discussed? Like, why couldn't she just actually goon? Is it... Does a superhuman body distinct between, like, can it tell between the two? Draw the green.
Together.
Look at the prime. It was a drive to breed, not get off. Okay, hear me out. So you know how, like, Ghoul in Fallout carries around his little, like, you know, his medicine? Why wouldn't Jessica Alba just carry around cummies? Like, she's in heat and then she basically just pops a potion and gets active? I feel like I've just solved the entire plot of the show. The writers are literally putting in no effort. I feel like you could just have, like, you know, a drip feed of cummies constantly, and then you would be fine. A doctor came up with a drug like that. Yeah, it's come and go. Exactly. It made her less powerful. Why? How would that... It's literally fulfilling the need for it. I feel like this is a substantial plot hole. It was 2000 sci-fi. Right, but that doesn't mean that we could leave plot holes and examine that. I see why it didn't make it into 2020 sci-fi. It seems like there were substantial plot holes associated with it. You literally just could have had come and go. And your come and go could have kept her, like, strong at all points in time through a minor cutscene. 95% of the entertainment value of that show was Jessica Alba being hot. Right, but what about Jessica Alba being hot with pocket cummies? I feel like it would have made it to 2020 if it just shored up some of these plot lines. I don't really watch it. I might give it a, you know, a little meander, all things considered. I do like some of the things that I have heard here so far. That was 26 years ago. Surely 26 years ago people were gooning. What is a pocket cummy? If you have to ask, my friend, you're not in a position to know. I think it's for your own sake at this point that we just allow you to remain in your spot of blissful ignorance. Because once you go pocket cummy, you don't go back to the inconvenience of no pocket cummies. It's like, you remember how sometimes people used to, like, keep their car keys in their, you know, in their hand or around their neck on a lanyard, and then everybody realized they could just keep it in their pocket? Same concept. Same concept. What does the patch include? Dupe fixes and, quote, several other important bug fixes. And just fixes in general. So, in terms of specificities, no idea. But according to what they have said in Discord, very, 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 very large patch that will hopefully address a lot of pain points. I don't know if I'd say very large, but I'll give it large patch that will hopefully address some pain points, bring in some very major bug fixes, which again, incredibly important to have those brought in. If you don't have bug fixes brought in at any point, then those things are allowed to exist. Drop tables are kind of borked in certain instances right now. So they do absolutely have some things that do need attention, more or less. And fortunately, it seems like they are more than willing to give the things the attention that actually need the attention, which I think is a W, all things considered. I think that is great. So I'm hoping... I don't know what a pocket cummy is, and I'm scared to Google it. I don't even know if Google will get you a return on that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not quite sure if Google will have any information on that. This is like This is a homebrew tech. I'm not, this isn't like, you guys need to understand, I don't plan out anything that I say on stream at any point. You guys get multiple hours of unfiltered yap every single fucking day. All the time, no matter what. There is like no filter here because it's not like I have a, uh-oh, I'm dead. Uh-oh, uh-oh. All right, everything's fine. It's not like I have a boss or anything like that. No board to answer to, fully funded till launch. I just kind of get to like chill. Just imagine a little vibrating egg. Stop, you weren't supposed to spoil it. Thank you. Hidden level cap increase coming? I think it's too early for that, if I'm being real. Google did indeed explain pocket coming. Well, now I'm curious. What did Google say? One surprise, there was a Dark Angel reference in a chat with 139 people. Didn't think 139 people watched the show. Probably didn't, if I'm being honest. If I had to guess. 500 crab runs, and I just now discovered you can glitch the boss if you position him behind one of the pillars for when he tries to walk towards mid. Wait, is that what people have been doing for their crab runs? Does he not just smash the pillar? Is it only during his fixate that he smashes a pillar? Because that's kind of crazy. So you do one phase of crab, pop the pillar out, and then just put him behind the pillar. That's so fucking cooked. Doesn't smash it when he tries to phase. All right, hopefully that's fixed tomorrow, because that's definitely on the cooked side, if I do say so myself. Golly, brother, what the fuck? That is most definitely a big yikes from me, if I do say so myself. And a legendary shield drops. Honestly, fuck you. But also, I'm glad it's not the thing you wanted. I hope you feel my hatred. Gonna give myself a mount real quick. No! That's not good. He does eventually skirt around the pillar. Haven't been able to get him to stay stuck on it. Card. Are you hooked? What are your thoughts so far? What are your thoughts? I must know. Does it have the chef card seal of approval? Because, brother, I'm having a goddamn blast with it. I think the balance in builds right now is a lot better than you would expect from something that's very much like, hey, this is an early access, it's all gonna be fucked. I've been having quite a good time with it. So, good for clams? Wait, what the fuck? Lego clam slamming? Yo, clam slam goes so fucking hard, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, it is just, it's so fucking good. I wish that I was kidding, but clam slamming is one of the better range builds across multiple classes right now. Like, I should say just both classes right now that it's available for. Shit's stinky, brothers. Absolute stank, if I do say so myself. Nice. Anytime I can kill them before the honey goes down, it's just a huge benefit. Well, the hate for Judgment Axe. Judgment Axe is just strong as shit, dog. Because Judgment Axe two-hander, right? That's the one that gives a 25% bonus damage to anything that's immune to CCs. So a lot of people just think that it's like OP as fuck that you just get a free 25% damage. Because, like, it's strong. I don't necessarily think it's like, oh my god, freak out, you know, break the game type shit. But just having a free 25% damage without anything else considered off of a weapon to all bosses is really strong. Legendary yet? Nope. Good thing is everybody else in chat is getting theirs, though. I hate it here. It's actually going to feel so rewarding if I do find a legendary Bee Fury. Like, it's going to feel so fucking good. Unfortunately, I don't know when that's going to be. I'm glad that there's no, like, pity number on it, though. I would genuinely hate it if I was just like, well, this many more until I get a guaranteed one. That would ruin this grind and make it way less enjoyable, just my personal opinion. I like the fact that I'm out here struggling through it. Good arsenal weapon, complete charge is the main weapon, at least for solo. Yeah, but it's just like the arsenal weapon. Like that and, in my opinion, spear are, I think, the two strongest arsenals at this point in time. Just overwhelmingly. And I don't even consider spear as a main hand weapon. You're probably using ram over spear in your main hand and any ram spear build because you want to have the shield with it as well. But man, oh man, There are definitely a couple of arsenal weapons that are just far above pretty much every other arsenal weapon that exists. Again, not that it's a bad thing, because balance is going to come in and constantly tweak things. But you can definitely tell which ones are the stronger ones. It'd be funny if there is a pity system, but you're dodging that as well. You really hate to see it. Judgment, Sphere, Cheeseman are all good. That's why they're in most builds. Yeah. 1000% agree. I think there are also weapons that are slept on, though. Judgment's good. Spear's good. Cheeseman's good. Bee Fury's good. I think Pocket Hive still has conditional good situations. Unfortunately, it's a little bugged right now. But even Pocket Hive. I've enjoyed Pocket Hive. The damage output from it is still good if you can get the bee summoned. Wing Sabers are good. The fist weapons are good. Ramulus and Ramus. God, like, most things are good. Genuinely, Pocket Hive's a great arsenal too. Yeah, fuck with it heavy. Most weapons are good. Like, let's be honest. Most weapons are good. I think the game's really fun, but it's not a finished game clearly. If they can deliver what's on their roadmap, it'll be a great game. Need PvP at a minimum. No, I agree. And I think if they can bring in interesting PvP that is retentive for players, has good opt-in systems with great reward for those that choose to opt in, and they have the balance of you can access this when you want to, but you're also not forced to be a part of this all the time if you don't want to be. I think that's the dichotomy. And having the accessible PvE content where any type of player can come in and feel like they can complete the content, while also having the hardest, most exclusive content being incentivized as a group-based thing. All right, hold on. What type of weapon is a bee summon? It is a one-handed sword, and then the actual summon mechanism is a two-handed mace. Not ranged summoner? Yeah, no, not ranged summoner. If you want something that's kind of like ranged adjacent. Oh god, I don't think there are many like ranged adjacent summoners right now. Theoretically, you don't have to run Bee Fury and a shield. You could run anything else and just run Pocket Hive in your offhand. The biggest thing about Bee Fury is that it puts up a shield around you anytime you use a weapon ability that deals damage and has a chance to poison, and you just want to be doing more instances of damage, because with Pocket Hive, it's a chance on taking or dealing damage to get a stack. At 10 stacks, you summon a bee. When you summon a bee, every bee has their duration extended by 3 seconds. So it's this cycle of doing more instances of damage, stacking up dots, bleeds, whatever it may be, right? So even if I were to switch on Pocket Hive, like, right now, this build still does a bunch of instances of damage, but not having that constant Pocket Hive damage going out, or not, sorry, Pocket Hive, Bee Fury damage going out is going to be Sag, and Bee Fury is incredibly strong because of Hive Sunder. Support class builder. I mean, honestly, that is kind of a supporty class right now, if I'm being real. Most of what you're doing is pressing abilities, making sure healing and sustain is there. And then you're summoning bees that do a lot of your damage for you. Now, you are still going to want to auto-attack and, like, you know, build and spend on your combo. But it's a real accessible build. And in terms of, like, full supports, there's not really anything at this point, at least that I've run into, that's a full dedicated, you know, you're just healing the group type shit. There are weapons that lean into group heals a little bit more, but definitely far from a full dedicated, like, you heal group exclusively type beat. You know what I mean? What do I want to throw in? Part of me wants to throw in the sunlight damage, but I would have to take away Zealous Fighter. And that makes me quite sad. Makes me quite sad. This spec is just optimizing so many stats all at once. And my crit chance scales up like fucking crazy during combat too. Like my fervor and crit are so high in combat if I'm upkeeping my bugs. Shit's fucking crazy. So, dude, what are you getting up to? How many legendaries have you found? I feel like dedicated isn't necessarily what they're going for. You can make a supporty style and have other aspects like increased damage taken on enemies currently. Yep, exactly. Like a supporty type beat, but you're still independent and functional within that supporty type beat. Hoofsy, hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. You've been spending time outside? Because I have been spending time outside planting a lot of stuff. Just a type player that'll grind and min-max all types of content, but only to set up PvP builds. Game will hold me without repeatable PvP action. Yeah, I mean, something to keep in mind too. Dedicated gear for PvP. Eventually, TM. What that means, we don't really know. It could always change. But we don't really know what the PvP structure for gearing is even going to look like. It's all up in the air, brother. It's all so, like, question marky right now. It's real interesting. Only been watching your stream, so I found 0. Go fuck yourself. I'm going to smoke to that. Sure, Talents, again, still working on my build, but want to test out other builds. Yeah, of course. So this one is primarily built around, again, the most instances of damage possible. Now, if you really want to, I do like having the attacks with an additional chance to crit strike, because off of your attack, your smite, which is your combo attack, resets a cooldown of Ramveil and makes it instant if this critically strikes. So an extra 8% chance to reset the cooldown on Ramveil and have that crit strike coming in is great. There are also like force crits that you can throw in if you are using a weapon skill that empowers your next 3 attacks, forcing a crit. So you don't necessarily need that, but it is really consistent. You can, if you're feeling comfortable, I'll do this fight with the 25% increased sunlight damage instead of the crit and kind of show the difference there. But the biggest thing with this is you get the fervor, 4%, all 3 of these up at the top, so empowers your sunlight like crazy. This makes all of your attacks for 6 seconds after a sunlight consumption do 15% increased damage, or 15% of your faith as magic damage, I should say. This puts a burn if it critically hits. This increases a crit strike by 20%. This increases the damage by 25%. So basically, this is all about sunlight. If you're not critting enough, you can throw this in. If you want to play entirely attack crit based, then you can go there as well. And testing is that crit strike. Found any of the last talent points haven't been impactful enough to justify the other slots. Agreed. Especially like Solar Devotion is probably the most intriguing to me, but even then we're able to build so much sunlight so frequently. So the big thing for me right now is if I want more sunlight procs, then if I want to build more on sunlight, then I go Radiance. If I want to have more consistent crit, then I go Zealous Fighter. But effectively, same vibe. It gives really solid damage, really solid sustain, just a really good overall functioning build. And I'm going to run something other than Ram in my main hand. My goal is B Fury main hand, Pocket Hive offhand when the bugs are fixed, but there are just too many bugs associated with it. I'll also run B Trinket instead of Raclette Pan, but unfortunately, we're waiting on bug fixes. Hopefully some tomorrow with that. I would enjoy that. Is a hammer worth farming? Which one? I want Ram or the two-hander? Because, like, either way, probably yes. Amon? Yeah, I mean, Amon Ram is super strong. I think if anything on Amon Ram were to get nerfed, it's not going to be a build breaker for it. I think it would just get slight tweaks. I think it's strong, but it's not busted. Amon Ram, really consistent choice for people as well. I do like pretty much every weapon in the game, though. I'm going to be real. There aren't many weapons that I just haven't enjoyed at their core and that I felt like I was wasting my time playing or anything like that. I do think their weapon design and their class customization is just quite solid overall at this point in time. I've been having fun with it. Where to get your blues? Just running bosses. Honestly, I still need to get one more green ring. I have had terrible luck trying to farm for another crit ring. So that'll help me. I could get crit or I could get get fervor on it. Literally either way, I'd be happy with it. But in terms of blue armor, just boss fights. If you need a boss fight early on and you don't have the scaling, I would recommend excuse me. I would recommend Hanisabeth. And with Hanisabeth, you can do level 19 baseline. Why be Fury over Fire Spear? Solo content related. Fire Spear shield seems OP. Yeah, I mean, Spear is very strong, if I'm being honest. Like, it's very, very, very strong. It's most people's choice for the meta, if I'm being honest. It's just because the level of difference between the two isn't really that high. This build is at 0 risk of dying. Spear offhand is at 0 risk of dying. I also think that Spear is more at risk of being nerfed and having some internal cooldowns coming in. So when I am building, part of what I try to keep in mind is that everything balance-wise is going to change like crazy. So run 3 minutes all the time, so Spear seems better for that anyway right now. Yeah, I mean, the big thing is that Spear's just cozy for people. So when you're looking at B Fury, you're getting a constant 10% armor, constant life leech, constant chance to poison for another instance of damage, and you're taking damage every 2 seconds because this is always up, no internal cooldown, refreshes on every single weapon ability use. And then Hive Sunder is insane. Hive Sunder is one of the best abilities in the game. It strips 40% of enemy magic resistance for 10 seconds on an 18-second cooldown, and you gain that. Just straight up 40%. It's so fucking good. So throwing that in the offhand, especially when I'm looking at, when I look at the rest of the build, I went back over to Crab Shield because I like Crab Shield more than Dominion. Crab Shield's magic damage and magic damage. I have Fizz damage there, sure, but magic damage, and then magic damage, magic damage. I'm primarily magic damage at this point in time. So having a Sunder go out before I drop a full combo on a boss or on any mob is just really impactful as well. So there's really I don't think there are many bad routes that you can go with our gearing. And my ideal build still isn't even this. Once bugs are fixed, I'm gonna have excuse me, I'm gonna have Bee Fury in my main hand, then I'm gonna have Pocket Hive in my arsenal slot. So that way I'm just shitting out bees, and then I'm holding a Flower Heart, so that way I can throw that on over a Clep Pan, and then I can just summon a shitload of bees. You're stacking Magic Pen, been running strength because of physical damage from random attacks. Pen's kind of like one-dimensional. So, in my opinion, Pen's great if you feel tanky enough, if you feel like you need absolutely nothing else. Fervor is insane for a priest just because it increases damage, healing, shielding of skills by that %, just straight up. And it reduces your damage taken. So, even from a Pen standpoint, right? If I have high Pen, that's kind of what I'm using Hive Sunder for. Strips 40% of magic res. So that's effectively 40% flat magic pen. So even there, I'm at 56.6. I don't really need to stack magic pen because already there I'm stripping such a large % of their armor that the remaining benefit from stripping, them from 40% armor to 30% with an extra 10% is better invested in 10% flat damage, healing, and shielding at that point, or getting more crit chance so I can facilitate more just general bop crits. However, Ram, again, great for guaranteeing crits as well, as long as you're staggering some of your attacks. So there are just, again, so many good ways to play. But I found that Pen, especially running Bee Fury, it's kind of a redundancy, right? It's good, but Pen only gets through armor. It's not going to be a 1-to-1 damage increase, but I don't know what the actual armor or magic defense is. There's not enough data, know what I mean? Regardless, game's so fun. Yeah, that's the big thing. People have kind of extrapolated based on damage done to dummies through abilities versus damage done to bosses through abilities in the same scenarios, and then figured bosses have this much mitigation percentage. So people have gone through that, and it's pretty easy to test because dummies confirmed have no armor. So you can hit a dummy with like an auto attack, and then you can hit a boss with an auto attack, and then you can extrapolate how much armor they have based on percentage mitigation roughly. But you have to be careful because this isn't like a linear amount, so you can't really figure out how much armor they have. Number-wise, you can figure out the percentage bit that they have, though. So, it's all just relative now. Could also have been on boss level relativity to you, but everything's going to be 20 in hard mode, so there's enough data to kind of extrapolate, but it is definitely like boots on ground work, which, hear me out, I actually fuck with so heavily. I love when things are not fully compiled and spreadsheeted and add-on. Gameler, thank you for following, dude. I love very much when this is where we're at, where it's all like theory crafting and discussion on like, oh, this feels good, the benefits of this and the benefits of this. There are different routes that you can go down. It's so much better than the WoW brain that exists. Geralt, hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. All right, hold on. I have to go check and see if Carla's awake because I think she fell asleep again. One sec. This is the one. I believe so much. This game has been a breath of fresh air. Thought I'd never run in a mode that hits all the right notes for me. Yeah, I mean, I do really hope that we get more of the true, like, MMO feel at some point soon, TM, right? That is going to be just a large point of enjoyment for me personally. That'll be a substantial game changer. But again, that's in the future, right? That will, whoops. That's not the best start. I wasn't paying attention. That is in the future. And as that continues to come in, I really do believe that they are going to have something special here that a ton of people are going to actively enjoy. I feel like we are already showing that, you know, through server issues, through early bugs and balance issues and build problems and loot table issues and acquiring crystal issues and all of the problems that we have run into so far, it's still just at its core such a fun concept. Gameler, thank you for the Prime Dog. And I have, again, I've been, those that know that I have been around to a lot of different MMOs in development. I am, either fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, making a name for myself as one of the in-development MMO guys. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a curse, but at the end of the day, I'm appreciative for the platform. Either way, I've been around at this point, and I've seen some successful, you know, baseline projects. I've seen some that definitely are going to seemingly encounter a little bit more difficulty throughout their journey. I feel as though this definitely has a solid baseline. Small dev team, lower cost, not a first-time product from the developers, so they have the ongoing support, resources, and accessibility to kind of like know what they're doing, and they have community-driven feedback that they have already responded to in the past with their other titles. They do have a solid baseline to build on, in my humble opinion here. Not that it's immediately saying this is going to be a, you know, 7 million player zeitgeist of a title, but they definitely have a little bit more experience than a first-time developer may. They have a humble start to this game, in my opinion, that isn't, bitch, can you get the fuck over here? They have a humble start that isn't built around, you know, incredibly grandiose or overly ambitious systems. I think they have a, you know, a very solid project. Do I think this is going to be the one that is taking on the whole, we're gonna redefine the MMO genre? No, I don't think that's gonna be it. But I do think this game, by its own regard, absolutely has a chance to have a very, sorry to burp, very solid dedicated player base, especially as it expands its systems in a more truly multiplayer shit. I can love FAREVER. Isn't it fun? Dude, it's just enjoyable. And I know that sounds so, like, simple to say, but it really puts into perspective how many people are playing games that have forgot that enjoyability of what you're playing is truly at the forefront. We've had so many good discussions about, like, oh, what build are you playing? Oh, cool, what do you like about that? Instead of a full element of like, oh, the build you're playing is dog shit and you're a fucking pussy-ass bitch for playing it. Run what I run or you're an absolute idiot. Like, it's just, it's such a pleasant experience in an otherwise unpleasant MMO world. In unfortunately too many scenarios, man. I think the MMO world has very much forgotten what games are supposed to be. And very simply put, that is enjoyed. And I think too many people have kind of like, I don't know, forgotten the script, so to say. And we're just supposed to enjoy this shit. And as more content comes in, obviously, we'll be able to sweat more shit. We'll be able to do lots of plot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that one. That one. But as more replayable, as more difficult content comes in, it's gonna be fun. But a game designed to be fun. Yeah, who would have thought? Fun at the forefront, instead of sweat at the forefront. With the accessibility for us to sweat later on. Hear me out, I still feel like I've got plenty of appeal here on my personal side of things. I feel like I'm not down bad at all. I can still, you know, put together as S tier of a build or as F tier of a build as I want to, based on my own desires. with the build and with the game, right? I can run, I could literally go farm up a spear right now, and I could run Ram Spear. I have all of the makings for it. I have everything that I could possibly need, and I definitely have the capacity to do so. Thing is, I really like running this build. It's incredibly fun for me. And I don't really see a world where I'm not going to enjoy running the shit out of this build until my B build is fixed. And then once my B build is fixed, it's on to bigger and better things. Sorry. That's my bad. I should not have said that. We're not going down that route again. We're not going down that route, guys. We're not going down B puns for another day. I can't fucking do it. I have to farm this boss for my drops, not because I want to be here dropping B puns all day. Ideally, you get a legendary this month and then you use that. Yo, realistically, if I could pull a legendary before they decide to expand the fucking level cap, that would be phenomenal. Like, my expectations are low. But at some point in time, if I kill this annoying ass fucking boss enough, surely there is a world where I am destined to get a legendary, right? Just eventually. Hope we get Demon of Crimson dungeon soon, or the patch notes. No patch notes yet. They did say, let me get the word for word so I don't misquote. I have it pulled up on the other monitor. Resolve several important issues in the game. Several. So it seems like it's going to be quite a large series of fixes, if I'm being honest. I don't really see a world where they, like, lightly use the word several. That to me sounds like it would be, I don't know, overused, so to say, if it were a small patch. So that to me immediately gives me, like, very, very, very large banger of a patch vibes, which, based on their first patch as well, if they follow up on that, then we have reason to believe that this patch is actually going to fucking bang as well. So, like, all signs point to a slapper, and I'm hoping that they can follow through with it, because if they can, we are up so tremendous. If we get loot table fixes, if the crystal quest to turn in the hearts for your crystals to upgrade your epic and legendary to T4 and T5 becomes repeatable, so people can actually access that, we're up tremendous instantaneously without having to make 18 alts. That is, there's so much low-hanging fruit that they could potentially bring in that would improve the quality of the game so much. So much. Can't do more farming. Bored as fuck from the game. Over 200 hours. 350 to 400 runs on lot layers. 0 legendaries. Really go play Diablo or something. It's just ridiculous. I mean, to me, the fun is not knowing when I'm gonna get the legendary. I'll be real. Like, I also think when you're letting those that are duping ruin your experience in your own grind because they exist, it's almost like not working a job because somewhere out there somebody is committing a scam and making more money than we ever could, or a crypto rug pull, if that's not a scam to you. You know, anything like that. There are people that are making more money than we ever could on very unethical means. If you apply that mentality to everything, then you're going to stop yourself from doing literally everything in the world, because systems are meant to be exploited by certain people. And that's just the mentality of it. So, 2400 runs should secure like, oh, see, I disagree. As someone that still doesn't have a singular legendary, I'm in the same exact boat as you. But if there were a pity timer, the legendary wouldn't even have any value to it, because you would just run X amount of times and it would be an expectation of getting it by this time. There would be no element of like, okay, I myself have run well over the 100, you know, required, so to say, runs for a 1% drop rate. Still no legendary. Even my first legendary when it drops doesn't guarantee that it's going to be the right legendary for me. So for me, without a pity timer on it or anything like that, that brings in the level of, oh shit, I can actually grind for this legendary, and when I do get it, it is really, really, really rewarding. Everyone would have every legendary weapon for every boss. I think the highest rarity should feel like the highest rarity. And dupes aside, right? There are people that just have really good luck. I am not one of those people. Dupes are fucking annoying. We can absolutely acknowledge that without, you know, without devaluing the other side. Dupes are annoying as shit for anybody to deal with. And the fact that they exist is unfortunate, but they're also going to exist in pretty much like any game that has a loot system whatsoever, right? They just unfortunate, you know, byproduct of it. But effectively every game out there that has loot has some form of dupe or some form of unintended farming of aforementioned loot, just something that can be done. It's just the impact of it is higher in some games, lower in other games. And I think dupes and shit impact normal players less over here, because if I'm being honest, like, I've played everything that I have touched so far completely solo. I haven't done any group stuff because you don't really, like, need to. You know what I mean? The dupes don't impact me. When level cap expands, some people will be like, oh, well, the accumulated wealth. Okay, so what? How does that affect you? Oh, they can do a higher rift level than me. Okay. How does that affect you? Are you getting paid bonuses IRL to be the rank 1 rifter? Because, like, you're probably not going to be anyways. So, like, why give a shit? Oops, just lazy database management. I mean, maybe every game in the world has, like, lazy database management. But, like, I'm gonna be real. WoW has dupes and has had dupes since its existence. I don't know a singular game that has managed to stop dupes at any point in time. I don't really... I personally, in anything that I have played, have never played in a dupe-free environment, no matter what the game was. But referring to a stage 3 commit, it won't happen in MMO. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that means. You guys are nerds. You discuss your nerd shit. All I know is pretty much every game that I have ever played that has any form of, you know, loot system in a retained progression standpoint based on drop tables. Also bonus points if it has a player-to-player trading system. Oh, dupe city, bitch. Dupe city, bitch. Can't solve them all, but you can find them and fix the bug once that happens. Right, but it's a cat and mouse game. Like, it's kind of like, you know, trying to stop crime before it happens type shit. Kind of a little bit with stuff that's really telegraphed and the stuff that you actually catch. But there's a whole lot that's going to happen instantaneously that's going to be an, oh shit, well, we didn't think this was going to happen. It's the same thing, right? Like, responding to dupes will happen, but I'm also not a game developer, right? But there's a triage list of things that get fixed from a consumer standpoint, where it's like, okay, this is clearly a game-breaking issue, so I can expect this thing to get fixed faster. This thing is clearly not as game-breaking, so I can expect it to be fixed slower. It's not a really, you know, not a huge deal. Maybe next week it gets fixed, maybe next month it gets fixed type shit. I feel like there are priorities to certain things, and they're putting out a fix attempt, or an attempted fix for the dupe literally tomorrow, according to what they've said in Discord. So that's a quick fix in my opinion. Keeping in mind, small dev team. We're getting a patch for the dupe, God, probably like a week's time after it was actually more so publicized. But join our guild. Well, how am I gonna join your guild when I have my guild? What do you mean, brother? What do you mean? I appreciate you, though. I appreciate you. Reality is it's not worth their time to invest in making a secure system, which is why I said lazy. I mean, does that mean Blizzard's lazy? Like, does that just mean every game developer in human history is lazy? Again, I don't really know much about game development, nor do I pretend to. But I struggle to think that it's just laziness why they allow dupes to exist in games and kind of like cook economies, so to say. I have a hard time going with that route. I just think it's more a cat and mouse thing. So current pre-spill talents. Right now I'm basically running around Sunlight as much as possible. So all 3 at the top, 2 points into Fervor, 2 points into radiance for increased sunlight damage, 2 points into oppressive rays for sunlight crit, and then when it crits, 50% increased damage dealt over 6 seconds. So basically just scaling every bit of sunlight that I possibly can, proccing it as much as humanly possible because you can really just pump that shit. And then with Ram, you are also just popping off your 1 very, very frequently. Judgments are super quick. It's really, 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 really solid build, if I'm being honest. I have had an immense amount of fun with it. But I will be going back to my B build once I get... Honestly, Talons will stay really similar, if not the exact same for B build, if I'm being real. But the B build will have B Fury in my main hand, and then I'll have Hive in my offhand, Pocket Hive. Or, sorry, my Arsenal slot. So, it'll be similar. All things considered, it'll just be summoning a shitload more bees instead of me doing directly all of the damage. But a lot of the damage is still going to be quite similar. I just won't have my 1 popping up every 3 seconds. Which will be a slight game changer for me, but all things considered, not the end of the world. Laziness is just not important. Yeah, no, I would more so agree there. This is pretty replicatable for the crab prison. Posted another... Go to the Discord. Wait. So, walking the crab into the pillar is cooking it. God fucking damn it. God damn it. I'm sure they'll fix the pathing on it, though. At some point in time, TM. Maybe that comes in tomorrow with the several important issue fixes. Again, I have zero fucking idea what they genuinely, like, what they actually have planned for it. I hope that it is a huge bangaroni of a patch. I have no insider info whatsoever on my end. I wish I did. I have no rats here. If there is anybody here that would like to be my internal source, please feel free. I'm accepting all interested applicants that want to leak me information. But until that's established, I might be a little lacking in that department. So, you know, we'll address that at another point in time for sure. But I'm gonna spell infinitesimally. I don't know what the fuck. My dad works at Shiro Games. B-Build's gonna be fixed. My dad is Shiro. He is. He doesn't even do games. They took his inspiration. They took his name. Leaking the info, but it'll be wrong. I mean, honestly, what's that make me? Just 99% of content creators just happily spewing the wrong information out, giving people shitty information to go off of, and then just refusing to acknowledge that they gave out bad information at any point in time. I feel like that would actually help my YouTube channel grow a lot. If it gets clicks, though, is it even wrong? If my YouTube build guide is clickbaity enough to be the #1 build guide, is it not instantaneously the best build in the game? Brother, I feel like we are on the same tech here. I feel like we understand, but the normies don't understand. God fucking damn it. I hate that meta of content, man. I just want to hop on and chill and enjoy my existence. And then fucking goofballs like that exist. And they make way more money than me. Those rats. Those rats. Maybe I just start clickbaiting you guys every single day. I'll just do like game shutting down, exclamation point, question mark. Love the content. Yeah, don't lie to me. Don't butter me up. We're going clickbait route, baby. Bruh, I actually might if I don't get a legendary today. Like, also, somebody came in and said that they came in a few days ago and I was doing this same dungeon. Yes. And I will continue doing it until I brute force the legendary that I need. I have not found a singular legendary over the existence of this character whatsoever. 0, Goose Egg. Zilch, Love and Tennis. Nil. Void. Basically, you know, the net 0 integer. I have no idea. Just got a legendary on my second run. I hope you stub your toe. Thank you, my good man. I appreciate your support. It means the world. It means the world. Thank you for being here. God fucking damn, what is with these people? How are you so lucky? Why am I cursed, brother? What do you mean on your second run, my dog? That's genuinely like so fucking... I don't know. I don't know how my streamer loot broke. I did nothing wrong. Yet I'm being treated like a goddamn criminal. Because why? I want to get a goddamn legendary? A succulent legendary? Like, what am I doing wrong, brother? What am I doing wrong? Are you familiar with Dracantos? Pixel art MMO, top-downy, old Final Fantasy type shit is the vibe that I immediately got. I don't know too much about it, but I have heard and seen some clips. Like, just some stuff in passing. I haven't really researched it too much to know depth of systems or anything, but I saw and got very, 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 like, retro gamey vibes from it, which was an interesting vibe. I'm not gonna lie. Not necessarily a bad one. Very interesting. Very interesting. And I'm not sure what the systems are, if it's supposed to be PvP, PvE, or anything in between. But I have heard ramblings of it. Yes. This build is buzzing and it's not even finished yet. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, you gotta link up with Nin for some YouTube algorithm management. I feel like we might be onto something here. Does the cannon hit me? Feel the pain for the grind, hope we can get it together. Oh, brother. Genuinely, if we can somehow pull off this miracle, I am incredibly happy for both of us. Because right now we are down bad. We're down incredibly, incredibly, incredibly bad. And all we can do is continue to prage, man. That's all we can hope for. Excuse me. I need to get through that, and it will take a little bit of damage, I'm sure. Thank you. That actually helped me so much. Oh, that one didn't really help that much. It's kind of excessive. I'm gonna play the beta this weekend for Dracantos. I didn't have any immediate plans to, but I mean, you never really know what the future holds, if I'm being honest. I'm kind of obsessing over FAREVER right now. And I don't necessarily know the most about Dracantos, again, to like hype myself or my community up for it. So I would have to do a little bit more research before really like emphatically hopping into it. FAREVER has just been so fun for me to get accustomed to and to figure out. Like, it's been amazing. Up to 90 runs on this dumb SB, no legendary. Oh, brother. I have no legendary on my character at all. Pain is a part of this progression, and you simply cannot avoid the pain. You will become one with the pain. Star Citizen could be peak. I am far too poor for Star Citizen, brother. I got declined for a mortgage by an underwriter this year. You think I'm in a spot to play Star Citizen? You think I got that level of guap? You see my sub count. You can do math. You do math. You know I don't make any money. It's free this week. Yeah, but then I have to have boats. Or ships. Space boats. I have to have my boats. You know I have multiple Star Citizen accounts. You know I'm disappointed in you in multiple ways. Free means free to fly. Right, but doesn't that just mean I get absolute butt cheeks ass to fly in? Because if you say it's a Tesla free to drive weekend, and then I show up to the dealership and it's little remote control Teslas, then I'm gonna be a lot less hype. Do you see the guy in Discord yesterday that found a unique? Okay? What do you mean? The Polaris, check it out. What, the ship? But Star Citizen. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, enough people told me to kill myself when Ashes died. I don't know if I'm trying to like... I don't know if I'm trying to go back there. I don't know if I'm ready to stream something that's about to fall off again. I'm not gonna lie. We finally stopped having the DMs come through. Everybody's chilled the fuck out finally. It's been a wonderful couple of months since then. Star Citizen not your type of game. Don't you just fly around all day and kind of like RP as a Star Trooper or some bullshit? Check their revenue? Well, yeah, because they have sugar daddies like out the wazoo. And they monetize everything to shit. Like, it's expensive as Hellington. There's a reason why I've always just immediately scoffed at it. But yeah, they definitely, like, I don't think their developers have to worry about any, like, you know, payments or anything like that. 40 million a month. Yeah, but also check, like, mobile game titty gotcha games. Check their revenue. They're making more than Star Citizen is. So, if we're valuing it just off of that, why don't I just go play titty games? Honestly, don't sound like the worst. If I'm being completely real with myself. Doesn't sound too terrible at all. Chat. We have a new route of content we're going down. Sponsored Titty Tuesdays. Ultra. What up, brother? Any Legos? No. Pain and suffering is all I know. The cold embrace of death comes for me soon. Play titty games off stream. Why off stream? Then I couldn't do sponsored titty segments. I feel like that's just leaving money on the table. And I feel like you can never leave money on the titty table. Leisure Suit MMO. Is Leisure Suit naked? Is that like birthday suit? Pew! What are we on here? Most money funnels down into all the bad parts of society. I would rather, at this point, all of my tax money go directly to the actual IRL Walter White equivalent than give a single dollar in any way, shape, and form to Amazon Games for game development. That may be me accepting the lesser of two evils, but I'm willing to do it, and I'm willing to stand on that business. I am so far done with any bit of money going to Amazon Games. The fact that they can exist, I have lost faith in pretty much everything else as a bad part of society. I think every part of society is more or less equal to or greater than Amazon Games. I don't know that there's much worse than Christoph Hartmann at the top of Amazon Games. I yearn for a world where they had any other executives in place whatsoever. I heard tits what I miss? Yeah, no, it was a one-time only thing. That's absolutely tragic. No, we're talking about revenue from Star Citizen, and then I brought up the counterpoint that, you know, big titty mobile gacha games are the omega revenue. And realistically, I can just go play one of those. And then honestly, the thing about Star Citizen is I bet there would be goddamn Whalingtons that watch streams. Like, that is my end all. Like, if it all breaks down and it just goes to shit and I go like the soulless creating content route, only desiring money, my goal is to go like over to Star Citizen, find the way to farm whales like I am an offshore fishing vessel, and then just retire. That's the immediate goal. We go over there, and every single day it's like, thank you for the $1 million dono. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you for the $17 trillion ship. I appreciate you. It's a mining vessel in Star Citizen. Whoa, wait. Is the most expensive thing a mining vessel? Hoofsy. No? Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying streaming is a mining vessel. Is the streaming gacha games like the ultimate infinite money glitch? Whales everywhere? Like, probably, if I'm being honest. So, the two ways to stream gacha games would probably be, number one, going down the degen route of sweating the shit out of the gacha games and spending such an exorbitant amount of money on the gachas that you need your chat to power the gachas, so the whales power you so you can absolutely sweat. Or being cute, bubbly, and big titties, either way. And then anytime you get something good, just go, yay! And then everybody will give subs when that happens. So, stream marbles to take bets, skimming off the top. Bro, IRL bets on marbles would be fucking crazy. I feel like Twitch and the FCC would have a slight problem with that, though. Make heaps? Bro, hear me out. If I, as a streamer, I'm just gonna say this. With the games that I have played in the past, got like a G2G affiliate code, I would have retired on a yacht with a helicopter pad by now. I would have bought Hoofsy a house if I had a G2G affiliate code at the time that I was streaming New World. Like, if I could have said, you know, code DustyWhy on g2g.com to save 10% on all of your New World Gold purchases of 250k or more, brother, I would have been actual, like, Mr. Beast levels of wealthy. Like, it would have made me generational bands. Carry that shit over to Ashes. Holy, you imagine if I got into the Finny referral program early, brother, the FRP, and I send people his way for a 25% off the top? Holy cannoli, we would have been up tremendous. Y'all want to talk about Ashes being an MLM? Let's talk about the FRP. God damn. God damn, brother. There's just some stuff that the people didn't even know of that was generating clams out the wazoo. Baby no money. Oh god, isn't Baby no money like getting shredded right now? Because of something like not compensating artists or something? All the schmeckles? Oh brother. I wouldn't even have to stream anymore. I would live off of the interest of residual G2G purchases. I would have trillions of monies. I don't think AI knows what Star Citizen is. Because when you ask it when its last update was, I think it says it was like 2013 or something like that. 3K for the Javelin. Wait, that's their most expensive? That's not that bad. Like, that's not as bad as I thought. Ninja back in the day made 100k a month just with Fortnite code for skins. Oh, he made more than, I guarantee at his peak he made more than 100k. Creators have posted their peak, like, Fortnite creator code earnings. Brother, that shit was bandos. Bandos at peak. Like, that was hundreds of thousands a month for the most used codes. You had people that had codes that were put in by accident, like people that had creator codes that were very similar to other creators that were making $10,000+ a month off of their fan bases, not theirs, but the actual creators, using the wrong code. There was so much money in that shit. I got more money off of my Fortnite creator code than I did off of Twitch when I was streaming Fortnite. It was wild. Granted, I was a very small Twitch streamer, but even then, how does a very small streamer get people to use their fucking creator code? Bro, it was clams. Clams. And it was just the Epic Games Store in general. So there was a Borderlands promotion for a while where I got 50% of all of the money that people, you know, spent on Borderlands when one of the new Borderlands had come out. And I had somebody that bought like the big pack on Borderlands and I got like 50 bucks from it. It was fucking sick. It was such a W. But that shit doesn't go crazy anymore. When are you making a crypto? Ashcoin. Ashcoin. Any idea what the patch is tomorrow? A lot of bug fixes. They have said several important issues in the game should be resolved tomorrow. Should. Hopefully. Hopefully. It starts even anything more than a bad tech demo. I think they have more systems in now. Like, I believe they added in raids and some other shit relatively recently. But even then, I think most of it is just travel time type shit. Are the servers more stable? Oh god, yeah. There haven't been stability issues at this point in, like, I think 4-ish days. Like, through the weekend, servers were smooth the entire time. I have been quite impressed, if I do say so myself, with them. I've had effectively no problems whatsoever. Today, everything's been fine. No, you know, instancing in and out issues, anything like that. Like, it has genuinely been very, 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 very nice. Man, I am liking the damage that we're pumping out over here, Chad. This is feeling quite smooth, if I do say so myself. I think we might have something solid going here. Server's so smooth, Steam reviews are back to positive. I said that was gonna happen. I have played too much of these games to know this game has an incredibly solid foundation that it is built up on. And that incredibly solid foundation is going to, when servers are working, make people really enjoy the gameplay. And the reviews will, surprise, surprise, go up when servers are functioning. The gameplay is really good, and unless they fumble with their roadmap, then the gameplay is only going to get better based on their roadmap for pretty much every type of player. So all things considered, me personally, I'm really excited. I think the reviews will continue to climb. I think there will be more people, especially large content creators, that come to check it out, even casually, that say to their community, hey, chat, this is actually really fun. I definitely plan to come back and follow it throughout the remainder of its its early access and see what the 1.0 is like. I think it's got that potential. I don't think it's going to be everybody's main game, but I do think it's got that potential to be on the shelf for a lot of players and content creators alike right now, where people will see the potential in it. They just won't, you know, it won't be there yet for them in terms of executing on that potential fully from a grinded everyday standpoint, unless you're crazy like us. Then, unfortunately, you know, they'll have to deal with us. But all things considered, I guess it could technically be worse. We're not the worst company to have, not the best, but also not the worst, chat. We do well for ourselves. Doing shifts to play the game over the years for the record. Bro, I miss the days when I hadn't played, you know, Star Citizen or Ashes or anything, and I was playing New World and still had the hubris that New World wasn't dead yet, so I could make fun of Star Citizen. But now I really just hope Star Citizen one day actually succeeds. Part of me is like, God damn it, we're out of options, boys. Nothing else is working. I just want to see something do well, and it seems like there aren't many opportunities for things to do well right now. Are you fighting the correct difficulty to get legendary? Brother, I don't know if I'm fighting the correct fucking game to get legendary. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I, at this point, am so lost beyond words at my luck or lack thereof. I am pumping this shit. Look at my inventory, brother. This is just today. This was empty at the start of the day. This is just today. I have terrible luck. It's not even that I haven't found the legendary I'm looking for. I haven't found a legendary. Got a Lego weapon, but it's level 12. I haven't even got that. What am I chasing? Bee Fury. Bee Fury right now is my current offhand. Well, my current arsenal. But it will be my primary weapon when bugs are fixed with it and I go Bee Fury Pocket Hive. I'm waiting on bugs to be fixed with Bee Fury, with the consumption of sunlight. That is the primary, I would say, Cuckington with the build right now. Bee Fury, just for whatever reason, doesn't contain sunlight, which is quite fucking tragic in my opinion. All things considered, really, really tragic. Because that is such a large percent of our damage and sustain as a priest. Even without it, the build performs really well. But it's also taking away so many instances of damage that we're not able to summon nearly as many bees as we should be, which is gimping the Pocket Hive offhand capabilities. It's a little tragic. So again, as soon as those things are fixed, we'll be up tremendous. Won't have a single thing to worry about. You'll see me switching, whoops, back to the B build entirely. Because I do really love the B build. It's so fucking strong. Can't kill Radsar. The enemies stack up too fast. Do not have AoE clear. What are you just struggling with ads stacking up? Or like, what's the big thing that's getting you with it? Because if it's ads stacking up, you can always switch something in for a little bit more AoE damage along the way. What part specifically are you getting cooked on? I have another Radsar fight in a minute, honestly. I did it originally, got my toothpick for leveling, and then I was like, nope, okay, I'm done. There's no way I missed that! You're a fucking rat. You're an actual fucking rat. I hate this fight. Rock, can't wait to be done. And then it's on to Hanizabeth for my Pocket Hive. And then the misery continues. Ultra, what Lego did you actually find? Because me, Legoless, no elf with a bow, is, bro, I'm just envious. Can wait for Beef Fury fix. Slab Crescent and Arsenal. Ooh, that's an interesting cook with it as well. Yeah. This is the one. Brother, I hope it is. I hope it is. The only question is, after I do get it, like, do I immediately go into the Ephemeral Heart farm so I can fully upgrade it? Or do I start targeting the Hanizabeth double down for my Pocket Hive? Because I'm eventually going to have to do both. But I almost feel like getting the Lego and fully upgrading the Lego probably going to bring me more benefit, all said and done. Get your other legendary, then go farm 360 hearts. I feel like I should do the heart farm for 180, then 180, though. Like, I might be tripping. Because I'm also going to have to do my shield at some point. Like, if I'm really degenning, and I really... Wait, why can't I press 1? The fuck? My keyboard just didn't want to let me press 1. So sad. Anyways. Once... Like, if I really want to start degenning, that's also going to include a shield. Now, I will say... I don't think I'm going to go crazy about the shield right now because the shield isn't really adding too much on Lego other than some additional armor. What I think is I'm going to start stockpiling mats. I think. Why do I need so many hearts? Isn't it like 10 crystals from 4 to 5? Still 100 hearts, right? From 4 to 5. And then you also need to go 3 to 4. Because 3 to 4 is crystals. And then 4 to 5 is also crystals. Which is why I don't have my weapons at 4 right now. They're just at 3. Uniform Lego Dom, but making ults is going to be so annoying. See, that's part of what I'm hoping they fix tomorrow. Some of the loot table issues. 4 to 5 is 14 spark crystals. Is it 14? 3, then 15. Oh, goddamn. Okay, that makes sense. So that's 18. So it's 3 to 15. Which is a huge jump up. Golly. Yo, Enemy, what up, dude? How's the legendary grind going? Not good. The grind's going well, but the legendary isn't. You know what I mean? Got 100 soft furs, trying to get a specific rune. Still haven't got it. That's thousands of kills. At least my Lego luck is good. I mean, hey, soft furs are fucking great. Soft furs are wonderful. That's a large constraint. Still haven't got one? Nope. Still down bad in every capacity, mon frere. I wish it were a different story. Unfortunately, 'tis not. All things considered, though, we are fucking pumping. And fortunately, the build is performing extremely well. I am doing a shitload of damage at all points in time. I am incredibly secure. I'm incredibly safe. I'm incredibly kawaii. And Lady B is getting the absolute shit smacked out of her. So I have embraced Ram and then a B Fury instead of going B Fury Pocket Hive until B Fury is fixed. It's so imperative to have sunlight, and not having sunlight, and also the fact that B Fury also doesn't proc crab shield stacks on finisher is really fucking sad right now. Like the combo there is just extremely tragic. So I'm hoping that that's included in the bug fix patch tomorrow. That would be, again, incredibly nice for me as a crab shield enjoyer, as a B Fury enjoyer. I want the B trinket to be fixed as well. Dude, I'd just be so incredibly happy. More than words could describe. But until then, the build is fucking pumping over here if I'm being... Motherfucker! Hardest part of the fight. I swear to God. Wait, why am I getting cucked right now? Brother, let me up. Jesus Christ, I hate it here. Genuinely hate it here. Anyways... the build is absolutely blasting. My kill time is fast as shit. I have no problem surviving or anything like that. You get better drop rate with a group, or alone, or no change. So when you're with a group, every person gets at least one piece of loot guaranteed. So if you're with a 4-person group, technically you would have more shots at getting the loot. But then you also have to make sure that nobody else needs the thing that you need. And it's effectively like a gear share, the same way that running, you know, Mythic Plus gear shares in WoW was. Which, you know, fun, efficient, all things considered. But I really, at this point, I'm not gonna lie, I need to do this shit for me just on the principle of it all. I feel like if I do not, then I'm kind of bitch made. I feel like I just need to be the one to, like, you know, put the nail in the coffin, so to say. Jump puzzle. I don't want to do a fucking jump puzzle. You shut the hell up We don't need to bring that shit up. I hate jump puzzles. There is no need for a jump puzzle. There is never a need for a jump puzzle. This shit's buns. It's the worst design in the history of designs. What if they just made an escalator right beside the little jump puzzle-y area? We ain't gotta worry about it, dog. We ain't gotta worry about it. I should just be able to teleport up there. It's a very, you know, convenient quality of life game. Platforming sucks. I just suck at platforming. I'm gonna be completely upfront, dog. I'm just ass at it. And it's a me thing more than it is an actual game thing. But bro, I'm not the greatest at anything jump puzzle related. I played Guild Wars 2 for a little while, and the jumping puzzles in Guild Wars 2 absolutely fried my shit. Granted, I was a younger Dusty. I was an inferior gamer. Far from the refined pinnacle of gaming that I am currently. So, you know, all things considered, I could probably handle it now. But I will say platforming in any game is typically the roughest part for me. Anytime my feet leave the ground, oh my fucking god. Anytime my feet leave the ground, I just immediately get nerfed in some way, shape, or form. So, it always, it gives me a sad reminder that I am, unfortunately, completely out of control with everything. And something about my depth perception when I'm in the air is completely off. Also, interesting note, chat. Their Discord gets a lot of activity. They had 1,400 reacts on their update about the patch, like on their announcement. 1,400. Dungeon, thank you for following myself. 1,400 on the most updated react. That shit's good engagement when you're looking at a game's Discord server, especially this early on. Player base today peaked at 10.5k, which on it's Monday, right? I don't really know what fucking day it is. Yeah, it's a Monday. It's a Monday. That's still really solid. Week over week, Monday of last week, if I look real quick. Okay, Monday of last week was 12.3k. I don't really know why it was so high last Monday. Was last Monday a holiday or some bullshit? Chat, what made last Monday's peak so fucking high? Cause that shit's like, that's chonky. That's chonky. I know Subnautica doesn't have the player base like in that much of a fucking chokehold. It's a good ass game, but it's not cooking it like that. Uh-oh. I have no movement speed for this. I have 1 dash. All right, we're fine. We're fine. That's manageable. Still like 3 days after launch. Starter was trying to play still. Oh, that's so fair. That's so fair. I forget that the game came out on the 6th on Steam. It has literally been out for 12 days at this point in time. Honestly, sometimes I forget that because it is so fun to play. And the stability has been so good now. I almost like, I forget that a few days ago, like rewind a week, there were daily server instability issues, and they have all but remedied those at this point, and that's without the continued efforts to improve those in the long term. It's kind of crazy how much they've been able to cook up. I have been very, 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 very impressed from a team of 15 so far, I believe it is. Now, rumor has it they allocated more, you know, more power to the development team over here to try to enable them. I don't know what the team is up to, but 120 plus legendary runs. Runs to get legendary ram, I'm exhausted. Bro, if I only had 120, I'd be feeling fresh. I don't have a single Lego. Not one. Not one. I am cursed. I am actually like the opposite of Harry Potter boy who lived levels of curse. I am the boy who had to die over and over and over again for no reason whatsoever. And it is a miserable, painful existence, let me tell you what. Someone posted level 50 axe in EU trade chat. Oh, I heard that people were getting out into unintended areas through like cheat engine and shit, and then they were farming up things that were already in the game, which is good in a sense because it means that they've already got more content out. I heard that the next boss fight was leaked. I have not, however, seen that. I choose to kind of like not really go down that route of, you know, getting all the leaks and shit. I like the actual, you know, natural engagement of the game. But from what I've gathered, people are able to get out of the intended boundaries of play and then just do a little expeditioning, so to say. So, look at some of the maps. People did mine. There's definitely more zones already built out. Yeah. And people have said, like, boss fights, everything already in, zones already in. So some people have legit just been farming higher level content already. Now, I don't know how they're... Well, I would assume if they're using cheat engine to get out, then they're probably just going invuln and farming the harder content. Now that I think about it, never mind. Forgive my ignorance. I would have to guess that that is the exact route that they're going down. So, all things considered, yep. Probably just gonna farm a shitload of that. Like chicken and mash or maybe a wrap. Yes to either. Yes to either. Also, I was thinking with those steak tips. I'm gonna marinate those bad boys or corn dogs. I'm down for whatever, honestly. Food sounds good. I'm gonna cut the steak up, marinate it, and then we can do salads with it. Or like wraps. That would be splendid. Ooh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. A chicken bacon ranch? Chicken bacon ranch is fuck. We do have bacon as well, but I don't want to make Carla work that hard. I've never had a steak salad. Wait, steak salads go so fucking hard. What do you mean? How have you never had a steak salad? Alright, well. The route is determined. Don't need to data mine this to see there's more areas on the map. Yeah, they just don't let us go there. I explicitly do not want to actually make food. Yeah, we meal prep a lot. Pretty much everything that we have is all meal preppy. So, we always try to be on that side of things. The cutting edge of convenience, so to say. Which I also have to prep more because we're almost through the chicken that we have in the fridge. So, we basically buy things on sale, freeze what we don't need, which, by the way, Carla, don't let me buy any more hamburger buns. We have 4 packages of hamburger buns in the freezer right now. And also, we need to make hamburgers. Like twice. Chicken burgers, hamburgers. But apparently, when it was all on sale last time, I also got 2 packs. And then when it was on sale this time, I also convinced you to let me get 2 packs. On me, great value. It's not like we're down anything. But, I'll slap you. Well, hear me out. They were under half off, or sorry, they were over half off both times. So it's like the Panera brand bread products fucking slap. Like they're really, 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 really good. And they've been on sale like crazy at the store the last couple of times that we've gone. One time we went and it was bagels and English muffins. And usually we get those things for my mom because she does sourdough baking. And this time we were like, all right, hold on, let's get these. And bro, they were so soft and fluffy. They were really good for breakfast sandwiches. Like, no bullshit. So, they also had burger buns on sale, and they were like their bakery burger buns. And they were cheaper than like the, you know, super cheap fall apart buns. So I was like, all right, well, we just grabbed these. Huge value, right? Literally over 50% off. I'm gonna grab those, I'll freeze them, I'll thaw them when we need them, and then we'll just have burgers. Doesn't fucking hurt at all. I'm a value man. Fucking chicken burger? Wait, what do you mean? Chicken burger's American as fuck. Chicken is literally American. What do you mean, are you British? Brother, chicken is inherently American. Chickens were born in America. Why would that be British? I don't even think British people like chicken that much. They eat like tea and crumpets and shit, right? Chicken sandwich. What? Wait, do British people say chicken burger? It's literally on a burger bun. A sandwich is on bread. A burger is on a burger bun. Chicken burger is really even in America, but only if it's a ground chicken patty. I think you can have ground chicken patty breaded or unbreaded, or you can have breaded or unbreaded chicken breast for a chicken burger. The deterministic factor is whether it's on a burger bun or not. I've had chicken bacon ranch on sourdough, chicken bacon ranch on many things. I've had chicken salad sandwiches on bread. But if it is on a burger bun, then it is burger. I will die on this hill. I swear to God. I will die on this hill, and I will die defending the honor of burgers everywhere. Not true. Burger is a meat. Why is it called a burger bun, then? Go to Wendy's. If you're basing your food knowledge off of Wendy's, brother, I inform you, you've already lost. Order a chicken burger, can't. I can inform you that I literally have ordered chicken burgers at pretty much every single established fast food place by saying chicken burger. I have never been denied food for saying chicken burger. I don't know if it's like a regional thing where it's like a slur in some places, but I can vouch minimum wage fast food workers in Maine quite literally don't fucking care. Oh no, that's revelational, but it's because they know what you mean even if you didn't ask for it. Pulled pork on a hamburger bun. Pulled pork burger. Pulled pork Sammy is served on a dinner roll or on a bread or on a finger roll or on something else. If I put egg salad on a bun, then it is an egg salad burger. It's not an egg salad sandwich. Egg salad sandwich is literally on bread or on like a finger roll. Chicken burger is a sandwich with a seasoned chicken patty, grilled, fried, or baked inside a bun. Inside a bun! Variations: chicken nuggets, chicken breast fillet, or spicy fillet. Get absolutely fucked by AI. Get fucked by AI. The only thing they won't understand is just not on the menu. Right, but it's the same fucking thing. It's there's literally no difference. Like there's genuinely no difference whatsoever. Chicken patty is not a chicken sandwich, it's ground chicken. That literally said chicken breast fillet. Variations: chicken breast fillet. That is a chicken breast fillet. That is a chicken breast that is filleted. That's not ground. They also said chicken nuggets or a spicy fillet. Baked, grilled, or fried. Case closed. Variations are not the original. A variation is still considered that. A Pikachu with a party hat on is still a Pikachu. It is a variation. 6'10" Hoofsy is still Hoofsy. It's just a variation. Next, you'll see an open-faced sandwich is a sandwich. It's a sandwich variant. It's a variation of a sandwich. Yes, like a hot turkey sandwich served open-faced with gravy over the top. Yeah. Yeah, it's a hot turkey sandwich. If I put that on a burger bun, it's a turkey burger. Simply put. But keep in mind, a burger is a subcategory of a sandwich. Is a hamburger on bread a sandwich? No, it's a patty melt, which is a sandwich. Wait, sorry. Well, technically patty melt, but yes, also sandwich. If we're getting technical patty melt, well, I guess that would be cheese too. But a patty melt is a subcategory of a sandwich less than it is a burger. Or sorry, more than it is a burger, apologies. Is there a slice of ham on a bun a hamburger? Technically would be yes. Yes, although it would be a ham hamburger. Is a hard taco a sandwich or a cracker? Whoa, 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 watch your hard R, sir. Jesus Christ. It is an open-faced sandwich by definition. If you put meat between two slices of bread, could I be a sandwich? You'd be a sandwich and two sides, baby. Hold on. I'll be right back. Smoke bowl. This is the one. This is literally the one. Does anyone in chat know if farming for spark dust is better with the sparkling beer or the farmer run? I think it is the Crimson 3 run for spark dust that's most optimal, at least that I've done, because it's 3 constant spawns with very little despawn time. If you're doing sparkling and then like layer hopping and just relogging after every kill, then that's probably also extremely optimal. The thing about like the Crimson farm is you just kind of get on a layer and then run it cyclically over and over and over again once you get your spawn controlled. And it's like the most chill thing that you could possibly do. B layer hopping is probably a little bit more, I don't know how to say, like tedious, I guess, would be the word to describe it. Where Crimson farm is just incredibly chill, very vibey. That would be my recommendation. Typically what I've enjoyed the most. I go out each day and do like an inventory worth of Crimson farm. Especially because Crimson farm can also drop green jewelry. Not everybody's gonna want to be running green jewelry, but personally for me on the priest build, I am loving the green jewelry setup. Like it's super, 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 super good. I also still need one more piece of jewelry. I'm still trying to target a ring, so I need to still do more humanoid farm, even more so than what I've been doing right now. So that way I can actually get my BIS jewelry and get my stats in a spot where I want to be. After I get my legendaries, I still need to farm up the armor sets that I'm going to want to run. Because that in itself is going to be another issue. But let Sparkling Bee drop me 30 plus crit ring slot. Oh, wait, really? I'd like to get my hands on one of those because that's like a 3%er. God damn, I've been farming it for 5 minutes and have one. Really? That's music to my ears, Monfrere. I like to hear that a lot. Okay. So maybe I need to go out and grab one of those bad boys after this, because that would be another 3% crit for me, which honestly at this point with this build, I'm almost favoring Fervor over crit, which I don't know if we've got like, bro, I swear to fucking Christ almighty above. There's no shot. Anyways, I feel like since I can force crit with every bit of my combo, that I'm almost on like a Fervor angle over crit, just from the overall damage done aspect, and then also bringing in the healing and the shielding. Like Fervor's just so fucking good, and I have really like no need for more pen, just efficiently, you know, scaling off of my B Fury resist strip. As long as I keep that up whenever it's off cooldown, I don't really got shit to worry about there. Just throw out magic damage whenever that debuff's up, and then hold big coolies for when it is up. I have 22.3% crit right now. How much do you have? In combat, I have, hold on, let me get buffs up. Oh, whoops. Might have just cucked my platform a little bit. In combat with buffs up, once I get all those up, I have... That's not stacking properly. 5 stacks, consume. I should have more than that. I should be like 40%-ish with buffs up. I don't know what I'm missing that's not stacking. But I was peaking at 38.4 yesterday. And then I got a crit neck today, but did not put that on. Because Fervor. But 38.4 was what I was at yesterday with buffs. Right now I'm 28.4, but I don't know if it's gone up at all today. I haven't switched much out today, if anything, and I haven't enchanted anything else, so I don't think it's gone up today. So I'd assume it'd still be the 38.4 from yesterday. 37.3 I think with buffs. I don't know if I had them all. Yeah, I mean, one big thing about this build is that when you use a weapon ability, your next 3 hits in your weapon combo are empowered and are guaranteed crits. So ideally you get to a spot where you're critting and you're just resetting your 1 a lot, and then you're critting more and resetting your 1 again after the crits, and then you basically just chain weapon combo, crit, 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 weapon combo, crit, 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 and then you just don't stop critting the entire fight, which is something that I'm trying to get better with, is like trying to weapon ability into 3 hits, into another weapon ability, into 3 hits. Because you can basically just force 100% crit with that at all times. Super fucking strong. Super strong. And then that's also stacking up your one a lot faster, so you can just blast that more. Really strong. After weapon ability after the first or second hit. Unless you have more than one ability. You can also ability mid-combo, but yeah, either way. Like, if you have your weapon abilities that are refreshing frequently, then you can also just have literally every part of it hitting, every part of it critting. It's so nice. This build is truly nuts. Melee mid-combo, yeah. And even then, like, if you have something like a depth shield that doesn't interrupt your combo that you can just cast, even then you're looking at no interruption or anything like that. It's so smooth. Throw crab shield into the mix, and then just throwing off 200 plus damage every time you get 3 combos off, or some blocks. Like, dude, it's just a really good build. Really good. I do hope that there's even like a semblance of this level of smooth and fluid with B build when B build's up and running, because if there is, then I think we're truly up tremendous with the direction and the, you know, the class and item design. I think if there are other choices that feel this strong, then the buff up instead of nerf down mentality comes into play. Because this is truly a wild build to play that has catalysts for, you know, constant spam on my one if I'm playing it properly, and I'm just juicing crits out the wazoo. It's got so much that you can throw in, man. And you also don't need to necessarily force. One thing that a lot of people get into the trap of is forcing a, like, 5-stacker every time. Great, but you're not stacking up the buff multiple times. You're just refreshing it. That's also kind of tragic. You're just refreshing. So you really only need the 5-stacker multiple, like once every few combos in terms of the actual, like, you know, the hammer buff. Other than that, you can just chain them off whenever they come up. Just got another 30 crit ring. Ooh. Interesting. I feel like the crit side of things will be better when I go back to B build, I will say. Buff up heroic. Literally a bit much harder. Warriors gives most max with no exploits. Is that busted? I mean, yeah, Warrior's incredibly strong. It also has a flat 25% damage increase at all points in time to bosses that are immune to CCs. Like, Warrior is definitely strong. Rogue's so squishy compared to my Priest and Warrior. Torn if I even want to finish leveling it. Have you tried Cheese Axe build? Because there are options for a rogue to feel more self-sustaining, and honestly, there are some busted-ass rogue builds too. Like, there's a bow that you can get that does questionably bug damage. But, like, rogue does still have potential. Anybody that says it doesn't is definitely lying to you. It's just a matter of activating on the right level with what you're looking to do. Using Thorned Spear. What is the one that was doing absurd amounts of damage? I ran into a rogue yesterday. Yesterday, I think it was, on my AoE grind. I'm gonna use Ninja Star. Yeah, dude, people are loving the Shuriken. People have been raving about how fun Shuriken is to play, to the point where I've been considering making a fuck around Shuriken build at one point on a rogue. Because technically, I could Shuriken and I could Fist Weapon, which could be even more fun than anything else because I do have Green Ramulus and Ramus, the Star Blossoms. Yeah, people have been saying that build is fun as fuck. I haven't played it yet, but the best rogue build right now is Rat Star Daggers plus Toothpick, best for bossing. What do the Rat Star Daggers have that makes them so sought after? Love Star Blossoms leveling my mage. People have been having a lot of fun with the Blossoms, brother. I'm not gonna lie. Like, people are fucking with them extremely heavily right now. And I don't know if it's just because people want something fresh or because it's actually cooking, but I've genuinely not heard anybody that's like, oh man, these weapons are boring and suck. Shuriken has a high skill ceiling. If you line the dot up, stacks at 20, but if you refresh it, you can get it past 20 stacks. Interesting. And then you just blast a bunch of damage. Can Ramulus and Ramus drop his level 20? I think you have like 3 opportunities in the entire game to get it to drop at level 20 right now. I'm pretty sure it's 1 named mob and then 2 chests in the world that have it in the loot table. So, like, yes, but good luck type shit. And then also good luck at getting them at a very high rarity. That's also going to be a little bit of a problem. So, Douglas, what it do, brother? How's it going? It's going fucking swimmingly. I have over 80 hours of this goddamn game now without getting a single one of the highest rarity drops. Some people in chat have shit them out back to back like they're Jordan 96, 97. Whoa. I've been enjoying my time, enjoying life. I hope you're well as well, dude. This fucking weather's been goddamn exquisite, huh? Fucking beautiful. Never heard of anyone having one at 20, not even a screenshot or anything. The scriptures tell of... Excuse me. Pardon me. The scriptures foretell of existences of them. I have a green pair that I believe is level 18, I want to say. Mine are not level 20. I also have not, you know, attempted to go back and make any alts to push them. So, you know, I'm kind of just waiting for them to get fixed in the loot table and enjoying things. Seen a pile of 18s? Yeah. I also do not think that I've seen a screenshot of a 20 yet. Actually, know for a fact that I haven't. But people have said, based on data mining, etc., nerd shit, that they are available through 3 sources at 20. I just haven't seen them. So, we'll see. Hold on, streamer loot. Brody, I've been trying that for the last fucking week, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think they fuck with that here. I don't really know if that's like exempt because it's France development or what we got going on. But the streamer loot has not been working whatsoever. Anyone else ever get stuck auto-attacking until you block? No. At least I have not. My 9 to 5 starts in 20 minutes. Fucking stupid ass bitch having to work a 9 to 5. Dumbass stupid ass bitch. Make sure you subscribe and support the channel. Kidding, by the way. I hope your workday goes very, very, very well, brother. I believe in you. What's a 9 to 5 in Australia? Like wrangling very, very dangerous animals? I'm like scared talking about it. I can't even speak on it properly. I just feel like a 9 to 5 in Australia is probably more chaotic than pretty much anything in the United States is. I manage a post office. Right, but everything in Australia can kill you. So I'm assuming in the post office you have to worry about like drop bears coming out of packages and like venomous bugs flying in and shit like that. In a town of 200 people, so fuck all. Sounds really chill. Wait. So, okay, hold on. This might be different in Australia, but I have always wondered, how is the mail organized in the mailbag to where the mailmen just walk around and know exactly how many things to take out of the bag to not give people the wrong mail? Like, is it just a stack with like a rubber band around every single address and then they know and they just take the rubber band off? Or does the bag just have like a zillion pouches? Memory. I'd be so fucked. So like, does the mailman pack their own bag and they have to sort through? Some poor guy has to sort it all. Like by address, and then the mailman packs the bag and they have to remember what they packed? Because that sounds horrendous. That sounds incredibly bad. Can a rune drop more than one same rune? I haven't found multiples of runes, no. Anyone know where the fuck you get the Nephilim hog? There's like no information on it. Hog mount, like pig mount? I haven't heard on pig mount. Like street delivery, we don't have that. Oh yeah, I was talking about street delivery. I was talking about like the dudes that are out like walking around with a big ass sack of mail. And they're just like taking stacks out and putting it in people's mailboxes type shit. That's what I'm really intrigued about. Like, what is the organization level of that? We have P.O. boxes. I have to take boxes of letters and manually sort them all. Yeah, but that's easy as fuck. Because if you have 200 people, that's like 40 letters a day type shit. 0.1% drop chance from random boards in the open world. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Are the mounts 1 or are they 0.1? Because I've had really good luck with mounts if they're 0.1. Like, really good luck. That's a different hog mount. Oh, not you. Okay, wait, so what hog mount are we talking about? What's this one in particular? Def 0.1, I killed so many boars. But have you killed enough boars? I feel like you're not committed on the level that you should be. I'm just gonna start salvaging some of these fucking purples, bro. I'm gonna be completely real. I have so many. I have so many. I have too many purples. And I will eventually need them at some point in time. Right now and today is not that point in time, however. Right now, I need inventory space so I can go grind more. I'm going to sell every single one of these bad boys, except for one, just in case I never see one again. You know, just anything could happen. Anything could happen. What's in the patch tomorrow? Quote... Resolve several important issues in the game, dupes, etc. From Discord. Several things covered in tomorrow's patch. And probably some stuff as well, which would be absolutely insane. Like, if I get things and I get stuff in the same patch, and it's several of both of those, I feel like we are basically ascending. Fixing stuff more than adding stuff? Likely, yes. Some people have been like, I don't know why, but tinfoil hatting about seeing a level cap expansion this early. I would put my head between my legs and fart into my own nose if there was a level cap expansion tomorrow. I think we're probably like August bare minimum before we see any form of level cap expansion. We do still have quite some time. It's important to keep that in mind, all things considered. I think people have to definitely accept that. Decrease drop rate of legendaries. There's an actual patch note that just says, like, fuck you, DustyWhy. Never raised to 30 and jobs to 10, but gonna be time. Oh, yeah. Like, they'll be bringing us up to level 50 eventually. But I don't think it's gonna be tomorrow.
Apes together.
I don't think it's gonna be Yo, what a triple. How are you, Fran? Thank you for the 6 months.
A TBC, retail.
Don't forget about Scars of Honor. Don't forget about Scars of Honor. Hopefully this one doesn't turn into complete ass. If I'm being completely real. I wish things would be, how do I say this? Like, good in today's day and age. But I will say, out of the ones that we've played recently, this does have the most engaging combat system, best theory crafting. Big negative is that add-ons are already in existence. I really hope that the developers take active steps to reduce the prevalence of add-ons by, you know, going at the makers of the add-ons. I think anything that's not in the game's creative suite shouldn't be present in the game, but that's just me. I think add-ons very quickly escalate to scary hours. So here's to hoping that add-ons don't take over this game like they unfortunately have so many others. But they're add-ons already. Yeah, there's a minimap add-on and there is a damage meter add-on that people have made and have been running. And I am hoping that those get absolutely nipped. Now, I would love a minimap as much as the next person. However, I would like it to be in the game's creative suite. What games have add-ons ruined? Further, one of the largest... They made WoW easier with healing add-ons. Some would say that they ruined WoW because of the dependence on add-ons taking away from the game's actual creative suite and the fact that the game is borderline unplayable without add-ons in a lot of people's minds, despite me literally mythic rating in Midnight with no add-ons other than Plater for nameplate management. But everybody is so dependent on add-ons, and add-ons for every single form of game interaction have become so prevalent in World of Warcraft that when new players are being onboarded to the game, it's not a matter of like, oh, here's the first thing you do with your character when you go in. It's like, oh, download this add-on, this add-on, this add-on, download this Azeroth autopilot, download this questy. You're saying you abuse add-ons? I am a dirty add-on abuser. Yes. There's just, unfortunately, like, I wouldn't want to say that it's ruined WoW because I think ruined is a very, like, hard term to throw around for something that is as successful as WoW is. But I think it is inarguable to say that add-ons have substantially changed World of Warcraft at its core and has changed the way that every single gamer that plays WoW interacts with WoW. And some add-ons have been for the best for progression purposes. Some add-ons have forced WoW's developers to completely change their entire structural boss fights and their entire scaling. Heard something about WoW trying to cut down on add-ons. So for Midnight, they said they were going to cut down on add-ons. For Race to World First, the top guilds in the world that are legitimate esports organizations have developers that they salary that made add-ons despite the war on add-ons. And since then, the war on add-ons has been continuing to the point where every Tuesday they drop an update that breaks the game's interactions with add-ons, and then the add-ons don't function and the game doesn't function for people with the add-ons until the add-on developers put out a fix, and then people can play the game again. And because everybody is so WoW-brained and they can't play without their add-ons, they won't just disable their add-ons. Instead, they just complain about the fact that their add-ons in their game are clashing. It's every single Tuesday. It's really fucking unfortunate. Is there PvP or group content? You can do everything in the game in up to a group of 4. PvP is on the roadmap, but it does not exist yet. They're going to be starting with duels, and then they'll be adding instance battleground content, and they'll also have an open world PvP area coming in at some point as well. So, short answer, yes. Long answer, currently 1 to 4 person for content. No PvP yet, but there will be at some point. Duels, battlegrounds, and open world PvP area. So still lots to look forward to in my opinion. I would not be playing if there wasn't any prospect of PvP at any point in the future. What's Endgame about? I mean, if you want, it's honestly like kind of typical power scaling loop, so to say. You farm up better gear to get stronger. Weapons give you skills directly, so you want to farm up different weapons and trinkets and armor to put together different builds type shit. Progress through harder content. Unfortunately, the content right now doesn't have the hardest modes available because it's early access. That's, again, to come TBC, TBD, so to say, in terms of time, though. My bad. I was reading Pace Chat, too. Anyways, so harder content is set to come in the future in terms of PvE grinds. Hopefully that incentivizes more content as well. However, as of right now, a lot of the content is very completable, very achievable without a ton of like group content or investment or anything like that. So all things considered, like we have to keep in mind, it is early access. There's still a lot that's going to be coming to the game in the future. So right now, a lot of the grind. You are improving your gear set, farming up other gear sets, typical power loop, right? But there is also a whole shitload of horizontal progression that's available. And in that, I mean transmogs. There's a transmog system in the game that you have to pay nothing for, and you can transmog your gear out and about in the world without even speaking to an NPC or anything like that. Every piece of loot that you pick up and equip on your account is added to your transmogs, and you can again change the transmogs or the skin of any of your armor at any point in time for complete free, unlimited. So horizontal prog in terms of how your character looks. There are mounts, there are gliders, which you can redeploy your glider whenever you jump type shit. There are also companions that you can collect throughout the world that have normal and shiny versions. So a lot of grind for the companions as well. They're like discoverables, a lot of map exploration, non-linear prog there. So it's definitely like horizontal right now for a lot of players, which I think is one of the game's outward strengths, in the fact that so much of the content, like, yes, I am grinding right now for a legendary weapon, but I already have a purple version of the weapon, so my build is functional, all things considered, as you can tell on a really solid level. Even though I don't have full best in slot everything, I still need 3 legendary weapon drops, technically, between my 2 weapons and my shield that I'm going to be using. I still need to then farm up the best complementary armor pieces to optimize my secondary stats and my main stats to get the most out of my damage. I'm still so far from, like, completion, so to say, of my power scaling. And I haven't even really gotten into much of the targeted horizontal progression other than just brute forcing mobs and bosses and getting the drops from here. So there are mobs that drop from trash mobs, boss mobs, all like really low % drops, but I've got a lot of mounts. I'm going to be able to give a lot more mounts away to chat. If the auction house comes in and mounts are selling for a lot, you know, sell mounts. Come play TBC with me sometime. No. No. I refuse. Thank you, love. I refuse. I already played TBC, brother. Like 3 times now. I'm not going back again, I won't lie. Uh-oh. I took a bite of wrap and it stuck to the roof of my mouth. Here we go. Holy shit. Anyways, TBC, the third time, especially post-nerf TBC, it isn't it. There's not enough content to main game it. Raid logging is raid logging with it, right? But there's not enough content to main game it. And I think one of the largest issues with WoW for me is just how people look at themselves and others in WoW nowadays, and like what WoW players are focused on. And you have incredibly mid players that are so worried about optimizing, and forcing everyone around them to also be in that same full meta min-max. If the full raid group isn't the optimal composition, it's not worth running the raid. If it's not a loot council where the highest percentage DPS increase per drop is getting the drop, then it's an issue with somebody. And then you have those people that are saying that are parsing fucking 60s. It's like, brother, please, for the love of God, let's understand how to press our buttons before we start freaking out about shit that's way above our level. You know what I mean? I just, the WoW mentality has very much so changed how I look at games, especially as a content creator, because I 1000%, after going back to WoW a third time, understand why so many people in my community just simply didn't vibe with WoW. And it's because WoW is not explorative. WoW is not a go around, find things out on your own, run what build you want to run, and enjoy the game. WoW is a do as you're told, don't fucking ask questions about it, show up, complete your job, and go home, bitch. That's it. That's literally WoW in a nutshell. And it unfortunately feels more like that, like a job, than it does a game for so many people. And one thing that I've always said about streaming is I've streamed 3 years-ish full time now, right? My streak is at over 1,050 days in a row. Never once over the course of streaming has my job felt like an actual job, except for when I went back to WoW. And unfortunately, that to me is an instant disqualifier for it. If I'm streaming something and it feels more like a job or something that I'm forcing for the wrong reasons, and I'm not just thoroughly enjoying it, then I have no problem just being like, all right, this clearly is not the right fit right now. And like WoW for me, I kind of like, after a month or so, I kind of had a feeling the direction that it was going. And it's unfortunate, especially as a content creator. One thing I noticed about WoW-based content creators when I was over there, and it's something that's common in large and small content creators, go over and listen to how much theory crafting there is during the streams. There's effectively none. It's all just exclamation build, here's my build, copy my build, don't ask me any questions, copy the build itself. And then, the thing that really gets me, look into the eyes of the WoW content creators. Bro, none of them look like they're having fun. I'm over here, and I've changed up my build multiple times. I'm waiting for my intended build to get, like, bugs fixed. And I'm having a fucking blast. And we've discussed so many builds for so many different classes. I've learned so much. We've shared so much information of new players, existing players. It's been great. And I'm having so much fun. There are not many WoW content creators that are genuinely happy. Pigu and Zario are the only ones that are happy. And I mean, even then, what amount of that is them being able to realize, like, hey, all I have to do is be happy and show up, and I make actual life-changing bank. And that's the reason for the happiness, right? The biggest thing is, look at the ones that have been doing it for 15 years. And have been large at one point, but are no longer as large. Don't look at the ones that are peaking. that are actually having life-changing amounts of money that are coming in. Not necessarily that they're peaking right now, but they're still incredibly successful, all things considered. Look at the ones that have fallen off a little bit. That's where you can really see the pain of doing the same content over and over and over again for 10 plus years, and where it really starts to feel like a job more than it's a passion. Because a lot of WoW creators, outside of those that are like these celebrities, as I call them, because they're literally celebrities, so many of them feel fucking trapped in WoW, where if they leave, it's just an instant meow. And it's crazy. If you make it in WoW, your WoW viewership is going to be incredibly consistent. It'll take care of you for the rest of your life, and it won't fall off much. Only thing is, if you leave WoW, usually it doesn't go well. Some WoW creators made it out. You think WoW's bad? Look at the League streamers. Bro, I played Dota for a while. I started streaming with Dota. I feel that shit. I do feel that. Hail the Roach King. No, bro, honestly, I don't like a lot of content creators that are like inflammatory content creators type shit. I think there's a place for that. Different discussion. But one thing about Asmongold's streaming career that's very interesting is his transition from MMOs into single player games that basically gave him as a content creator the insulation from the immense amount of stream sniping that he always saw no matter where he went because of the type of content creator he was, the, you know, the following that he harbored type shit. And single player games, whatever, he would do anything that wasn't inherently forced multiplayer all the time. His experience was so much more chill as a result. It's an interesting transition. That's one thing that I was talking with Carlo about recently, was like, streaming this has been so incredibly like chill is the only way to describe it. I haven't really dealt with any goobers, anybody coming in like being griefy. It's not like I'm running into people in the open world that are just outwardly, you know, trying to ruin my gameplay experience, because there's not really a way to do that in this game. This, as a streaming experience, has been outwardly chill. Discovering why the PvE crowd is much larger than the PvP sweats. Oh yeah, I mean, I already know why. Part of me always forgets that when you're playing something that is inherently not competitive, people are able to sometimes set aside their competitive nature and remember that things are fun. And it's been refreshing. Like, I really do appreciate that about this game. It has been, yo, Virus, what up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. It's genuinely been refreshing. Is there any way to increase the drop rates? I heard if you check your Twitch Prime and use that Twitch Prime on a 30-day cooldown, then your drop rates are increased the entire time that your Twitch Prime is actively being used on a streamer. I can't confirm or deny because I haven't got a legendary yet. However, I think my Prime might be up. I'll have to check that when I'm watching my favorite streamer later tonight. Every single player game ruined his mental. Souls games ate his ass. Yeah, but did it eat his ass more than getting constantly stream sniped to the point where the game was unplayable? Ashes, I guarantee, is not the only game to put in Asmongold protection within their game so he can functionally play it. I'm not gonna lie. That's like the Tom Brady Tuck rule, dog. That shit just simply exists in many capacities at this point. It's just a matter of how it exists. Like, that shit is crazy how much some games have altered their new player experiences or even their, like, outward gameplay loops because of the Asmongler. Bro, it's actually fucking wild. Just got the white bat from Ratsar. Wait. Glider? Or what's that? Because that sounds like a glider. We call that aura? Listen, I'll have you know that I got the Paladin nerfed in Scars of Honor multiple times just by existing. Just by existing. As a gold only had one stream of him playing Ashes because it was impossible. I think he streamed it more than once. I want to say he streamed it a couple times. No, he streamed it the original time and then he went back after some Asmon gold protection was brought in, right? If I'm not tripping. Gonna get priest nerf too? No. They have larger fish to fry than priest, dog. They have much larger fish to fry there. I will say though, my drop rate might be cooked. Glad to see a patch coming so fast. Second update, by the way. This isn't even the first one. They dropped a patch last week, and servers have been stable as shit since the weekend. Now, we have a patch with several important fixes. Several. I don't know what several means in terms of like a bare minimum. Because there's like, you know, the whole few is 3 or more. I don't really know what the, you know, denotation of several technically is. But that leads me to believe that we're about to see an absolute fucking heater of a patch, if I do say so myself. And the fact that their first patch came in and was also immediately a W is very encouraging. If their first patch had actually sucked ass, then I'd be less excited. But their first patch came in and immediately addressed broken builds and a lot of general community pain points along the way, which for me is absolutely massive. I fucking love that. And if they can keep momentum rolling with another good patch, and the fact that servers are stable now, I don't really think they are gonna have any problems keeping momentum going. So, Trent, what up, dog? Thinking about getting this game, but I see a lot of reviews saying server issues, game worth getting right now, or too early in early access. I hope you're having a good day, dude. Server issues are all but taken care of at this point. There have not been any server disruptions other than a planned server maintenance earlier today in the last like 5 days. So server issues now are in a far better spot than they previously were. Game performance is at an all-time high. I've been running incredibly stable. Incredibly stable. The last patch that we got was a large quality of life patch, and that brought in a lot of good changes. We have another patch coming in tomorrow. So I personally think the whole, like, is it too early in early access question is more a player-to-player dependency. There is an entire playable world that provides a good amount of exploration. Realistically, if you're just going from a route of leveling and exploring the world and trying to get yourself some cool mounts and some gear and shit like that, I would say an average player, keep in mind I'm at 80 hours of content. I have the world near 100%ed. I have not started collecting any dedicated mounts or gliders or chasing them, and I do not have best in slot gear yet. I have been soloing, not taking handouts from chat or anything, so I could actually give an organic feel for the progression to people. And I can personally vouch, bare minimum 50 hours of content before you start feeling repetitive. If you're taking your time and you're exploring and you're going around the world and you're checking out the areas that you go to and you're not in a rush. If you really want to speed up and extrapolate things as a first-time player, 30, 40 hours of content, no problem. If you want to get deep into it, if I'm just farming up legendaries and the shit that I need to make one build pop off, then I'm probably going to be here for, at this rate, a couple 100 hours before I even have like one build with double legendary weapon. And that's not even factoring in, you know, level expansions, new content coming out, changes to metas, shit like that. So I'll want to be farming up multiple weapons as well because weapons impact your build scaling. So my personal opinion, if you like horizontal progression, if you like some verticality where you can cook and you can change up your build and you can run multiple different builds, there is a lot to do over here for it being an early access, and it genuinely only should continue to improve based on their roadmap. Like, they have a very, 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 very solid start, and their roadmap is also quite encouraging, if I'm being completely honest. It's part of the reason why I've been so into just like the single player aspect. I'm typically a PvX MMO enjoyer, and I'm just over here smacking the shit out of one boss over and over again, like it's back in my Diablo 2 days. It's kind of crazy, like, how much this has returned me to my roots of gaming, so to say. It's really fun, though. Pumpkins aren't in yet? Yeah, no pumpkins. No pumpkins. That'll hopefully be fixed tomorrow, if I had to guess. My hope for tomorrow is loot table fixes for the things that aren't acquirable through any bosses or anything like that currently. Then bringing in... What is this? Noodles? Oh wait, that's cheese. Sorry, I was looking at my wrap. I don't know if Carla put noodles in my wrap. It was cheese. Anyways. I just got so distracted. Loot table fixes for the things that aren't acquirable through any consistent drops. The things that you have to farm on alts. Repeatable quest from Lee Van Glyph. So that way you don't have to make a bunch of alts to get your ephemeral hearts. Let's see. I mean, how you told me to. No, it's delicious. I didn't know if there was like a surprise inside. It's perfect. I was just looking at it and I was like, that looks like noodles. And then I tried some and I was like, no, it's cheese. I just didn't know. It sounded a little like OSRS with spammable solo content. Spammable solo content, group content as well that you can bring people into. As they continue to add in harder content, I could almost see more incentivization in the group-based content realm as well. So right now we just have hard mode dungeons. We are not into heroic dungeons. As heroic dungeons come in, they've said that those are going to have more mechanics, max level content, exclusive gear drops only from heroic dungeons, and will be the most rewarding, you know, instant dungeon content in the game. So that's going to be a huge difficulty jump for us to look forward to. As of right now, however, hard mode is what we have. So hard mode can drop legendary weapons, and that's currently what I've been on the grind for right now. So I have my epic weapons for the builds that I want to run, but legendary is higher performing than epic, just higher rarity, better rolls. So my goal is to farm up legendaries and then not spend all of my time upgrading my epic weapons to full, because eventually I'm just gonna get legendaries in the first place and then I won't have to worry. So for me, is legendary higher performing? How do you know? Number up, Ooga and Booga. Number up better. Like, oh no? I don't feel it in my bones, dog. I am not going to lie to you. Like, I'm not going to lie to you whatsoever. I don't feel it in my bones right now. I wish that I did. But everything's bad at this point in time. Everything's bad. I think, like, there is a chance. I'm not gonna deny that. There is a chance. But bro, I think I'm cursed. Should heroic be group only? What do you think about that? I would prefer that, actually. So one thing I've said is I want heroic to be a set difficulty for the max group size in dungeons. If you can solo it, it should be looked at as an incredible achievement. But I think heroic being group exclusive content represents the first form of exclusive content instead of inclusive content, which I thoroughly believe for any game to succeed in the long term, it needs a mix of inclusive content that everybody can complete, and then exclusive content that is seen as a chase. Whether that is incredibly rare cosmetics, feats of strength in the game, achievements, you know, hardest difficulty, immense amount of hours grind, whatever. But achievements where every player can just look at it and go, damn, you did that, you're a fucking G. And heroic group-based content is the start of, in my opinion, what would be exclusive content, where it's like, hey, this is a set difficulty. If you can do it, if you can do it, you can do it. If you can't do it, then, you know, come back when you're a little bit better. That would be something that, for me, again, huge motivator. If I can't do that content right off rip, then I know I've got to farm up, I've got to optimize the build, I've got to play around a group as well. So it could very well be that my group composition isn't in the place that it needs to be if we're not clearing it. Just so much that comes in with group incentivized content, where it's like, hey, this is this hard, you will need a group to clear it. You can go in solo, but you're probably going to get absolutely blasted if you're pulling any mob solo in this place, right? That's my ideal form of scaling with it. I want to have a tank that is very self-sustenant, like my build, if I go the tank build instead of a damage build, or a tank and a healer and a couple of DPS. Give me an actual group comp, give me something that requires us to play together, because when we build into this, keep in mind, part of the roadmap, symbiotic skills, hybrid class passive effect between 2 players in a party. Class passives based on group composition. It'd be silly not to. Oh my god, we got it! Oh my god, it exists! Boys, we've done it! Holy shit! Oh my god, it's happened! Oh my god, 1 week of grind! Oh, holy shit, I did not feel it! I should have felt it! Oh my god, it exists! Oh my god, it's real! It's fucking real, chat! We've done it! Oh my god, I can go farm another boss now. Holy shit, today is the day. 1 out of 2 done. What the fuck? How many runs? I don't even have a run counter, dude. That is my first legendary in 84 hours of gameplay. First legendary in 84 hours of gameplay. Holy shit, fuck ass. Wow. That is a huge feeling. This is why I'm glad there's no pity timer, by the way. This is genuinely why I'm glad there is no pity timer. That would have taken out that entire grind. What the fuck?
Is absolutely S tier.
Bruno, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Fupo, thank you for the 205. Did you hear about Beef Fury? Holy cannoli. Foop, we've done it. So comparing this to my upgraded epic, right? +3 epic is the exact same strength and faith-wise as the Lego, which is the largest thing that matters. So I'm going to be scaling up my main stats like mad. Only unfortunate thing is that while it's in my arsenal slot, the stats are reduced. But I think now we have to do a couple Hanisabeth runs to see what we're looking at. Holy shit, we've done it, boys. How many runs? Too many. Too many. I did not think that that was the one. I was entirely prepared to be here far longer than that, chasing this shit down. Tell me I didn't get rid of all of my spark shards. They might be on my ult. They might be on my ult. Next one's gotta do a run counter. Dude, I don't want to have to update that. It's a lot of fucking work for me to have to update. Like, every run, I ought to be cognizant of everything. What am I missing? Both. Hold on. Dude, my heart, it's racing. I might die. I might die. Dude. Thank you for the 690, brother. You're a legend.
Euro, $6.90. I said I'd donate if it was Lego, lol, my timing. I said I'd donate if it was
You're an
Lego,
absolute
lol,
legend,
my
brother.
timing.
Absolute fucking goat, and I appreciate you. I guess I need to Crimson Farm. However, I might not need to. I may not need to. We may be just peachy taking it as is. Because even now, it's going to be an upgrade. And then I can do some Crimson Farm, and I can do some Heart Farm. But I feel like I should ride the high into Hanisabeth. Chat, do I farm hearts? Or do I just instantly go into Hanisabeth? What's Crimson? Crimson is to get more materials for the upgrade. So I need Crimson 3 to get materials for the upgrade. I need hearts to upgrade it to 4 and 5 star. And then I need my other Lego. Now you just need to upgrade it to the unique. What do you mean the unique? Because this is the first I've heard of it. Yo, Super Poopy, I appreciate you, dog. Can you even go to 4 and 5? Yeah. You just have to farm up the materials for it on an alt. Well, many alts. Many alts. But, yeah, you can push up there. Alright. I feel like I go hit a couple Hanizabes. I feel like it's a prophecy. Someone data mined that there are uniques. Yeah, but are they turned on right now? Because they're not turned on right now, then that doesn't really matter too much. It's all on, like, if they actually work or not, right? But maybe. Maybe, I'm just not entirely sure. What is the best farm for spark shards? Just bossing, yeah? Just continuing to boss. What are the hearts? Ephemeral hearts. Ephemeral hearts are dropped by spirits, and you take 10 ephemeral hearts over to Lee Van Glyph, turn them in, complete the quest to get a spark crystal. That is the only way to get spark crystals at this point in time. Only way. If you need multiple, which you need 18 of them to upgrade a weapon to tier 5, 36 for 2. That means you need 360 ephemeral hearts. And your main and then 35 alts. So I'll have to farm up 360 ephemeral hearts. And then once I have 360 ephemeral hearts, I will have to make 35 alts and one by one, run from spawn all the way over to the turn-in. Oh, up here, sorry. And then turn in my hearts here. 360 plus 10 for the enchant. 370. Touche. Yep, I will need another enchant. Yep. You are correct. So the grind is far from done, my boys. This is what I'm saying. Anybody that says there's 20 hours of content is fucking lying to you. I'm gonna just be completely honest. Anybody that says in 20 hours they have got double legendary, best in slot, armor, fully leveled, everything bis, they're lying. 20 hours? Yeah. Yeah. People earlier, somebody came into chat, and this happens quite a bit, but new people come into chat and they'll be like, Dusty, how many hours of content is there in this game right now? And people will be like, 30, 40 hours maybe? I'm like, bro, come on. I've been here for 85, and I just got my first legendary, and I can't even fully upgrade it yet. Like, got 20 hours of content for the game, and I haven't even logged in yet. Yeah, it's fucking huge. Yo, Barta, over on YouTube, what up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring my plate out real quick, and then grab a drink, and then we pump more. Boys, we've actually done it. My heart's actually racing, by the way. I want you guys to know. I am like, my heart's pounding. 20 max level for right now, but there will be a max level of 50 in the long term. Boys, we've done it! Chad, I don't usually do this, but we breaking out the big bottles tonight, baby. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm not gonna lie. A room temperature Dr. Pepper really hates to see me coming. Really hates to see me coming, dog. I have a bit of a problem, and I try to not let it show too much, but sometimes it just sneaks through. Try a hot Dr. Pepper. Fupo swears by Dr. Pepper hot with black tea. Excuse you. Sounds blasphemous, but I'm interested. So got a low level one yet? What you trying to get for a low level one? What the hell? You want to save your luck until 20, brother? It's gonna go flat? What do you mean it's gonna go flat? For being room temp? Brother, Dr. Pepper goes flat faster when it's cold. Tell me you don't know the science of Dr. Pepper without knowing the science of Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is literally specifically formulated to be sold hot, or sorry, to be consumed hot and cold. Either way. But it is best served right around room temperature, scientifically and formulaically. It is deep as shit. Does it? Yes! Bro, Dr. Pepper is literally made to be like, not served in one particular way, but as a result, it's best served at room temperature. There's like science to this shit. So it loses bubbliness and depth of flavor the colder it goes. And I'm not bullshitting you guys. I'm not gaslighting you. I am telling you, if you don't trust me, all you need is 2 cans of Dr. Pepper or 2 small bottles, whichever you prefer. I think Dr. Pepper is better out of a can, but I got this 2-liter bottle for 99 cents. You don't really find 2 liters for 99 cents anymore unless you're getting that Shasta Cola type shit. But take a can of Dr. Peppy. Lead that bitch out. Take a can of Dr. Peppy, put it in the fridge. I'm gonna tell you right now which is gonna be better in the morning. Putting them on a number 25. Oh my god. Are you hunting? Holy shit. That is an incredible amount of commitment. Incredible amount of commitment. Do you have any info of what the patch will be? Quote, several important issues. Well, technically it'll resolve several important issues. It will not be several important issues. But, we'll hopefully resolve them. So we're hoping and praying that that shit about to work. Also, Fidos, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. I am currently running Ram, Crab Shield, and then Bee Fury in my Arsenal slot. I just got my Lego Bee Fury. I still gotta upgrade it. But, just got the Lego Bee Fury. Everything's absolutely peachy there. The build is very, 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 very smooth, very cozy, very consistent, honestly. I no longer have to farm Lady Bee, so now I am absolutely punishing the ever-loving hell out of Honeysabeth and Associates. I will be delivering much pain, suffering, doom, and demise to these freakazoids. Bro, I will say, it's definitely makes me appreciate all the time that I put in with effectively no damage on my build. Cause this shit's stupid. I'm not gonna lie, this is a lot of DPS that's going out all the time, and it's just so fucking safe. There's so many instances of damage. Yo, Super Bro, what up, brother? Back at it again, and just got my first Lego, brother. Back at it, and better than literally ever before, dog. We have ascended on this fine day. I am so fucking hyped that we finally got the Lego. So now I'm trying to go back to back like I'm Jordan 96-97 and just hope for the best out here, dog. If we pull it off, then the level of up tremendosity is borderline incomprehensible, if I'm being real, man. I don't necessarily expect to go back to back on legendaries just like that, but I very well may. Yo, I might get Hanizabeth out at 60%. The fuck? Okay, this is kind of absurd, actually. I just got Hanizabeth out at 66%. And then I can just kill all of the bees fast as shit. I can tank all of this damage. Bruh. This might be a slight issue, if I'm being real. This is like really, really, really... Did I go on normal? Surely I didn't go on normal, right? Because this might actually be a problem. I didn't realize that this was going to feel this strong on other bosses. This is kind of stupid. If I'm being real, this is a spirit. She's level 20? That is fair. She'd be 19 on normal, huh? Why am I just shredding her shit, man? This is ridiculous. I don't know if there's like some hidden scaling with having a Lego, but that was by far the fastest Hanizabeth kill that I've had on a priest so far. What the fuck? I almost think that I don't even have to pull the adds to the back of the room anymore. Like, okay. Okay. I see how we're doing this. See, the thing about this, too. Ram on a warrior is even better. Well, yeah, because warrior can also just run stupid-ass fucking judgment two-handed dumb axe. And then have 25% bonus damage. It's just, it's so silly. It's so silly. Permanent ones? Oh, because you have even more crit, right? Like warrior just has an ungodly amount of crit because you're also putting up a bunch of stacks and shit. What's the big facilitator for warrior just having the perma ones? Yeah, it's just a crit. Crit's nice. Crit's nice. I do have some crit scaling on my end, but like, I'm not going too crazy on it. Yesterday I was peaking at like 38%, which is good in combat. That was with all buffs up as well. But all things considered, I'm still like far from optimal in the gearing, is how I would put it. I haven't put much work into like farming up bis armor sets or anything like that yet, just simply because there's not a real reason for me to until I get my weapons taken care of, at least in my opinion with it. Would definitely love to get my weapons taken care of first and foremost, but Warrior's Cheese Moon works just as good for me. Yeah, I've heard Cheese Moon fucks as well. And I think, was it... I want to say it was like Etnix that was running a Cheese Moon build that I was watching recently. I want to say it was Etnix. But yeah, somebody was running a Cheese Moon build that I was watching recently. And like, that shit was indeedly fucking chunking. Like, unequivocally chunking. It was looking good. It was looking real good. Far past any amount of like priest damage that can be put out. But even with like optimal conditions as a priest right now, I don't necessarily think that we're capable of putting out warrior damage. Just like what they have in the kit, all inclusive, the 25% bonus damage coming in from judgment. Warrior is just, it's the bosser, in my opinion. If I'm being real, it's fucking unreal good, but it's also fine. We'll be fine. Judgment Achievement upgrade legendary is 4% crit each. Oh, bro, I fucking... Like, I don't even have my legendary upgrades yet, man. Even my legendary, I didn't have enough to fully upgrade it. I have to do my farm after. But I want to come test my luck. Did you get the Lego? I got the Lego, brother. I literally got the Lego. And now we have learned that I can kill Hanizabeth insanely fast. Like, really fast. Probably a little bit too fast. But it's quite nice. It's quite nice. So... this should take, hopefully, less time to farm up this Lego comparatively, as long as I can stay consistent on the grind. This fight's gonna be much quicker. I'm pretty sure I can do like 3-to-1 of this fight comparatively to the last fight. So now it's just gonna be a matter of pumping this over and over and over again, which should be fine. I think I need to try to get some buffs up. But that requires me to have gatherables. Cheese Moon goes 9 crit just for existing, and Judgment goes 25% damage, 4% crit. The fuck? Wait, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, so 25% damage flat, and then 13% crit from just your weapons existing is crazy scaling. Crazy scaling. I have 6% chance to stun the enemy. So on my upgrade, do upgrades carry through? Like, if I have my upgraded Bee Fury, the base attack's having a 6% to attack twice. Does that apply from the arsenal? Because I was under the impression that was the same as enchants, where it didn't apply. But if that does apply, that's a large game changer. Making me want to play? Fucking do it, pussy. What are you gonna do? Sit there and talk all night, or are you gonna use those lips for something good, bitch? The crit bonus does? Why? What do you mean? Upgrades do an arsenal. Oh. Oh, that's quite nice. I know my arsenal upgraded, and it gives me 2% more crit. Okay, cool. Well, good to know that I'm just an idiot. And slept on that the entire time. So I will most definitely need to farm up some mats before the end of the night to upgrade my Lego a little bit. I don't have a lot of the hearts because I was waiting to do my heart farm until I got the legendaries themselves. So now that we're in that scenario, kind of a little bit awkward. Kind of wish I had done some heart farming prior to, but happy I have the Lego. So when I get double Lego, I'll have to do my heart farm, but before that, I'm out of green and blue mats to upgrade as well. So I'll have to farm some of those bad boys. Didn't play Dynamos or Alphas. No, I was just playing WoW. Like prior to this, I just didn't really have much fun with WoW. I was mythic rating in WoW, I was tanking mythic plus dungeons. It just isn't very fun, if I'm being honest. WoW Brain, I think, has very much changed how WoW functions, plays, and how WoW players interact with other players. And it just, like, I don't know, it didn't really hit for me, unfortunately. I wish it did, because, you know, you guys set up in WoW, you're pretty much set up in the MMO world forever type shit. But it just, I don't know, it left a lot to be desired, if I'm being real. Like, that's the nicest way that I could say it. And I wish that it was like the actual gameplay side of things. I think the gameplay itself was actually pretty fun. But the overall mentality of the WoW community is a very interesting mentality. Well, it was only fun for the first couple of weeks after an update. Yeah, it's really well served as a seasonal game at this point in time. I do agree. I think when you look at it from a seasonal standpoint, almost like a Diablo 3 type shit, definitely see a lot of validity there. But I don't know. I like the current style of WoW PvE either. Get kept a lot. And for the dumbest reasons too. It's not that you can't complete the content if you have a paladin tank instead of a brewmaster tank. It's that your paladin tank has to pay a little bit more attention than a brewmaster because a naked paladin gets hit a little harder. Your healers have to be a little bit more aware and maybe roll some mitigation over to your paladin or roll some pre-heals over, where a brewmaster is just so autopilot, right? And everybody will immediately just not run content unless it's with the optimal group comp all the time. People will re-roll their character over and over and over and over again just to try to chase the, you know, the ever-shifting meta. And it's a little unfortunate, but it's only get kept if you have no friends. Nah, it's not even like that. Keep in mind, I ran the community over there as well, which is still mythic rating and clearing TVC content. Like, the community was there for everybody that wanted to run. It's just the mentality inherently creeps on people. When everything is a tier list and everything is a, you know, a meta, and every group that you join is met with a, well, you could be doing more damage if you were this, well, I wish our group were smoother with this instead, Like, it's not even necessarily a matter of, like, gate kept, so to say. It's more that it's not fun doing anything other than what everybody is peer pressuring you into. Fuck! I can't talk. This is a good game. Saw some bad reviews about the server issues. Server issues have been all but resolved, Monfrere. So there were indeed bad server issues at the start of the early access, but the developers worked very hard and, in my personal opinion, very quickly to resolve the server issues. So the servers have been incredibly stable throughout the entire weekend, including today so far. I haven't had server issues since, like, last, I think Thursday was the last time that I had server issues whatsoever. Solo game, groups up to 4, Juicy Woosey. What up, my go? Are you going to TwitchCon this year, buddy? Hit me and Carla if you're going to TwitchCon. Shoot Carla a DM on Discord. One of us there if you're going to TwitchCon. Would love to see you out there, dog. So basically, MMO Light is what a lot of people are calling it. It's like MMORPG drop the massive in terms of the scale. So right now it's an early access, so fewer systems than there will be, right? Naturally, I'll show you the roadmap after this boss kill. Tubes, what am I go? How you doing, brother? How we doing today? Absolutely beautiful, dude. It's been, as you know, god tier weather up in the Northeast. I am incredibly happy to just be existing right now. I've got plants that are growing outside. The birds are chirping. The sun is shining, brother. Everything is amazing. I'm blessed to be here. I hope you've been splendid as well. But in terms of the scale right now, Juice, basically what you're looking at is early access. They have a roadmap that covers two things. It'll be this year's development, and then it'll be the remainder of early access development, which, based on what I've gathered, is going to be like a year to a year and a half type shit, probably. So, all things considered, really not that bad. They have everything planned from more difficult PvE content and more rewarding as a result of the difficulty increase, like heroic dungeons instead of the current hard mode that we cap out at, which will bring in unique mechanics, exclusive gear rewards. They'll bring in rifts. Now, what do the rifts mean? I don't really have an idea definitively of what their rift system is going to be, whether it's going to be like a Diablo-style rift system or what they've got planned. All things considered, though, rifts have the potential to be so many different things. But that's in their PvE side of things. World boss, seasonal events. On the PvP side of things, they're bringing in duels, battlegrounds, and a PvP area, like a PvP zone in the map itself. That'll be kind of the always-on PvP. Caveat to that is that the shard size, or like the layering size, so to say, is only 20-ish people right now, up to 50 people in the, in the projected goals currently. So the layers are quite small. They do have guilds planned. Again, with the layering being quite small, it's hard to say exactly what level the guilds are going to be on. But I just got a legendary judgment from Ratsart. Yo! Wait, I'm glad we're chaining that shit off, if I'm being honest. Doesn't been amazing so far, sending patches and fixes faster than most AAA companies. Yeah, keep in mind, it was a team of 15 on the development side of things. You kept up with the Ashes drama? Unfortunately, man. Unfortunately. And it's one of those where when everything started, I'm someone who always tries to find the best in every scenario. And some people say I cope because of it, but honestly, I just try to look at life in a brighter light. And this is one of the things that I really don't think you can look at in a brighter light at all. I think so many just dumb things happened, and it angers me to even talk about, because the potential of that game on the scope that it was being looked at for potential acquisition or investment opportunities from Titans, man, that thing genuinely could have been something in the MMO industry, and it's so sad to see it where it is right now. And it's all because of communication breaking down and hubris and so many things that could have been prevented by somebody coming in and just being like, hey, you and you fucking work it out. This thing is actually going to die if you do not work it out. And this thing dying cucks not only everyone involved financially, but also all of the people who wanted to see that project succeed, and allows the people who said, game's a scam, game's a scam, game's a scam, to be right. Talking about New World? No, Ashes, unfortunately. It's just, it's really unfortunate, all things considered. I hope that the court system continues to bring out more information. But it's one of those where no matter what direction you look, it just seems like so many instances where calmer heads could have prevailed on one side, the other, or both at the same time. And really, I think everybody just needed like a group therapist. I'm not gonna lie, man. Maybe therapy could have saved Ashes of Creation, because it just, I don't want to get too into it, but I don't want to assume anything. But whether it was ego, whether it was hubris, whether it was uncertainty, whether it was distrust, whether it was gut feeling, intuition, people chirping in the ear, whatever it may be, man. So many things could have gone so many different ways that resulted in the project succeeding, and it's so sad. Is PvP in or no? Will it be an afterthought? Not in right now, but it's also early access. I don't know, therapy would have. Seems like the loner is one of their money and Zoo didn't have it. Yeah, I mean, that's also kind of the issue, right? Just inherently. I think there was a hubris with, we can definitely put out this incredibly ambitious project in this amount of time, and the setbacks were not necessarily, and again, this is all hypothetical, but hypothetically, it seems like, allegedly, the setbacks may not have been made apparent as in, like, this is a possibility, and the investors were thinking, hey, this is going to be something more in the short term based on texts that have come out and everything, communication between the two parties. It seems like this was more of a, hey, we thought it was going to be this period of time. We understand there were delays, but like now it's this period of time. Projections have hit and we were supposed to have a cash out by now. We're supposed to be in the green. And when you're investing in something that is developing a product that doesn't exist yet, you kind of take on a risk of going in the red, right? In investments, always you take a risk of going in the red. That's why my parents always told me, never invest money that you don't care about losing. Never spend money you don't care about losing. It's expendable income. So when you're looking at it from that standpoint, it sucks that, you know, the delays happened, the extensions happened, all that stuff, and people didn't get paid in the timely manner that they wanted to get paid out for that, because that would have also been a completely different route of things. There are just so many things behind the scenes that I, in my limited scope, don't know still, even with the filings, even with everything that's come out. I'm not going to pretend to know all of the things that happen behind closed doors because that'd be so incredibly ignorant of me. But again, I just really hope that there's some route where it's resolved before 2030. And no matter who gets control of it, they can just move the fuck on. Maybe the IP gets, you know, chop-shopped and somebody takes some information from it somewhere along the line and utilize it somewhere. But I don't even think that's really likely. I wish that there was a route where I could Doctor Strange a scenario where, you know, they just one day walk in and it's like a Step Brothers reunion between Steven and Jason where they look at each other and they realize that everything that they've been fighting over is all bad. And then Rob Dawson walks in. And he's like, sons. They're like, Dad. And then they all hug and embrace. And then Ashes comes back up. I'd stand up, clap, and come in my pants. Unfortunately, that's probably not going to happen. And it's at the point right now where everybody is so, you know, invested. You know, no pun intended. I don't think it was necessarily investment, it's more so loans with high interest rates. Yeah, it was hard money, basically. And keep in mind, I'm poor, so I know not much about hard money. But what I do know about hard money is it's typically a very heartless route of investing, where you're borrowing from somebody that doesn't give a fuck about your passion, doesn't give a fuck about your vision, doesn't care who you are, what you want to do. They care about giving you money and getting money back in their bottom line because they're operating a lending business. It's, you know, it is what it is. I do agree with the projections that were put out. When we looked at those projections on stream for the first time, it was very much a matter of like, you know, as somebody that had played Ashes in 2025 with hindsight, 2026 with hindsight, we looked at the projections and we were like, oh, golly gosh and gadzooks. You were projecting NA and EU content expansions this early? Holy cannoli. And it was ambitious to say the least with those projections. And as someone that had, you know, like played Ashes, followed Ashes, we looked at those as a community and we're like, okay, you know, that definitely is a little tragic. None of these loners even played video games. They're just trying to make some money in the long run. Yup. And I think that's also part of the issue with it. Like, and it's not the loners' fault that they were loaning and trying to make money. That's literally their job and why they have a lot of money in the first place. But I think it was, you know, everybody is equally at fault. To a certain, not equally at fault, but everybody's at fault to a certain extent. The people providing the money should have researched the product that they were investing into, knowing the risks, knowing everything, and not just taking at face value somebody saying, hey, I need tens of millions of dollars from multiple of you. And honestly, if somebody asks me if they can get $100, I'm probably going to investigate what they need $100 for, because $100 is a lot of money. I'm assuming when you're putting that much money into something, there have been allegations of 200 Bitcoin being sold at a value of, I don't even know what the valuation was at the time, but it was to cover a loan of $6 million, which at this point in time, at a rough valuation of like 70,000, just rounding down, that same amount of Bitcoin would be worth like $14 million, I believe it was. I may be skewing the numbers, which is why I'm not a lawyer nor a legal analyst, but basically 200 Bitcoin was sold to cover a loan that is far less than $14 million. So, like, there's definitely a lot from everybody that could have been done differently and handled differently. I think that's something that is incredibly apparent. investors got into a situation where they kind of didn't necessarily, I don't know, maybe acknowledge all of the risks that they were taking with an investment in what is very much a startup, you know, tech software company that does not have a product developed, a prototype developed, or anything like that at the time of starting the company. They are starting quite literally from ground zero, square one. And it's also partly, okay, well, why'd you seek out that type of investor? Couldn't we have gone any other route with it? And it definitely seems like they could have. It seems like there were opportunities. I really wish that it had gone a different route, if I'm being real. I think both sides, again, share blame in the entire situation, and nobody is truly innocent when it all breaks down and it's all said and done. And it is tragic, but, you know, especially in the MMO industry, and Receiving having no experience in running game development, the fact it took them so long to ask questions or request the books, just poor management on both sides. I agree. I think one thing I've said, right? I've tried my best to remain as close to unbiased as I humanly can as somebody that clearly very much loved Ashes of Creation, the game. And I want to root for both sides to come out with, you know, an amicable solution where they're just like, hey, you know what? Dusty seems like he'd be able to help us. Let's pay Dusty to come in and consult, make sure we all get along. And then they resolve it, and then they just fly me out to the stew once a month. I dap everybody up. I spark up a joint ski for everyone. And then we just discuss what's going on. We make sure the books are going through. If Steven's not sending stuff, I'll go over with Steven. I'll be like, hey, are we getting this done? Let's get this done real quick, my dog. We'll go get Portillo's after. We'll get the Italian beef Sammys. We'll dip it all the way in the gravy. You just gotta get this shit done. Let's get it taken care of. We'll discuss this stuff. We'll go over to the lawyer's office, smelling like the dank. We'll get it all taken care of. But I don't think that's the way. I think this is gonna be the way that I've always described this court case is a knife fight. It's not a drive-by where one side's trying to stick out the window and pop, 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 pop. This is two people showing up in a back alley. One side pulls out a switchblade that's like, you know, like the butterfly knife. And then one side has a knife that's like, chink. And then they just, you know, get their cuts in. Nobody ever wins in a knife fight. Bingo. This is both sides trying to get their cuts in on the other side, trying to destroy the reputation of the other side in any way, shape, and form that they can. And this is no longer a battle for Ashes of Creation. This is a battle for this guy is worse than I am. This is a battle for reputation, as well as millions of dollars. Unfortunately, the battle for Ashes of Creation ended the moment Steven resigned from the company and Intrepid Studios ceased to exist. That was the moment where the battle for Ashes of Creation ended, and we as the players had zero say anywhere in that battle whatsoever. So from our standpoint, right, ain't nobody winning this on the player side, dog. Ain't nobody winning this regardless. Somebody's gonna come out quote unquote on top of the court case, but even then, with the time, effort, money, stress invested in this, even if you get money, bro, how much actual like bodily stress has been added onto the people involved in this court case? How many weeks of their life consumed by having to deal with this, you know, this extra shit? When investors wanted to hop in and do one thing, Steven wanted to make an MMO. And I still, in my heart of hearts, believe that Steven wanted to make an MMO that was actually going to be amazing and transformative. But I also think that it was the equivalent of me taking on a, you know, I show speed level of IRL streaming tour, with basically my IRL streaming experience being going to TwitchCon, and also that one time I went to Iceland, but we only had audio on one side of the stream for half of the trip. I'm not really qualified to take on that speed level of IRL streaming. And the thing about it is, one thing that we've asked, you know, some previous employees that worked at Intrepid was, did they think that there were things that were in Steven's wheelhouse and in his responsibility list that could have absolutely been, you know, delegated to others to free him up for the actual creative directoring? And those that we were able to talk to and verified that they were former employees said, yeah, definitely. And I think I've said it from the start. I've tried to, again, remain completely unbiased. I think Steven's best role was not CEO of potentially billion-dollar company. I think it was creative director and front-facing man. I don't think that Steven was the manager of the band. I think that Steven was the lead singer of the band. And it's not frequent that the lead singer of a successful band is booking their own shows. They just get told when the bookings are. They might talk to the agent. They might negotiate it a little bit. But they're not doing the bookings directly. New World had such a high ceiling, sadly turned out oh bueno. I think New World needed another year and a half in development after the pivot to an MMO. I think they very late in dev shifted their goals as a project, and going from open world survival to fully fledged socially driven MMO brought in so many moments of, even from our POV as players, where they were just like, oh fuck, how do we what do we do? It was basically like you took a Starbucks barista and you were like, hey, there is a bomb outside. The bomb squad is running a little bit late. We're gonna need a venti defuse on this thing ASAP. And they just walk out and they're like, what the fuck is going on? I have no idea what I'm doing, and then everything blows up. GG, well played. The baristas were supposed to be making a fucking latte, and they got pulled over to a goddamn ticking time bomb, which is fucking MMOs. Because Christoph Fartman, stupid ass bit, shouldn't be allowed near game development at all for the remainder of his life. He should take his millions of dollars and he should kindly fuck off and retire on a beach somewhere far away from modern game development, and that would make me exceedingly happy. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Fuck Amazon Games. Fuck Christoph Hartman. Thank you. That is all I have to say about that. Anyways. God, I genuinely, I don't really have much hate in my body, but I have a lot of hate for a former 2K executive that decided to axe an MMO that was on an upswing at 50k concurrent players and securing more space for itself. Not only in the influencer space with streamers coming in to play it, and I wasn't even playing it for Nighthaven launch, keep in mind, but you had everybody from Summit to Sequisha to your New World OGs coming back to check it out. And a lot of people were raving about how good it was, only for that shit to get absolutely shredded while on an upswing, potentially being 2 months away from reaching 75 to 100k concurrent again if it were to snowball. Now, that would have required subsequent updates, but they were really on an upswing with it, and then out of nowhere, killed so they could drop Snoop Dogg's Courtroom Chaos. Just kidding, it was actually so they could drop King of Meat. Now, if we'd like to see where their focus lies, King of Meat was dropped on Steam. It came out 6 months ago and saw a peak of 320 concurrent players. 320. They dropped a winter update for it. That is it. 320 concurrent players. What is King of Meat? King of Meat is what Christoph Hartman, in an interview hear me out, sorry to bring this up again, but part of the reason I went to Ashes of Creation was because in August 23rd of 2024, Christoph Hartman did an interview with IGN where he talked about King of Meat, a new hack and slash co-op game that Hartman calls Amazon's first step out of the MMO genre. August 23rd of 2024. I came back from TwitchCon and I said, hey guys, we heard from a pretty reputable source at TwitchCon that New World's already dead. Like, they've already killed it. Lo and behold, a couple months later, guess what happened? New World died. This was long before New World was actually announced as killed, right? In this interview, Hartman basically blames the consumers for their lack of success with a lot of shit and says things along the line of, with New World and Lost Ark, we had some promising success. Those things are hard to maintain because people invest a lot of time and try out new things, but then they quickly rotate back to their evergreen franchise they have been playing, so we're just going to keep on going. So basically, he comes out and says, with New World and Lost Ark, we didn't drop a game good enough to convince people to stay, nor did we live up to the expectations of players, so I'm gonna blame the players for rotating back to their evergreen franchise and not acknowledge that we fucked up, so we're just gonna keep on going. Obviously, we want to have one of those big franchises. That's the whole point. Anything smaller than that would not be interesting to Amazon. We are a larger-than-life company. We're not in here to try it out and do some cute game development. King of Meat's upcoming title, a new hack and slash that Hartman calls Amazon's first step out of the MMO genre. They don't want to do some cute game development, and they're a larger-than-life company where anything smaller than that wouldn't be interesting. And they scrap New World for a 320 peak player game. Christoph Hartman, please choke on a bag of the girthiest cocks, resign from your position, retire on a fucking beach somewhere with your dumbass fucking leather jacket, and leave game development to people that actually care about game development. Does that guy still have a job? Yeah, he's a former 2K CEO. He's the former CEO of Amazon Games. Sorry, current CEO of Amazon Games. Not CEO of 2K. He was a former 2K co-founder, I believe. Former 2K co-founder. Christoph Hartman. Let's see. He's the VP of Amazon Games now, by the way. Sorry, moved up. Moved up. He was president and co-founder of 2K. Before that point in time. VP in Amazon Games and was co-founder and president of 2K. It is fucking awful. Oh wait, hold on. Amazon Game Studio boss Christoph Hartman is leaving the company. Bloomberg News has learned as Amazon continues to retreat from the PC console video game space in favor of its cloud gaming service Luna. Oh shit. Wait, as of a few months ago, Christoph Hartman might have been leaving the company. It's a Blue Sky article. So I don't really know what's going on there. I don't have Blue Sky. Is he actually? No, he's still there as of right now. LinkedIn has him as still there. Leading Amazon Games, including internal development and external publishing. That one. Publishing. Yep, so unfortunately it would appear that he does still have a job. Yep. Really fucking hate to see that shit. But they killed New World for a 320 player game, and he said that anything less than larger than life wouldn't be appealing to them. So, trying to port FAREVER over to Mac. It works on controller. I don't see why it wouldn't work on a Mac. In those games, everything revolves around making more and more money year after year, regardless of if they make profit in a year. If they don't make more than what they did the year before, companies quit on it. Source. Before I went full-time on stream, I ran an esports program for a college. Directly after graduating college, I was admin level. Was a director of esports at a college. We were, when I was there, a top 5 program in the nation that got substantially outscaled because they wouldn't allow me to scale up because they already said we're doing enough, just push with what you have. They wanted more results with the same resources. We got outscaled. After that, I became a Starbucks store manager. My store performed exceedingly well. Growth every month that I was there, month over month. They wanted more growth. It was like the Kobe Kanye commercial. Right? More lattes. More cheese danishes. They always wanted more. No matter how good it was, no matter if it was a record drive-through, you know, out the window time week, they would want more. It was always scaling up. After that, when I burned out on being a store manager for Starbucks, I worked in sales. Went in, absolutely cleaned house, had incredibly high customer service ratings. Customers loved me. Made great money. Sold fucking beds. Pulled solid clams home. Zero stress job. But despite having incredibly high KPIs in every capacity, they wanted more KPIs from me. Despite me already breaking every, you know, KPI, every metric that they wanted pushed, they were like, hey, we have higher expectations for you. You're a strong performer, so we want to see how high you can take it. And I'm like, brother, you've already offered me management and I've turned it down. If I wanted to try hard at this job, then I would definitely try hard at a different job. I wouldn't be selling mattresses. Please, for the love of God, let me chill. And they didn't want to let me chill. And again, that's why you never try harder. Well, that's the thing with sales. You kind of get into the trap of that, right? If you don't try hard, then you don't really pay. I was gonna try to work you to the bone. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I can definitely vouch that everybody always wants record performance, you know, year over year over year, despite if 1 year's a record or not. It's not becoming complacent, which is how you grow a business, how you grow anything. But anytime there's a dip, there's never a reaction of, okay, this is temporary. We double down and build through this dip. It's always an, oh shit, light everything on fire reaction, where it's the worst case scenario, right? If it's not the ideal case, it's the worst case. And I feel like that reaction is not necessary. Like, you'll see people that are top performers in sales positions get let go because they have a slight dip in their performance while they're outperforming other people that are still, you know, existing. It's a weird world. And it's the same thing with streaming, right? To a certain extent. You will have, from a, you know, from a more year over year standpoint, a lot of streamers my size burn out. I've been streaming now full-time for 3 years, right? A lot of streamers my size and relative similar size to me burn out because at a certain point, you will grow, you will shrink, you will ebb, you will flow as a content creator. There will be periods of great viewership. There will be periods of lower viewership. And a lot of people hit the panic switch and get like manically depressed the second their viewership is not at an all-time high. And it's something that I think everybody deals with everything, right? To a certain extent. But a lot of streamers around my size just burn out the second there's a dip and they're like, oh shit, it's all going down, it's all going south. Hit the panic switch, hit the ejecto seat. We gotta get the fuck out of here. You can sell boats? I mean, ideally, I don't want to work a job ever again in my life. I'm not gonna lie. Streaming, way fucking cooler. I could do this every single day forever and never get tired of it. Source, I've done it for 1,053 days in a row right now. And before that, I had like 7-ish years before the streak. I love what I do. I'd like to not have to work. This is great. Twitch Prime. Honestly felt bad for all the New World streamers after Amazon randomly decided to kill off the game. I mean, it's the same thing for me. How I felt about Ashes. When Ashes died, I felt bad because my community was naturally going to get sundered as a result of it. But I think feeling bad for streamers as a streamer is crazy when the developers are the ones that are truly impacted. Like, yeah, it sucks that streamers got displaced and had to find a new game, but streamers already live such a privileged, amazing life to the point where anybody that feels pity for streamers when something inconvenient happens is kind of like crazy if the equivalent inconvenience is happening to people who work in 9 to 5 and don't have the capacity to sit here on stream, even if the game is dead, and say, oh my god, chat, hi. Like, if I have every game that I play die, I can still press start streaming and then I can yap with you guys about anything. I could go full screen. If I lose my camera because my camera breaks, then I can yap with you guys. If my microphone breaks, then I can put up a donegal and I can type to you guys and explain that I really need the microphone or stream is going to be awkward because I can't type as fast as I can talk. Like, streamers live such a privileged life. And when Ashes died, I tried to reiterate multiple times to people. Like, I was in tears at points in time because I was just so emotional at the fact that, like, our community was absolutely going to be fractured. Like I said, it was inevitable. And That was like the worst part of it for me, and the fact that like developers and people who worked very hard on the title and put an immense amount of hours into it. Oh my god, excuse you, holy shit. We're also the ones that were being impacted on a real level. Right, I can always go on, I can ask for Twitch Primes, I can run a pity sub goal or something like that. Man, developers can't just throw up a stream and be like, chat, I don't have rent this month. I'm gonna need a little bit of help, and get it interest-free, you know, deposited into their account out of the goodwill of other people, man. That's a different level of it that they had to go through. And I think realistically, there was a lot of, when Ashes died as well, man, it was a lot of people, like, I got a lot of very mean DMs, but I also got a lot of incredibly kind DMs, where I was like, hey, I appreciate the kind words. Keep in mind as well that there are so many developers and people who worked hard on this game that are also cooked as a result of this. And, you know, it was truly shitty, right? A lot of people worked hard to bring something to life that I enjoyed being a part of. And whether it worked or not, you know, is what it is. How's the game? It's a blast. Genuinely a blast, all things considered. It is in early access. And I think with that in mind, I mean, as you can tell, I'm somebody who's come from an early access or two in my life. So from a general standpoint, the current scope of the game is, I think, simple, yet very fun, and provides more depth than one would think. So do not, you know, take me sitting here farming the bosses, just tanking the mechanics, as a, oh, this is immediately what the game's gonna feel like. I have pretty solid gear. I have a pretty solid setup. You know, I kind of have the capacity to pump a little bit more than a new player would. I've put in about 85 hours on this character so far. Granted, my luck is pretty ass, but I just got my first legendary, which is the highest rarity. You can get legendary weapons, shields, but not armor and jewelry. I got my first legendary today after about 85 hours. Blessings. So now I'm trying to farm up my second legendary, which is going to be a pocket hive. So when my build gets fixed, we're going to go. Basically, in terms of monetization, pay to play. It's in early access right now. Unique is highest. I don't think there's been a confirmed unique. Has there? Someone said data mined, but you can also data mine these fucking nuts if you dig deep enough. So I don't know if unique's been actually confirmed. But until then, we're fucking thuming. I got my first Lego. Someone said they got one. Okay, well, someone in chat's also gonna say they have a 12-inch cock and they're 6'2" and they're 5'6" with a 3-inch dick. Let's not trust someone that said they got something one time. Let's not go that deep. Unique's on the roadmap, no? I mean, there's unique rewards. So, I mean, yeah, theoretically, but that's from heroic mode. So, not quite sure. But in terms of monetization, it is box cost. Just pay the box and then you're in. It's early access right now. They have a roadmap that's available on their Steam store that covers PvE improvements, PvP improvements, which there's no PvP right now. 1 to 4 person groups. So you can do anything in the game 1 to 4 people. Dungeons will scale up some mechanics up to the 4-person standpoint. Pretty sure legendary's highest. Unique on roadmap was just about how every weapon itself is unique. That's how I interpreted it. Like, so I kind of thought that unique rewards. So hear me out. What I thought was unique rewards for heroic would be things like set armor pieces that aren't available anywhere else. So they're unique to that. I was just trying to spread misinformation. It almost worked. Fucking Australian. Unique rewards from heroics to me means things that are unique to that form of gameplay that would be, you know, exclusive to the heroic dungeons, so to say. Which, to me, low-hanging fruit is, you know how we have weapons that are warrior and priest? Have a set that coincides with weapons. So you have a warrior and a priest set that coincides with a warrior and priest weapon and augments the build based on the weapon utility and not building off the class side, and then eventually bring in class sets that are like jewelry or something more, I don't know, something different down the road. But I think armor sets corresponding with different weapon types could be fucking heat. Although, I am just a man with camera and microphone. Just because I would enjoy something does not inherently mean that it is correct. I think that would be very fucking fun though. But I'm not a game developer. Wish I was. Actually, no, I don't. That shit seems incredibly hard. And you can never really satisfy everybody. I do not wish that I was a game developer. I wish I had enough motion for game developers to pay me to consult for them. Like, fly me out to the studio, show me some cool shit, buy me a nice steak dinner or something, bring me out to some food, and then I just tell you what I think would be cool with the game. But they pay YouTubers for that shit, and apparently not Twitch streamers. Although, Esfan got to see Classic Plus and the Riot MMO, so I'm kind of fucking jealous of Esfan. Not gonna lie, kind of very jealous of Esfan. All things considered, though. He has much more motion than me. So, anyways, that's my ideal scenario. Not over, it says 75 plus unique weapons, but they just mean types of weapons since it says more. Oh, yeah. I mean, the 75 plus unique weapons, I would also think that means, like, you know, you have Pocket Hive, 1 unique weapon. You have Pocket Hive and Bee Fury, 2 unique weapons. Kind of like more of those individuals, you know what I mean? How's the Rogue? Rogue's solid. I mean, everything in the class can complete, or sorry, everything in the game, like every class, can complete all content in the game currently. So, Rogue is kind of in the same boat as Mage, where it obviously has less sustain than something like a Priest, and Warrior is just disgustingly OP, far above everything else from a boss farming standpoint, which farming bosses is just the popular form of prog right now, because you kill boss, open chest, hope that you get high rarity version of item, and if you get high rarity version of item, I lose, then you win. I unfortunately don't win frequently. I have very bad luck. So, all things considered, boss killing is a lot of the meta right now, and Warrior does that exquisitely well. I would say it probably goes like Warrior, then Priest, then Rogue, then Mage, and Rogue probably pretty even. A little bit under Priest, but I mean, a good Rogue build or a good Mage build can still out DPS a Priest build. It's just Priest is ungodly sustainy. You know what I mean? So, Rogue's still very good though. Quick question, is the game super grindy, or would you say it's a good Steam Deck RPG? Oh, dude. You can absolutely come in as a casual player. So just because I'm sitting here for hours every single day trying to optimize my weapon by getting the highest rarity, you don't have to do that. And a lot of the actual progression of the game is going through the world, right? Very easy world, very explorable world, completing all these little objectives and quests and exploring and finding hidden chests and coves and this and that. Carnage, thank you for the follow. And it's accessible. You can do literally everything in the game solo or up to a group of 4. Gathering, crafting, all that stuff, really accessible as well. I would say from a grindy standpoint, it presents grindability if you want it. Shark, thank you for the follow. But it's also super cozy. On top of that, a lot of your progression, mounts, gliders, and companions, all of which are collectibles. Glider that you get when you jump, you can, you know, redeploy your glider, slow your fall type shit. Dude, it's nice. It's nice. They've done a lot of good work to, I think, appeal to the casual and cozy player base, while also bringing in the level of build customization and opportunity for sweat that the autists like me can really embrace. Look, if I spin like this, my companion dances with me, chat. Peep. So if you WASD really fast and jump, then your companion will dance with you. It's the small things. Getting sluts to compete in casual is a winning formula. Brother, I went from screaming at people in chat and declaring wars on their guilds to running around in a circle with my little companion and making it dance with me. This is like the Mike Tyson getting pigeons arc. Wait, I have pigeons too. Ah, shit. Got the Lego, why farming Lady Bee? I got the Lego, I'm farming Queen Bee now. I've moved on from the young calf, and now I want the old cow. Now, I'm here for the MILF. Lady Bee was not enough to satisfy this craving, brother. We gotta go all the way up the royal family. So now, the caveat is that I can kill Queen Bee far faster than I can Lady Bee fights. but I'm trying to get a legendary Pocket Hive, which means despite killing Queen Bee faster, Pocket Hive is a less frequent drop than Wing Sabers. So I'm likely to find Wing Sabers first and more frequently than I will Pocket Hive, which kind of scares me, like a lot. Because then I have to find Lego, like I have to roll Lego in the first place. Well, I guess I have to roll Pocket Hive in the first place. Then I have to roll Lego after the Pocket Hive roll. It's just a big, like, a big yikers, if I'm being real. You know what the patch will bring? Quote, several important issues. Well, fixes for several important issues. Other than that, we don't really know specificities of it, if I'm being real. I wish we did, but I have, like, no leaks or information or anything that's coming my way. Wish I did, I'd share it with you guys. I have a few things that I would really, like, love to see prioritized with fixes. Some glaring loot table issues, some things that result in players feeling like they have to have, you know, 30 alts to actually progress because we don't have a quest as a repeatable, and instead the quest in itself is just a one-time quest, so we have to farm up a shitload. So several users are type patch notes. Oh yeah. Hopefully we see a lot of fixes in a lot of different areas. Because honestly, like, there are loot table issues where certain items aren't farmable from bosses. You can only get them from named mobs and chests. So you only have a finite amount of attempts at those, if really relatively any, at a max level. So that makes it quite tough to farm certain builds up, makes it a lot more RNG. Farming ephemeral hearts and then turning them in for the crystal is a one-time quest, instead of a repeatable quest that would bring in the availability to only have one character farming ephemeral hearts, complete the ephemeral hearts turn in, and then upgrade your items, well, weapons to 4 and 5 star. It's just, right now, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, I think, that is preventing players from progressing normally, that should definitely be approached and dealt with, right? Just small things like that. I'm not even worried about, like, balance changes coming in this patch. But if they fix loot table issues with things just simply not existing in loot tables, maybe some accessibility around, like, world bosses being not just a one-time kill and get loot for a character, or not world bosses, but like world spawns, and make world spawns farmable as well for their loot tables, I think that would be a huge step in the right direction. Just so many small things and directions they could go with it that I think would improve the state of people being able to cook and get what they actually want to get. So, FPS is still a problem for me. They should improve that. What are your specs for your build? Exclamation specs for mine. I have a 7800 X3D and a 4080 Super. Sorry. I run quite smooth. Although I will say, I have definitely, like, over the course of the weekend, I ran into a few, like, frame droppy instances. Honestly, I don't think they've been nearly as bad today, but is there a dog class in the game? Also, is there a lot to do at max level to keep you engaged? I mean, I have 85 hours on this character. I stream every single day for like 8 to 10 hours. I've been here for over a week now working on one character, and honestly, primarily working to build up one build to the highest degree. And funny enough, the build that I'm trying to work on right now, bonus points, is bugged. So I'm waiting on bug fixes for the build that I really want to cook up. This is just like the secondary build, so to say. I'm waiting on bug fixes for my main build, but while I'm waiting on the bug fixes, I'm trying to grind out my legendary gear, which is the highest rarity that we know of at this point in time. I have one of my weapons. I need another weapon. So then I'll have both of my weapons, then I'll need to get a shield, then I'll need to grind up mats to upgrade them. There is a lot of like world exploration that's available for you to go out and branch out to. So that inherently presents a lot of fun as well. If you are a horizontal gamer and you really like transmogs, you like mounts, you like cosmetics, there are gliders, mounts, and companions, all of which are collectible and gatherable throughout the world for you. So there's truly, like, if you want 100% it, you're not going to run out of content by any means, right? It's just a matter of if you desire entirely sweaty content all the time, or some cozy horizontal content also tickles your fancy every now and then. Myself personally, I really fancy the sweat, but I have found joy in cooking up different theory crafted builds for the future. I really want PvP to come in, but in the time, you know, that we have in between now and then, I have been very much so enjoying my existence more on a PvE exclusive standpoint because we don't have any other option. I'm usually an incredibly group-based person. My community is very tight-knit. We have played multiple PvX titles together, and at this point in time, like, not playing with an entire raid group of the community on a daily basis feels almost foreign to me to a certain extent. So it's just, you know, it's adjustment period for me, but I have had an immense amount of fun over here. Yo, Citizen, what up, dude? Hopefully your luck isn't like mine today. I got my first Lego today, so everything's been good so far. Just came over and started the Queen Bee farm, and I'm hoping that I can carry some good luck over to this. I did get my Bee Fury earlier, so that's the best luck that I've had so far. And from there, if I can get bug fixes tomorrow, then we are fucking blasting. Because right now, the worst thing about Bee Fury is honestly the fact that half the shit doesn't proc off of it, doesn't consume our sunlight stacks, doesn't build crab shield stacks on finishers. Dude, it just doesn't like to work. No type of player like dot playstyles, enter summons, anything like that in the game. Yep. Summons as a direct build, not necessarily. There's like a totem build with clam slamming. There is a B build. B build is what I'm looking to put together. Only problem is the trinket for it's bugged. The main hand weapon for it, which is this, has some bugs associated with it to where it's relegated to the cuck chair. Other than that, like, the build does have potential. It basically summons bees. So I'll take you through the build real quick, and then it might be bowl time. Chat, one Twitch Prime, and I smoke a bowl after this build review. So right now, I'm on Ram, which is a one-handed mace. I am running Crab Shield, and I am running Bee Fury in my arsenal. For those that are brand new, you have your main weapon. Oh, and thank you for following. You have your main weapon, which you use. You have your arsenal, which you get abilities from. While you're leveling, you get one ability. Once you're level 20, you get 2 abilities. I have a passive, and I have an active ability. My active ability right now reduces enemy magic resistance by 40% for 10 seconds and gives me that magic resist. 40%. Then, Swarmlord, my weapon skills, anytime I use one, gives me a bug shield, like a bee shield, for 10 seconds. It deals damage, has a chance to poison the enemies, gives me increased armor, and heals whenever it does damage. Nice little self-sustain, nice little damage, always up. My shield itself, depth shield. I put a bubble above my head, 4 charges on it whenever somebody's nearby. Each charge pops, 50 damage-ish per pop, and heals me. Last pop, deals increased damage, and stuns. Good damage. My passive on my shield. Final combo attacks and blocking gives me a stack at 3 stacks. My next block blows up, does damage, lowers the cooldown of this. This mace. Final combo of my attack, which also gives a stack here, gives a stack of benediction. And then if it crits, it resets the cooldown of Ramville, which is my 1. My Ramville, if I have 5 stacks of benediction, which come from my combo, give me increased stats. 10% fervor, which is damage, healing, and shield, and 10% crit chance for 15 seconds, and does more damage. So from there, you try to stack 5 stacks. Well, that's 5 combos. Unless your weapon skills empower your next 3 attacks to deal additional damage and generate benediction, stacking up to 5 times. Your weapon skills have 100%, your attacks, 3 next attacks are empowered and then have 100% chance to crit strike. So, a weapon skill gives me a shield that lasts for 10 seconds. Sharp, thank you for the follow. Makes my next 3 attacks crit. If one of those attacks is my smite, which is my final combo attack, then that resets my Ramville, which is my 1. And if I'm building enough stacks, then I cast that and it does damage. If I have 5 stacks, then that gives me the buff, but that's only 15 seconds. So basically, you're mashing Ramville anytime it comes off cooldown, hoping that you build up to 5 stacks at a certain point and just spamming damage out with Ramville. It's fucking insane. Other than that, during that time, you get your depth shield up, bubble around you, big damage, passive blocks because everybody's gonna block, bug shield always up because you're always casting Ramville, and this is stripping magic res. Super fucking strong. Now, what I'm looking to do in the future. This in my main hand, and then put Pocket Hive in my arsenal. So if we switch that up, you'll see immediately this heals me and nearby allies, but also deals damage, right? This same thing gives me the bug shield. Pocket Hive in the offhand, reverse honey spin, gives me armor and magic res, deals big damage, but mad buzz. Dealing and taking damage has a 20% chance to generate a second buzzing, stacking up to 10 times. At 10 stacks, summon a bee that does magic damage every 3 seconds. Bees that walk through Brood Leap's area, which, if you're bossing, you can take this out, and then you go Brood Leap instead. Brood Leap, jump through the air, dealing fizz damage, leaving an area on the ground that does more damage and heals. Any bees that go into that area, enraged, do 50% more damage for their duration, and then summoning bee extends the duration of all summoned bees by 3 seconds. So you're summoning bees from this, every instance of damage that you're doing. You're putting out a bunch of instances of damage because Swarm Lord's always up. You're putting the dot up. You're blowing up with Depth Shield a lot. And on top of all of that, Karasu, thank you for the follow. There's Eternal Flower Heart. Your weapon skills have a chance to summon a bee that'll attack enemies for 10 seconds. If this was working, then you'd also have a large facilitator of the bee build inherently through that. So there's genuinely so much cooking that can happen with these builds, which is a large part of my enjoyment so far, if I'm being honest. Again, there are a few bugs with the build right now, which is why I'm running Ram Sword instead of the other one. But, well, the server ticks can keep up with all those damage instances. Honestly, I'm running a really high damage instance build right now, and I'm not having any issue with, like, server ticks or anything like that. Clam slamming sounds crazy. Clam slamming is the way, brother. Clam slamming is actually the fucking meta. Clam slamming already got nerfed once, too. They said that slamming clams was too fucking strong. There was an infinite clam slam build, no refractory period, where basically mages, when they crit, would go into a clear casting state, and then that clear casting state would allow them to drop another totem without a cooldown or some bullshit like that. So they would just drop totems, and more totems would crit, and then it would facilitate the clear casting state, and then they just stack up more totems and more totems and more totems. And every time you cast an ability, including a totem, then your totems all push and do damage around them. So basically, you're just stacking totems and totems and totems and totems and totems and totems and totems, and then it would blow up. They fixed that. Often it doesn't happen when you press it because server isn't registering it. What server are you on and where do you play from? Exact address, by the way. No kidding, but like, are you playing on your same region? Because it could also be that I'm a low ping piece of shit. If I'm being honest, maybe ping related. EU Netherlands. I don't really know about the Netherlands. Y'all got good internet out there? And how's your weed? Two important things for me. Speaking of weed, hold on, be right back. I have to pee, have to smoke a bowl. The bowl will bring us good luck. Chat, very simple request. Smoke them if you got them. I'll be right back. I have fiber. Right, but like, is metric fiber the same as American fiber? How do we know if it's the same quality? All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Gotta pee. Good day, my boys. I've returned. I got 5 ping. Wait, how can we even ping check? I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea how to ping check. I will say, I appreciate you. Had a beautiful pee and even better smoke. All is well. Use your skills real quick. Oh, fuck, right before the ball. Yes, skills. So keep in mind a lot of these can change. So, Judgment, readying a prayer reduces the cooldown of Judgment by 2 seconds. The biggest thing with Judgment is, in my opinion, you want to have your red up all the time, which is from a weapon combo. Sorry, Talons. Nope, shut the fuck up. You're getting the full torn out, bitch. So, you want to have your red up all the time, which is a weapon combo. You can even dry cast that to get the red up. That does your damage. The far right is a shield. The far left is a heal. One of those, both is bis, but at least one of those. Middle rune gets your Judgment up faster. Left rune is mastery. Right one is movement speed. Poopy. Faithful wins. You can have this do damage if you want to. You can also have it heal. You can also have the cooldown reduction reduced for it. Regardless of which way you're going, honestly, the cooldown reduction might be kind of goated for this build because having that up just gets me more, more sunlight. Radiant Verdict. You can either have it do more damage like a Consecrate on the floor, a cooldown reduction on 3 enemies, or a heal. I don't really need the heal at this point, but great for self-sustain. Blessing of Fervor. Judgment reduces the cooldown of Blessing of Fervor by 1 second per prayer judged. So, more judgments, more Blessing of Fervor cooldown reduction, big cooldown. Outside that, Crusader. Crusader reduces damage you take by 20%, increases threat you generate, so damage reduction during Crusader. You could go Judgment increases the effects of Crusader by 1% per prayer judged, or the cooldown reduction. However, a lot of fights don't necessarily have the most, like, add kill to get that up effectively, so I usually don't run that. And then Beacon. Honestly, Beacon's kind of ass. I don't run that. My talents right now, this build is based around just using Sunlight as much as possible on your procs. So just be aware that Sunlight procs are not being consumed by Bee Fury right now. That's a big thing that's nuking it, and that's a primary reason why this build is so good. Constant Sunlight procs and consumption of that. So Sunlight does 60% faith on your final combo attack. Lot of damage, big bop. And then the middle one, your next 6 attacks do 15% faith as magic damage. Over here, Sunlight heals for 50% of the damage dealt. And Sunlight reduces a cooldown of weapon skills by 1 second. Fervor by 4%. Fervor, once again, is it's damage, healing, shielding from abilities, as well as 50% of the percentage, like half the percentage as damage reduction. Over here, Sunlight has 20% additional chance to crit. Sunlight damage increased by 25%, and if Sunlight crits, 50% of the damage dealt as a burn over 6 seconds. I don't even know where that lighter came from. Had a lighter fall from fucking Narnia or something. Anyways, basically all in on the Sunlight aspect of the build, if I'm being real. There is still a good amount of damage that is done through abilities as well, but keep in mind Sunlight is just so consistent all the fucking time, and a lot of what I'm doing right now is pretty much just constant magic damage. Big bursts of magic damage, getting Sunlight up, spending Sunlight, getting judgments out and spending the judgments. It's just that's the entire build, man. That's all she fucking wrote. So at a certain point, you basically become invincible, all things considered. You just have so much fucking pop. It's so consistent. I look at this shit and I'm like, okay, clearly I'm on the wrong difficulty or something. I'm like, nope, this build's actually that fucking strong. Like, it's genuinely just that good. Sunlight is truly fucking insane. And the fact that it's not working on my other build is quite sad, like on the B build, because the B build is genuinely so fucking fun. And if everything was working, brother, it would be unstoppable. It would be unstoppable. Sorry. But yeah, TLDR. Build's really fun. Build's really strong. All content in-game dies exceedingly quickly. You don't have too much to worry about, if I'm being honest. I haven't done Cheese Station Farm, but most people hate Cheese Station Farm. I will probably go make it my bitch at some point. So the build's only B tier for Warrior. B tier? Sorry. No, I mean, bro, this shit's just strong. Part of the reason Warrior is so strong B memes aside, is that they just have an ungodly good secondary scaler that they don't really have to worry about anything with. Their arsenal weapon is fucking nutso, like absolutely fucking insano style. So that's the biggest thing. Gonna need to farm cheese station if you want the white skunk mount. Oh, that is true. Skunk mount does kind of sound drippy as well, I'm not gonna lie. Skunk mount sounds kinda fi-fi. Bro, that is like this is autopilot. I'm gonna say B Fury is better suited for paladin priests instead of warriors. I mean, it depends, because like, are you going B Fury with Pocket Hive? Because it really depends. Like, if you're trying to stack up large instances of, or not large instances of damage, but like frequent instances of damage and summon bees, then you can definitely make the B build work. The thing with warriors that, like, when you're looking at any arsenal weapon, we simply have to remember one word and one word only. Judgment. Warrior has just better options. If they kill boss, you don't get loot. Yeah, we're talking about when the bugs are fixed. No pun intended. I cooked up B build the first day that I played, and really wanted to embrace it, but there were just a few issues with it, all things considered. B is based on faith, so you need a warrior priest gear. Yeah, and I mean, I think warrior just has better options too, if I'm being completely real. I would love to sell a warrior on the dream of, you know, being a b-boy with us. But I think a warrior has too many other good things going on in its kit for it to really scale up the B build. You could take just about any weapon in the game and you could slam it in with judgment, and then you have a fucking god tier build immediately. So I'd personally just like, I'd recommend that while they're still working to correct judgment. It gives you 25% increased damage to everything that's CC immune, the two-hand axe. It's real strong because guess who's CC immune? Every single important boss mob in the game. I know, absolutely crazy set of circumstances, right? Isn't that just wacky, wild, and wet? You love to see it. So warriors just, they slap, man. They effectively destroy everything in the game right now in terms of boss clear speed, and it's, unfortunately for me as a priest enjoyer, not really even close. Like, my best build on a warrior is a slow kill time. So, you know, I try to do what I can, but I also try to keep in mind that as harder content comes in and as balance comes in, balance is going to do exactly that. It's going to balance things, especially the outliers. So I can only hope that balance passes come in at a certain point. Now, we also don't necessarily need everything to get nerfed into the ground as a result of balance passes, because things can get buffed up too. So, some video we're doing approximately 35-second rats are clear on hardbone. Oh yeah. It just, dude, it does so much damage. And hear me out. I'm not sitting here saying this build does no damage, because it kind of slaps, right? But warrior is faster and more brain dead than this is, which I think is pretty remarkable considering how just incredibly smooth this actually is, man. This is real good. So, builds based on survival. Can't we do what you're doing on warrior? I mean, you fucking one-shot everything on a warrior, to be fair. Where's based on Zug, no hug? Yeah, but you have some self-hug. You have enough self-hug to get through some oh shit moments and some natural sustain. So, like, you do have a little bit. Oh. Well. I guess it's restart time. I haven't run into that in a sec. That's absolutely tragic. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure, again, one thing I've been saying, outliers are outliers, and they will almost definitely deal with the outliers in one way, shape, or form. Was leveling warrior the other night, and just the judgment of the main weapons slot was crazy. Oh yeah, just smack the shit out of anything the CC me at any point in time. Do you think priest Is overtuned, but I'd rather see rogue and mage buffed, especially mage. Don't think I've seen any good caster builds. Mage kind of fell victim, I will say, to a lot of people just running the OP Clam Slam build back when it was clear casting buff. And it was clearly very, 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 very OP. Priest does way more damage than Warrior with Ramdom Spear. Brother, that is absolute cap. That is absolute cap. Priest does great damage, but it is not out DPSing Warrior. Warrior is literally one-hit phasing bosses right now. Now, is that a bug? Yes. But Priest does not out DPS a Warrior with Ramdom Spear. That shit is stupid. Watching you on my AIO. What the fuck do you mean? What the hell do you mean you're watching me on your AIO? They can hit for over 2k, and that's an exploit. Warriors or priests? Because the hardest warrior hit that I've seen so far is like 4,500. Like, Ramdom does hit hard, yeah. But all things considered, that's one big pop, and part of the reason I'm not running Ramdom on this build is because Crab is more sustained damage for me than Dom is. Because Crab Shield is giving me the block every time I have 3 stacks, and Depth Shield is up very, very, very frequently. So for me, with this build in particular, like, Crab Shield's actually more damage than Dom was. But I do definitely understand having, you know, having Ratsies in the arsenal spot, it helps. But, brother, you gotta watch the warrior clear speeds, man. I swear. You gotta peep some of the warrior demons that are actually optimized as shit. Even without abusing Wing Saber shit, just with Judgment and, you know, Judgment anything else, if they have Legos and they're fully geared, they will actually 1 to 3 hit phase bosses. It's stinky. And I'm trying to think, like, exploits aside, just as a balance thing. Like, I don't consider exploits a class being overtuned. I consider exploits an exploit that should very much be fixed. When I think of a class being overtuned, I think of, like, exploits aside, where our aforementioned class is at. And Priest is still phenomenal. I'm not gonna sit here with this build not even being the consensus GG build for Priest and be like, oh yeah, Priest is fucking gimped. But to say Warrior's not absolutely stinky winky is, I think, a little silly. That shit's crazy. Genuinely crazy. Just getting for 2k with our armor build. Warrior also slaps though. Like, anything with Dom hits for Dom numbers right now. Like, that's just Dom. If Warrior goes Ram, Dom, and Judgment, then they hit even harder, because instead of having the Spear stacking up armor, you then have Judgment just giving you a flat 25% damage modifier on it as well. Like, both sides can hit hard off a Dom proc. Like, it's still very strong. Now, I also think Dom is likely to see a little bit of a rework. I wouldn't be shocked. I don't think that's going to be tomorrow. But I wouldn't be shocked to see Dominion receive a little bit of a rework, whether it turns into some flat scaling numbers instead of like percent armor scaling, whether it's off a stat instead of armor. I'm a little bit intrigued to see how they'll work around Dominion. But Dominion definitely seems like it's causing a lot of strife within the community, I'm not gonna lie. I tried Dom in the build yesterday and today, and I went back to Crab Shield, and I was just like, alright, well, I definitely missed my Crab Shield. I don't know if it's just me being crazy, but the fact that I am constantly shitting out depth shields, the fact that whenever I block with 3 charges, it's an instant 400 AoE nuke if it crits, and that's not on a 15-second coolie. Not a fan of Dom. I like Crab Shield more, if I'm being honest. Wait, are you saying something else? Yeah, no, I clicked. Man, I don't know if I'd want you anywhere near my mail. Australia is a weird place. Y'all ain't gotta pass like credentials exams or anything for that shit. Golly. Oh, but I don't want to hear my mail, dog. Nah. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Honestly, small town, probably the only person that wanted to do that shit, huh? I understand. I understand. You're doing the good work out there, Montfrere. You're doing the great work. Interesting what some people order. I can only imagine. Yo, Jazz. What up, brother? You had a beautiful stream, dog. What are your thoughts on the socio-political state of Ecuador right now? No league yet again. Let's get into the important stuff. I actually know nothing about Ecuador. Chat, what up with Ecuador? Are they kind of chilling over there? Because I know they're on the equator. Yo, Loki, is that like the best defense against war? Is just being in a really hot area? Because then if you ever get invaded, all of the people invading you are just gonna get really tired really quickly and you have home field advantage. I feel like a moderately temperate area, like a beautiful place. I'm not sure, not gonna lie. Me either. I don't really know why that even popped into my head, if I'm being honest. Hope your stream was good, dude. But I feel like if you're just in like a perfect climate, right? Then it makes being invaded way easier. What if you're in like an actual like tropical environment? I feel like that would be cooked. Best defense is being in Australia. We're literally too far away for the missiles. Until there are better missiles. This one's called the Australia Buster. We made it just for you. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, you know if there is a missile that comes out and the development is, how far does this go? Australia. Something's about to go down. You at least have an indicator that there will be technology developed specifically for that instance. You'll be able to see it coming. There'll be a missile unveiled and it'll be like, oh, yes, the distance is roughly here to there. Because the Crusades happened to the Crusaders were in chainmail and half plate and they went hard in those wars. Yeah, but I feel like they don't make Crusaders like they used to. I feel like nobody wants to crusade these days. Bro, I'm going to a Ren Fair in July. I'm fucking hype. I have no idea where I will acquire any form of like semi-appropriate garb to wear, but I need to start researching because I don't have much time whatsoever. I gotta do something. All I have right now is a sword, and I can't show up with like a sword and a fucking hoodie like I'm some shitty superhero. So I gotta figure it out, dog. I don't wanna be a disappointment. Most Ren Fairs will have armors. Right, but I don't want to be that dude that shows up to the Ren Fair without his own garb. That's like showing up to a bowling league and having to rent shoes and use one of the public balls. Like, come on, I'm better than that, brother. I'm better than that. We have resources. We have an entire community that surely has motherfuckers that know where to acquire top-tier Ren Fair garb. And I'm confident that we as a community could truly make it happen. I refuse to take no for an answer there. I think we have the capabilities to do something great here. Show up in commoner clothing and buy armor like you would in a game. Show up in my undies. My undies and a sword would be crazy. Wait. I get some whitey tighties and I show up to the Ren Fair in like whitey tighties and with a sword. Holy shit. That might be it. How could I do a new player cosplay? Because my sword might be too cool for a level 1 sword. And I really want to bring my sword. Like, when I heard Ren Fair, I was like, fuck yes, an opportunity to use my actual sword. So, white beater and shorts. Are you talking a white tank top or like NASCAR? Like, which way are we going? Sword bought from in-game cash shop. Been grinding this transmog for 3 weeks now. I can finally level. What are the Maple story new, bro? Bro, honestly, I feel like it might just be undies and a sword. Like we might be there. Wood sword? I don't have a wooden sword. And I don't have the money to spend on a new sword. The fuck is a pre-order reward sword? This is a collector's edition transmog. Don't you see the lanyard? Turn plank into a sword. I'd never. The fuck do you mean turn plank into a sword? Turn your mom into a sword. The fuck is that? Plank is sacred. Plank. He didn't mean that, dog. He didn't mean that shit. He just a hating ass bitch. You do you. You do you. She's too big. Two-hander. It's one of those special like team utility abilities where you gotta have multiple people opt into it like a Fortnite group emote to swing that shit. Are there legendary versions of all the weapons? Yes. There was an actual question up here while we were talking about your mom. Jesus fucking Christ. Bitch is always inconveniencing us, ruining the discussion. Yes. There are legendary versions of all weapons. Also, I think I want to put a fiery on my base. Because I shouldn't need... Okay, I'll do it after this one. I shouldn't need Zealot. All things considered. Like, I shouldn't need Zealot. Because I have a fuck ton of crit always going out. As long as I am using any of my weapon abilities whatsoever. And then I just need to spam one whenever it goes out. I high-key think Fiery would result in more damage. Because Fiery is just chance on hit to do more damage. MMO for children. On the outside, it has very cutesy-wootsy appeal. But please, for the love of God, do not let a very good, build in an easy endgame scenario stop you from looking at the depth of this combat system and how much ability there is to cook, right? It's far from a Souls level of take itself hyper seriously, but I promise if you end up checking it out at any point, I can tell you more about the game before you do, but just from a standpoint of like if you ended up checking it out, I would be willing to bet any amount of money that you would wipe on at least one boss by the time you were level 20. At least once you would wipe if you streamed your gameplay the entire time. I would bet a substantial amount of money. So, all things considered, I too looked at it the first couple of days that it was available as a, oh look, it's so adorable, right? I thought of it as like a paleo with combat. And after playing, even for just a couple of days, I was like, oh shit. This game is actually something to take seriously from a combat standpoint. They are genuinely delivering. I duped all items in the game and now I have nothing to do. Good. You should delete all of your characters, destroy the dupes, and then quit for a while. People said similar stuff about Minecraft and now look at it. Yeah, it's the depth that isn't necessarily appreciated on a surface level glance. But when you ask the players about the game, they can rant and rave about what they've been doing and why their build is what it is. Yo, Limits, what up, dude? Patch tomorrow. I hope it's a good one. I hope it's a good one. Hung out with a fair amount of MMO players. Most are children. Welcome to today's pinned message. That is, you're gonna want to say no Diddy, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect after that bad boy. I'm not gonna lie, no Minecraft, no Roblox. Yep, that's an absolute tragedy. That's a goddamn shame, Ood. You really hate to fucking see that one. What's your take on banning people who dupe? I think that people who knowingly abuse exploits to the nth degree should face a temp the first time, deletion of characters on their account, starting their account from scratch so the dupe stuff is gone, and then if they do it again with a future exploit, then they face permaban on their account. That's how I would do it. If you're somebody that, clearly demonstrated that you knew how to dupe and took advantage of it, just my personal take is that, strip the account with everything. Delete all the shit. This thing is to do stuff in easy cheat engine. Yeah, I understand that. But if a bank leaves the vault open and you walk into the vault and start putting money in your pocket, you're still robbing the bank. So like, I do feel like there's a certain element of you don't have to use cheat engine just because cheat engine may actually facilitate that shit. So I think the start is, very simply put, anybody that has clearly shown that they knew and took advantage of intentional duping of things, just nuke the account down to ground zero, delete all the characters. It's easy enough to, you know, re-level characters and shit. Let them keep the mounts that they have, the transmog stuff that are bound to the account, but all of their characters, storage, all that stuff is deleted, right? This would be how I did it anyways. And then at that point, let them re-level if they want to. And then if they go into another spot of, you know, being involved with a dupe later on, then permaban the account. Maybe like a temp ban on it, like a week for the first time, but it doesn't really matter at this point. As soon as level 21 drops, it's all pointless. I disagree. I think if you're duping everything in the game, as soon as an auction house comes in, or with player-to-player trading coming in, you're able to stack up immense amounts of wealth. Even from a standpoint of duping something and then just trading it for ephemeral hearts, or duping ephemeral hearts. Being able to stock up on materials, stack up wealth. It's not a competitive game, but the sheer fact of the matter is that if you are participating in duping, you are indeed breaking the TOS that you agreed to not break when you came in. And it's almost like there's a, you know, no shirt, no shoes, no service sign on the door, and you walk in completely naked, and you're like, well, I'm not causing much of a problem. I shouldn't really, as soon as I leave here, it's not a problem, so why don't you just finish cashing me out, bitch? It's the same attitude. You're literally violating the terms of service of the game, which you agreed to, that said you wouldn't do those things. And I personally, I think stripping the account the first time with a temp ban is generous, and then a perma ban if they're involved in a second time is more than logical. A little slap on the wrist the first time, be like, hey, we're watching this and we know that you're doing it. Add the account itself to a watch list, so that way if there is another round of dupes and they are a repeat offender, it's already on a watch list, you're able to see it. Super easy. That's how I'd handle it. I'm also somebody that is, you know, sometimes people will give me shit for the, I don't want to say like ethicality at which I play video games, but like, I personally don't really understand why people would RMT instead of play the game. I like playing games to play the games. I don't really understand the prospect of duping when you could just play the game. Like, it takes away the entire incentivization of it. You play the game to get best in slot gear, and if you just dupe to get that gear, then it just takes everything away. Cheer.
Together.
Thank you for 5 months, dog. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. So I've never really understood it, but I myself have also just enjoyed playing video games. So faster to buy an account that's got BIS, then you don't have to play at all. Yeah, I mean, even then, yeah, like, just buy a full BIS account, never have to log into the game whatsoever to say you beat the game and got full BIS. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, fuck it, I see that. I see that. Just save the time altogether. In fact, fuck it. Don't even buy the account. Maybe just, like, I don't know, buy some beer and a hooker or something. You know, if you pay somebody to suck your dick, you're buying a prostitute, or soliciting a prostitute, and you can go to jail. But if you pay somebody to suck your dick and they consent to be recorded, then you are a director of a film, and they are an actor or actress, soon to have an IMDb. The legal system. I have a criminal justice degree in the United States with a minor in behavioral psychology. I literally, behavioral psychology was an interest to me, and then criminalistics, and apparently how to evade prostitution. What the fuck? It's literally a legal loophole. If you hire a prostitute and record them, it's literally just making porn. What is the difference between a prostitute and an adult film actress? The filming. It's literally pay for snoo snoo, but one is on camera and the other is not. Literally, prostitutes with GoPros that are on an hourly rate are the meta that has not been discovered yet, and it is literally the greatest legal loophole because somebody picks you up, you get them to sign a waiver saying that they're willing to be cited as an actor in a movie if they need to be. And then you record them with their consent, blur their face, and then you do what you need to do. And then not only do you have video protection against heinous acts, but you also have a growing credential for actual acting jobs later on in life. Is there a need for declared intent of distribution? That's why you have the contract! Let's go, baby! A live documentary series about the dicks of X. Riot Rakaya. Wait. Why do you have Riot in your name? Tell me you have Riot in your name just as like a fun thing and not because you work for Riot. Be a crazy introduction. Anyways, appreciate the follow. Work at Riot. On the MMO. So let me tell you about this crazy loophole to get promotions. Anyways, appreciate you, Doc. God damn it. That's like, it's like one of the intros where you see the name and you're just like, oh, okay, there's family-friendly stream. Dusty A3031. What's your view on League of Legends versus Dota 2? Listen, I'll stand on this business. I'll stand on this business. I think Riot has the single best marketing department in gaming. I am a Dota 2 simp and think that it is the single greatest esport in the world. And League would not exist without Dota. Dota would not be at the level that it is without League on this, you know, the other end of the spectrum. I think gameplay-wise and esports-wise, Dota 2 is the single best esport to ever exist. But Riot's marketing, absolutely baseball bat on the corpse over and over and over and over again to anything Valve has ever tried to put together marketing-wise for Dota. Arcane was actual art and Dragon's Blood was an okay show. And I say this as somebody that hate-watched Arcane. Why so serious? Thank you for the follow. I put on the first episode of Arcane angrily because everybody kept telling me it was good. And I said, I'm gonna fucking hate this. And I'm gonna tell myself I'm gonna hate this. And I'm gonna tell my chat that I hated it. And I watched the first episode and I went, fuck. It's so good. I hate that they're so well equipped on the marketing department. But I've accepted them as our only hope as a potential MMO overlord on the grand scale. Season 2 was kind of shit. Brother, go watch Dragon's Blood and then watch Season 2 of Arcane and tell me that Dragon's Blood outdid Season 2 of Arcane. Like, listen, all things considered, well, compared to Dota, okay, that's the thing. This is what I say. I played Dota. By League story gameplay wise, I also may be a little bit scarred. Do you want me to go get peppers and onions? No, if we're doing salads, we don't need it. Cause I'll do the steak tips in a little bit of sauce, and then I'll just pan fry them up tomorrow, and then we'll just cut them up small, put them on top of salads type shit. We don't need the peppers and onions for it. I love you though, I appreciate you. Okay, yes, yeah, we can do that. That'll be nice. Cheesesteak night? I need to shave that thin. Turn rate's interesting. Turn rate's frustrating, not interesting. God damn it. Yeah, no turn rate was weird. No turn rate was weird. Although IO in Dota 2 does not have turn rate. It's the Wisp, legally distinct Wisp, because, you know, Dota 2's lore is legally distinct Warcraft lore, which is BAM, Blizzard, Activision, Microsoft lore, which if you talk about their lore, they will fucking kill you. Don't talk about the Blizzard lore. One thing also that I really fuck with Riot, sorry, it's not the most professional way to say that I really like Riot. If you're the person in charge of flying content creators out to the stew to look at the MMO, I have somebody I'd like to volunteer. Regardless, I'll let you exist now. My bad. One thing I really like about Riot, though, from an MMO standpoint, now that we're on the topic of discussion, I really yearn for their depth of world building that's already established. I think every upcoming MMO struggles from one of two things in the MMO world. Struggle number one is that they either have to spend so much time in development to match the world building and systems of already established MMOs, i.e. WoW, Guild Wars 2, BDO, ESO, Final Fantasy 14. The immense amount of system depth, world building that's been established over 10, 15, 20 years for each of those is immense and is incredibly hard for smaller studios to take on and release a product in a timely manner where they can, without an immense amount of investment and capital overhead, achieve what's expected out of a modern MMO to actually succeed on a grand basis. So Riot, to me, is the best potential to actually have all of the pieces put together where they have the world already built out with League's immense amount of fucking lore. They have already multiple avenues of that IP being delivered to people, so there would be familiarity around the lore with people that didn't even play League, right? They have something that could lead to a PvE-based game with potentially PvX world building when you look at potential friction between different regions, zones, factions within their world building and on their map. But you also have this immense depth of NPC establishment, these small little quest lines that have been established throughout the IP's existence. What game is this? What up, Blucky? This is it Blucky or Be Lucky? Because I remember, looked at that after I said Blucky, and I was like, damn, that kind of sounds stupid. This is FAREVER. FAREVER is a game that was put out by Shiro Games out of France. They are not a first-time developer. They put out a few titles before. They're primarily known for, like, RTS games. Really, really, really well-loved in the RTS world. This is, to my knowledge, their first step into kind of like the MMO-esque world. So, as of right now, it is in an early access. It's going to be in a continuous state until the 1.0 launch, which is expected to be like a year plus down the road, basically. Right now, as it is, a lot of your progression is going to be this horizontal exploration-esque, progression. You have a lot of these objectives throughout the map. The transparent ones are ones that I've completed, and each of the zones throughout the map has their own exploration objectives. Between dungeons, bosses, named mobs, jumping puzzles, quests, stuff like that. There are a lot of different areas that you can go to. More will be coming as they expand early access, get closer to 1.0 launch, level expansion, so on and so forth. There is some depth in gearing. So with gearing right now, you can find up to legendary rarity that we've confirmed in terms of weapons, blue rarity gear, and jewelry, but there are a lot of drops throughout the world, unique drops that you will farm up. A lot of consumables and shit, and what I'm doing right now is one of the boss grinds. I have been on the legendary hunt trying to find both of my legendary weapons that I'll need for my build. We have a big patch coming tomorrow that's hopefully going to bring in some pretty important fixes along the way. So really excited to see that coming in, but I'm embracing my inner Diablo 2 player right now, and I am just blasting boss runs over and over and over again like I'm remaking a cow lobby, dog. It has been a blast. So they have a lot of horizontal progression as well. They have a bunch of mounts that you can collect throughout the world, a bunch of gliders, a bunch of companions that have normal and shiny variants. So catching the shiny variants is going to be rare chance of the normals. And they have a pretty extensive roadmap also planned for the future of the game. So they have like the next year and a half probably worth of content, if I had to guess, just if they keep going at a solid clip, where they genuinely have a lot of solid additive content yet to come in, from PvE systems to PvP systems. Brother tries to break my fucking wrist when he does that. There's a lot that's still yet to come in that I think is going to very much improve the state of the game. I myself am a large PvX enjoyer, so as they bring in, as they bring in some PvP systems, that's going to give me a whole hell of a lot of repeatable content. More difficult PvE content as well. World boss coming in, seasonal events, rifts, which if they steal that from Diablo directly, that's an absolute W. Just take their greater rift system and let us absolutely cook that. People have rift builds, boss builds, everything in between. I think that would be an absolute win overall. But there's so much that's yet to come out of the game that isn't necessarily, in my opinion, going to make it feel like a true MMO. But it is going to make it feel more multiplayer than it currently does at this point in time. Because I will say with my chest, most of the content that I've done up to this point, actually all of the content that I've done up to this point, I have done completely solo. I have not needed to group for anything. And I really yearn for content that forces me into groups in the near future. That would just, it'd make me extremely happy. I love the actual MMO grind. And it's something that I truly do miss, but even when you're looking at the, you know, the titans of MMOs right now, there's not a lot that really has that immersive world feel, that group incentivized grind. It's just, it's a little unfortunate. Well, Heroic Dungeons in the Future challenge mode to be group only. I would love content that, hear me out, don't restrict people from going in without a group, but make the heroic version of the dungeon tuned around 4 people. Yes, if I go into a heroic boss fight as a solo, I want to be overwhelmed by mechanics, not necessarily just one-shotted, because that's going to make it hard to do with group scaling as well, but overwhelmed by the depth and complexity of mechanics that are compatible with a group, that I genuinely need to bring in people to complete it. If it is a, you know, it's a heroic dungeon, and we have to kill 4 groups of bees all together at the same time, or the boss comes out in rage if we don't kill them all together, and is very angry because we killed the workers one by one, or if she like sees any of the bees die, basically she gets an enrage, right? We have to kill everything all at the same time within X amount of seconds, or she gets an enrage. That's something that would require a group to likely pull off, or if you have a build that's specifically formulated to have enough AoE for that, then good luck with the rest of the fight, because then that boss is also going to have different group mechanics throughout it. I feel like mechanics are the answer, and as they add in unique mechanics, it becomes something where you can effectively force groups without forcing groups. You know what I mean? If I'm trying to do this as a solo and my build's really good, but she comes out in rage and just fucking backhands the shit out of me, then I'm going to very quickly realize, oh shit, this might be an enrage. How can I combat the enrage? Okay, well, no matter how I kill these bees on my own, there's an enrage timer coming out. I'm fucking cooked. I bring in a group, we kill all the bees together. GG, well played. Everything's easy, everything's beautiful. It's just such low-hanging fruit, in my opinion. But how they go down that route is entirely dependent on their goal for the game. As of right now, I think the largest strength of this title, and what has been a big appeal for a majority of the player base, not thinking selfishly, is the accessibility, the solo ability, and the I can play in a group, but I do not have to at all play in a group element of it. And I do worry that, you know, my sentiment personally of, hey, give us some forced group content, may not be what most of their player base and most of their goal as a developer could line up as, which is something that I always want to try to keep in mind, because my goal for the game is not the goal for the game, despite me having a pretty cool microphone and camera. Which I think we just lose sight of that as a community so much, not us in particular, but as gamers these days. We automatically assume that what we want is A, going to be the best thing for the game, and B, is going to coincide, even if it's a really good idea, with the developer's vision for the game. And I think first and foremost, we have to acknowledge the developer's vision for the game, where they want it to be, where they want their incentivization, their scaling, their friction, all of that. The game MMO is going to remind me for not needing groups, but groups make it more fun. Is Mabinogi oldie but a goodie? Sad as said. Bro, so many MMOs over the course of time that have had great potential that I think have also taken chances on systems that in their configuration may not have worked out at that point in time, but with a different system set surrounding may have worked exponentially well. I think with any MMO that people have played in the past, shit, with any game that people have played in the past that it's died, it's very easy to acknowledge, hey, the game did these things well and these things not well. And I think it's very realistic to look back on things and understand that, like, a different configuration, a different amalgamation of all of those systems could have meant saving the game. New World. If New World had another year in development without being forced into a launch at the state that it was, then maybe they hit the ground running and don't hemorrhage nearly 1 million concurrent players. Maybe they don't month over month lose 60%, then another 60% of their player base. It's unfortunate. There's just, whenever we look back on anything, John, you want me to reminisce on Ashes again? Because I can reminisce on Ashes again if we really want to go down that route. So, you know, it's definitely something where in any game, I think the mistakes of one can teach generations to come.
And his name is John C.
My goodness gracious. Do I love seeing your face. What up, poor height? Hope you had a beautiful stream, brother. What's really unfortunate is the fact that I slammed my thingy in my car door this morning. Like your Pinar? What was your Pinar doing near the car door? How did you get your Pinar in the car door? How big is your thingy? Okay, well, no, I can vouch your dick doesn't have to be big to slam it in a car door. But, like, why was your dick near the car door? I can tell you my story after, but I'm curious about how you got there. The Sandstorm EverQuest Online Adventure Server. I thought that was his answer on how his dick ended up in the car door at first. I'm not gonna lie, I did not read the name of that chat. I thought that was how his dick got in the car door. I was very, very, very confused. It's like, EverQuest? What the fuck were you doing with EverQuest, brother? Why was your dick out because of EverQuest in the car? Bro drives a Tesla and really has a penchant for, you know, the vintage MMO lifestyle. Holy, okay. I love EverQuest. Yeah, you check out EverQuest Legends. You see all that shit? Okay. I was wearing my running shorts when I bent over the tip set on the front and got clipped. Wait, why are you wearing running shorts that don't have the netting? Like, Topgolf has nets to prevent balls from flying out of the like the yard. Why do your running shorts not have the net? They were vintage. Vintage MMOs, vintage running shorts. Why would you wear vintage running shorts? Were you wearing vintage running shorts or were you just freeballing in normal shorts? Because I feel like this is a scenario where you were just freeballing in normal shorts. Also, have you not learned the waistband tech? They're from the 70s. Why do I feel like you paid way too much money for those running shorts? Why do I feel like these are from like a curated, sourced, secondhand store where you paid $130 for these running shorts? I swear to Christ, if you're in here in $130 running shorts without a tier 3 sub, so help me God, your dick will hurt, and I will 1 year time out your shit till you have time to think about what you've done. Honest to goodness. They're good to me, my friend. Why do I feel like this is like a D's nuts joke? Why do I feel like this is a D's nuts joke? Lyndon B. Johnson in shorts. But we're not getting into this. We're not getting into this. If you drop them out, fly from NA to EU and give me it. What about the beetle? I have extra beetles. I just don't remember if this is like a beetle that I have extras of. Because there's one that drops off trash here. And then there's one that drops from the chest here. I know I have extras of one of them. Only thing is, I don't know which one I have extras of. I might have extras of both, but I've just like compiled all of the mounts that I have. And I'm gonna eventually give them all away. I fancy myself a marble shoutcast. So if you know me, you know that I will probably lose my voice after marble shoutcasting. But we will give away mounts, whether it is the end of me or just the beginning. Marbles? Marbles! Every time I do marbles for a game, it dies. Oh, no, man. I'm like, honestly, I feel like if this game dies, the most likely thing that's going to happen to me regarding any future MMOs and sponsorship opportunities is they're going to pay me to go nowhere fucking near their game. They're gonna be like, you know what, Dusty, we're gonna give you a consultation fee to shut the fuck up and never give us any feedback whatsoever. Thank you. Please stay very far away. Also, here is a restraining order. Please do not come to the studio. We will have police on standby. I feel as though my reputation as a content creator is somewhat becoming the Jim Cramer of MMOs. It's like, you just inverse Dusty it. If I hate the game, then you fully send it. Like, Quinfall 3 years from now is probably going to have 6.2 million concurrent players and is going to increase the GDP of Russia tenfold based on my discontent for it at this point in time, because I really don't like Quinfall. I can't do it. I can't do it. People have asked me to do it. I'd probably make money if I did it. I don't want to do it. You can't make me do it. But based on my dislike for it, it's probably gonna pop the fuck off. You hate to see it, but pay you to go to other games. Lace, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, Doc. Yeah, I mean, it genuinely, like, is it corporate espionage if it's a hashtag ad? I don't really know the, like, I didn't learn too much about corporate espionage in school. I learned a little bit about it, but, like, not my specialty on the whole, like, espionage kind of things. I really just film it and it's a documentary. Honestly, you make your way through MMOs in a little different of a realm. The interviews with the developers have a completely different connotation to them. Yo, I just want to do Hot One style interviews with the developers where, like, we do interviews for games, but they have to man up, and it's wings and weed, baby. Wings and weed. Spicy wings and danky weed. I've always thought that would be the greatest combination in human history. Because, let's be honest, if you're a game developer, there is a 99.9% chance that you get toasted at some point in time. So I've always thought, escalating spice level, escalating dank level. Your final dab is not only a very spicy dab, but also a very spicy dab. Thank you. I would be happy to pick up any marketing consultation jobs. Also happy to take money to shut the fuck up. It's part of what people pay me for in the first place. Sub count's down there. We need your help, chat. We need your help. I'd like to put a 1 and 2 zeros in front of that bitch someday. Think that'd be great. You want to be Rogan with spicy fingers? Not necessarily the bald and telling people to do DMT route. But realistically, I'm kind of like, all things considered, despite being 6'5" and in shape, like Soy Boy video game version, if you really think about it. Like Soy Boy comparatively, right? Compared to some not Soy Boy, compared to others soy-esque, right? When I went to the grocery store last, for instance, I checked the vegan part of the aisle to see if there was anything that Carla would enjoy because she likes the burger alternatives. So, you know, even doing that in like the Joe Rogan world would get me minus man points, would probably get me my hair, you know, shaved off or something. So I wouldn't say I ever go like full Rogan or anything like that, but you know. Oh my God, Rakaya. Goodness gracious, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. The community effort. Burger alternative like chicken. Like a chicken burger? No. No. Like black bean quinoa burger patty type shit. Impossible burgers are so bad for you. Well, it's not the impossible ones. She just like the one. She likes the ones that are like black beanie. Burger alternative as in a steak. Well, she likes normal people food as well. It's just, for whatever reason, those things don't sell up here. Because, like, we live in Maine, so I'm pretty sure all of our old people think it's like voodoo, witchcraft, and blasphemy. Oh, excuse you. So I always check the vegetarian aisle because, like, they'll have it on sale, and then they'll have clearance on top of that because the shit just doesn't sell, so it's 50% off on top of the sale. And, like, the last time I checked, there was shit that was there for, like, you know, a box of 6 of the patty alternatives, whatever you want to call them. And it was like $1.50. And I was like, you know what? At that price point, it's better than shit. So, you know, price per pound at that point is palatable. I'll take it. And really, I'm not gonna lie, some of those fake burgers go hard. One of the best burger alternatives that I have had is unironically a Shake Shack. They have like a portobello burger at Shake Shack. And when I was in New York, Hoofsy, Carla, and I went to Shake Shack because I was fried as fuck walking around New York City and saw a Shake Shack and had never been to a Shake Shack. So we go to Shake Shack and Carla gets like the portobello burger and it's this fried like slab of portobello. And I tried it. That shit went hard. I fucking love Shake Shack chicken sando. Chicken burger. Dude, Shake Shack anything goes so incredibly hard. Like, Shake Shack, literally anything all the time. Also, AMC, next time you go to Boston, we found a crazy good burger place that is really, really, really cheap. Like, crazy good burger place. Good chicken burgers, good beef burgers. Like, just insane. And we're talking like $10 a burger type shit and a big ass thing of fries for like $6 in the middle of Boston. It is, hold on, I can look it up and tell you. We ate there when we went there the other day to watch Gundam Hathaway 2. Yes, we drove all the way down to Boston to watch Gundam Hathaway 2 because it was only playing at AMC theaters. Let's see, it was Amelia's Cluck and Smash on Huntington Ave. That shit went hard. Went hard. This ain't like that chicken sandal place you made me go to on my birthday, is it? Wait, what chicken sandal place was that? I don't remember what chicken sandal place that was. Was it bad? It must just be a Boston place. Yeah, it was just a little hole in the wall Boston place. Also, I refused to get Domino's. My bum just started feeling better. In Portland in the square. Oh, was that like 4th Street or whatever? Or like Shays or some bullshit like that? Shays? Yeah, Shays. Yeah, Carla and I were down in the Old Port recently, and I saw that place and I was like, we went here once. The most memorable thing was the homeless people fighting over cigarettes outside of it. That's not a made-up story, by the way. You owe me a better birthday. Listen, dog, you're old now. Your birthday is completely invalidated by the fact that I now have to buy your fucking spawn a Christmas gift legally. And I don't get any benefit from that. You had a kid and my present didn't go up. Fuck your birthday. Fair. She soaks your benefit. That was your goddamn choice. I live in Madison, never seen it. Yeah, it was just this small little place, man. They only had a bar seating and a couple of tables in the entire place, and it filled up once we got there. And let me tell you, we got it because we were trying to find like a quick fix. Our plan was initially to go to Fogo de Chão because I fucking love Fogo de Chão. When we go back down to Boston next, we are indeed going to Fogo de Chão. But anyways, we were trying to find like a quick fix to hold us over until a Fogo dinner after Gundam Hathaway. And problem was the food was too good and we fucking chowed. We chowed and the prices were so low. Like, it was a really, really solid burger, really good fries. I was actually impressed. We expected it to be mid, but it's Fogo de Chão. Is it? Because I thought it was Fogo de Chão, and I used to say Fogo de Chão, and then one time I was there, and the server said, welcome to Fogo de Chão, and I was like, oh shit, have I been fucking up? And since then, I just adapted Fogo de Chão. I'm gonna be completely honest, it was that one server, he's a fucking op. Def Chow. Well, Chow would make sense because you go there to Chow. Then don't work there no more. I'm not Brazilian. The Chow makes sense. All that I know is that Fogo fucking slaps. The Trasco experience is like $52 of absolute goddamn heaven. Absolute goddamn heaven. Is it Tras Chow? Or is it Trasco experience? How the fuck do you say that? They bring meat around on skewers. Dusty was saying more correctly. Get fucked, Americans. Source fellow American. But almost Canadian, live in Maine. So. Alright, wait. Churraso. Bro, I don't say shit right. One thing I've learned about streaming is I say fucking everything wrong. I am an absolute dumbass. Like, I understand why English is rated as the hardest language to learn as a second language once you already have an established primary. This shit's my only language, and 3 times a stream, chat's just like, Dusty, you're saying this wrong. Bro, I've been working on this shit my whole goddamn life. Granted, I live in Maine, so I kind of have a few drawbacks, so to say, in terms of the prog there, but English sucks and so does our measurement system. I know, my dick sounds way larger in centimeters. Say lobster. I say my... I'm not gonna finish that. I'm not gonna finish that. That clip out of context will not go well. That will not go well. I finish my words properly as they should be. You're getting him to say the wrong words. He knows my weaknesses. You were supposed to protect me from the chatters, not join them. Hot dog and popcorn are far better. Hot dog's not bad. Hot dog's not bad. I haven't caught shit for hot dog. They're not onto that one yet. Popcorn, I still don't understand what I say wrong there. It sounds correct to me. I don't say hot dog. I say hot dog. It's 2 different fucking things. What do you mean? It's like football and football. There are dialects. They're the same picture. They're not the same picture. These are 2 different fucking pictures. And popcorn is... Yeah, listen, I will admit there is a slight pop in the popcorn. I will admit that. But it's just the hard O. I don't know. It makes me feel sus when I say a hard O. I feel like I'm trying too hard. I have to be like nonchalant to a certain extent. And it feels like, is trying so fucking hard, bro. I can't bring myself to do it. It sounds like I'm fucking yodeling when I hit that shit. I don't enjoy it. Just pinky up when you do it. I refuse. I refuse. The only pinky up hot dog scenario was the $2 dogs at the Phoenix Suns games. Also, I'm not gonna lie, MC, if you ever have a penchant for going to a professional sporting event, buy the family tickets to Phoenix and then just go to a Phoenix sporting event. Flying to Phoenix, landing, going to the sporting event, getting concessions, and flying home will be cheaper than a singular Boston sporting event. It is absolute bullshit. We even saw him play Boston. Still spent less total than we would have for one Celtics game. We saw him play the Celtics. We saw him play the Lakers. We saw him play the Blazers, which honestly, I should have got refunded for. That was a dog shit ass game. That was one of the worst professional basketball games that I've ever fucking seen. Dusty, you were right. I'm always right. Why? What's up? What'd I do?
Most of us aren't gonna set foot on Mars.
I'm on Mars!
I have an ad.
I'm gonna go.
At Fogo the Show, it all
Let's
starts
go!
with fire. And then, it all starts with fire. At Fogo the Show, it all starts...
Fogo de show! We're so fucking up. We're so up. Dude, I'm actually, like, I'm genuinely Mr. Worldwide type shit. Dale. Dale. I was in Baltimore for a week, and the Orioles were away for every day I was there. What else is even, like, in Baltimore? I mean, I guess you could have gone to see the Wizards. But, like, if you were just there, you were just there, right? So the Wizards were already not playing. Did you go in, like, the weird carryover where there's literally, like, no sports going on? And also, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I don't think I would pay to go to baseball games anymore. The last time I went to a baseball game, I got hit in the head with a foul ball. I think between it being kind of boring to watch at this point, and also projectiles, I'm kind of done with, like, spectating baseball. That's just kind of ass. I feel like I'd rather pay money to do, like, anything else. If I could pay $100 for a baseball ticket, or $100 to, I don't know, go buy an ounce of weed and share it with a homeless person on a street corner somewhere, I feel like I would probably rather, you know, give to other people type shit, you know, spread a little love. I don't know, baseball viewing has very much aged on me. Sleazy, what if I go? See you pick up the hammer? Yeah, I started playing with it a little bit yesterday. It has a very large strength in the sense that it actually facilitates my you know, my talents, and Bee Fury is currently bugged and does not facilitate my talents. So when Bee Fury's fixed, there's no doubt in my mind that Bee Fury is still going to be an incredibly strong main hand with Pocket Hive offhand. Like, there's actually no doubt in my mind. It's just, you know, until Bee Fury is actually coming in and getting fixed, it is going to be slightly difficult to compete with this just from an efficiency standpoint, from a comfort standpoint. There's so much consistency, so much healing, so much stat scaling, so much damage, like, you name it. And that Fervor too? Well, it's Fervor and crit. 10% Fervor, 10% crit. Anytime you consume a 5-stacker, and you only have to consume a 5-stacker once every 15 seconds. It's really strong. You're retaining the best elements of Bee Fury as well, because you're getting the 40% damage strip, or sorry, the 40% magic resist strip. Those like stats on what? Oh, yeah. It's incredibly strong, just all the way across the board. There's not really a downside to it. And again, part of the big thing is that, like, right now, Bee Fury doesn't build stacks of Crab Shield. So I'm running Crab Shield, as you can see. Bee Fury doesn't build stacks of my Crab Shield. So that doesn't really help me whatsoever. It doesn't consume my Sunlight proc. So I put in multiple bug reports about that. And it's kind of at the point where it's like, Dear Slim, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling type shit. I'm really hoping we see some fixes tomorrow, or I'm going to be very sad. What will I do about it? Absolutely nothing. I will continue playing this build until it's fixed. So I wait patiently with open arms. Crab Shield strong with it. Dom strong as well. You know what I like about this build? Insert item, and it's actually quite good. It's like, they're, I don't want to say like build equity, because that's the wrong way to describe it, but their build validity is good. Their customization is good. Thumb's good, but also I can't get a 20. I have a level 18, and I just kind of called that good. More than anything else, it worked enough for me. But yeah, Dom is incredibly strong. I do prefer Crab Shield to Dom when they're in workable stances. I like Crab Shield more. I think the damage is actually quite strong with Crab Shield, all things considered. Make sure I don't get rid of the wrong one. I think the damage is actually quite comparable when you add up everything from Crab Shield over the course of all of the coolies. The fact that you have 2 offensive options versus 1. The fact that your cooldowns are fast on it. There's no global or internal right now on your 3 stacks into a block. So the faster you build 3 stacks, the faster you block and spend 3 stacks. Just a really strong build. Like, really. Oh, Jesus. Forgot I found my legendary. Holy shit. Holy shit. That was kind of a shock to me. Goodness gracious, Nave. Thank you for the follow. Much love, dude. I appreciate you. I think I might need to do some Crimson farm, because I need more Spark Shards. And I need more Dust. So it might be dump everything into the storage. And then go fill an inventory with Crimson shit and see how that goes. I got Lego Crab. You got Lego Crab, you fucking rat bastard. I got my Lego Bee Fury as my first Lego. I'm so happy about it. Only caveat is that I do not currently have enough resources to fully enchant it. So that's gonna be the next grind for me. But I'm also trying to simultaneously work on a Pocket Hive. But really, I don't know if I'm going too crazy on the Pocket Hive with on Ram being this strong. I might just stay Ram for a little bit until we ensure that B build's fixed. I do really want to, when B build is fixed, give it a fair shake though. They stop giving Dust for DE. I mean, Dust isn't really the largest constraint. I don't think it's the same Dust either, is it? I want to say the Dust from DE is enchanting, right? Or is it a different one? I will say there's... Oh, wait. I went the wrong way. I physically went the wrong way. We are down so horrendous. My sense of direction is terrible. The no minimap nerf is quite possibly one of the most impactful things that I've ever been hit by. It's like playing hardcore Call of Duty as a kid all over again and not knowing where I'm going. Pocket's so good for AoE, think it'll always have value. I mean, and once the bees are actually fixed, it's also up tremendous in terms of value as well. But yeah, in terms of Spark Dust, I don't know if this comes from DE or not. I'm not quite sure. I don't think it comes from DE. I believe from DE we get bright residues, we get bright fragments, and then everything like bright is from DE. I could be tripping on that, but I think spark dust is just from the actual like NPC kills. Is there a dungeon boss that's in the Crimson faction? There's gotta be, right? At least one? No, there isn't. No, actually, I don't think there is. Crimson boss is next zone. Is that the one that got leaked? Because people were able to get in the next zone or not? Is it Minecraft texture pack? Roblox. I'm gonna go over to the 7-Eleven soon and grab something. You need anything? Boys, I will be right back. I'm gonna stretch real quick. Then we're gonna go pump. Ramberg. Right. Right. And that zone is next zone going up this way. Like this outlined area here. Could use some 7-Eleven sushi. Oh, 7-Eleven has sushi? Oh. Oh. Ew. Hold on, I'll bring it back. Good day, citizens. Can barely see chair. Well, if I let you see too much chair, then you lose your appreciation for me. Which I feel like is fucked up. I feel like I need to keep you guys in check. I feel like you're getting too attached to him and not me. I'm gonna start separating you two. It's making me a little jealous. You get legendary Poghav already? No, I filled up my inventory and now I am going over to grind out a little bit of some spark dust and spark shards. Need some compliments? Shit, I'm always open to compliments. What do you think of a chair? Setting up chair Twitch channel to stream while you're asleep. 24/7 chair. I could start a chair rescue, and then I could just have a bunch of chairs roaming around on the stream all day when I'm not on stream, so that way I could check out, and then I could host my chair stream at the end of all of my streams, and then I could also view bot my chair stream. Wait, what? Wait, what? I shouldn't say that. Somebody will actually report me and then I'll get a 3-day for doing nothing. Just kidding. Even if you do view bot, Twitch doesn't do fucking anything about it. Twitch, please. Twitch, please. Kill all of you botters. Not like actually kill. Not like actually kill, by the way. I mean like figuratively kill. Like figuratively kill. Figuratively kill. Figuratively kill. Chat, what's the best spark shard farm in the game? Not the dust, but the shards. Because I feel like I don't get shards out here. I'm looking for the blue ones. Is that shinies? Because I'm like borderline out of those. Hearts weren't that bad. Yeah, no, hearts really aren't a terrible farm from everything that we've seen. So I'm not too worried about that, especially the fact that you can just get a layer to yourself all the time. It's quite nice. Necklace of Clarity, that's magic pen. How much magic pen is that? More stats, 16.6 to 22.7. But I still think it's less damage. What are you farming? I'm trying to farm not spark dust here, but spark shards, the blue ones, which say they come from killing bosses, but I wasn't getting any from my hard mode bosses that I was killing. And I wasn't getting any from salvaging gear. So I'm almost wondering, think you get those from blue weapons? I didn't get any from salvaging blue weapons though. At least I don't think. I think I just got the glittering dust for enchanting. Shards only first time world bosses. Fuck! Wait, what do you mean only?
Is absolutely S tier.
Follow, thank you for the follow. What do you mean only first time world bosses? Bro, that's what I feared. In the back of my head, I was literally like, I had a lot of them, and over time they kind of dried up. Oh no. Mage main here, I get them from chest runs? Oh, that's so tragic. But, good news. This is what early access is for. These are the things that we must provide feedback for them on. So we can hopefully not just have a bunch of shit that's first time drop only. Cause that is fucking tragic. Now I'm actually gonna have to make an alt to farm those shards up unless somebody, like, honestly, that's something like that I would take from somebody in chat so I don't have to make an alt. But I'm probably gonna end up making an alt for it. Bright fragments? No, we're trying to get spark shards. But yeah, the first time drop stuff is cooked. I hope that's a quality of life thing in the future that they bring in, where world bosses no longer are affected by first time drop exclusivity. You can farm them over and over and over again, and you can get their loot table, you can get their drops, you can get their mats, pretty much everything over and over and over again. Incentivize people to be in the open world a little bit instead of just instances all day. Bring in some replicatability. So I'm sitting on 278 in my inventory. Have you upgraded your weapons? Because you're gonna need to upgrade your weapons. I will say, you will need a good amount to upgrade your weapons. So, don't cook yourself, because it does get pricey. I'm just trying to get this upgraded, and I have 3 ults. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna probably have to make an ult. I don't know what the math is gonna be going from 3, 4, and 5, because I'm 2 right now. But I need to go to 3, 4, and 5 with this. I'm gonna do my crystal farm myself, but you face tanking everything? More or less. Yeah, more or less, so. Been trying for 3 days to get a legendary staff. Oh god, just chest runs over and over again? Oh my god, how many characters have you run? I got 4 level 20s, haven't ran out yet. Well, it's probably because you got 4 level 20s. I just realized that weapon is Wind Fury. Hold on, it goes deeper. It goes even deeper. Are you talking Thunder Fury, by the way? The Blessed Blade? That's the one? Yeah. So it goes deeper. For with Thunder Fury, not only does it look dope as fuck, right? But you also have your little nature effects. Keep in mind with this, it's built around stripping enemy magic resistance. And then also giving you a little bee armor that deals damage to people around you, gives you armor, and has a chance to put a dot on enemies. So just tiny things. Tiny things. I'm regretting upgrading my purples. I only upgraded my purples to T3, which I do not regret whatsoever, if I'm being honest. I do regret upgrading my Dominion shield and not just sticking to Crab shield, but what time did you get the weapon? Oh, definitely not by 3 p.m. Although, I don't know what time zone you're in. I don't know what time it is for you. But I got the weapon, what, chat, probably like a few hours ago, like 3 hours ago, something like that. It was after quite a bit of farming as well. So then I immediately went over to Queen Bee and started trying to blast some Queen Bee reps down. No dice so far on a Lego pull there. I'm a lot more worried about Queen Bee than I am Lady Bee, though. Queen Bee I can kill much faster, and I can face tank pretty much everything over there just super easily. And I can do the fight faster. But it's also, like, not the best loot table for me. I feel like I get wing sabers more than I see pocket hives. And I definitely worry about the, I worry about the Lego Wing Saber from Queen. If I go Lego Bee Fury, Lego Pocket Hive, like, back to back, then I'll be honest, I'm just going and farming up a Lego Ram. And I'm just keeping the luck going. But something tells me I'm about to go on another legendary cold streak. Probably more hype will occur in about 2 weeks. Other than that, you guys are going to see a whole hell of a lot of this Queen Bee fight in between now and then. Because my back's against the wall, boys. I got to have double Lego to try to make this build work. If I try to get a subpar Bee Summon build going with bug fixes even, against the insanity that is Ram builds. Also, Grifter, luck, not the worst. I got one, and now we have come to the realization that I need to get myself some alts rolling or bum shards off of people, so that way I can actually upgrade it. So, it's a little tragic, but not the worst, all things considered. It could definitely be much worse. I could be short on shards and also not have a legendary Bee Fury. So, yo, Blizzard Pups, what up, dude? I really like the idea of this game. Feels like an MMO light with tight combat and fast dopamine hits. This shame the graphics are super cheap. And you're in a low budget indie Farmville poopy pants Facebook mobile game. I mean, honestly, I have personally played a lot of stylized games in the past. I actually, like, I streamed Fortnite for a while. So, stylized graphics for me aren't really the, you know, the worst or a game ender or anything. And I will say, from an actual gameplay standpoint and not watching it, I don't really look at the actual graphics much. I pretty much play off of spell effects and text, which is good. Bad graphics with Soul over generic Facebook game graphics. I actually think this has a decent amount of generic, not generic look, but specified look to it. But mobile game with shitty graphics, but this feels soulless. I think that's down to the person. I actually have liked a lot of the assets that I'm seeing over here. I feel like it's got some pretty solid elements to it. And I think a lot of the boss fight arenas as well, quite well done, but it's also just to each their own. I think the cool thing about visuals is that some people may absolutely love the visual aesthetic of something, and some people looking at, you know, a pixel art MMO will be like, this is the sickest fucking thing ever. And then some people looking at a pixel art MMO will just absolutely shit on it, you know what I mean? It's just personal, stylized preferences. What, does the main character look like a boner? What's wrong with the boner? Is my counter to that. Never really heard people upset about a boner. Now that's also part of my transmog. I do kind of look like a penis, all things considered, but I was going for like the blind paladin vibe, and I only got like beekeeper themed gear. So, you know, the transmog, that's more on me. I may or may not lack artistic drip. I'm not really into high fashion that much. I am sorry. That's partly my fault more than the game itself. My lack of drip is my doing. But I also have a sick mustache. The main character look is more so on me. Evaluate the crab more than my dripless ass. And the crab's got fucking aura. Let's agree on that. He's like a pirate crab. He's got bags on his back. He's got a fucking claw hook and a claw hook. It's crazy. Oh, dude, it's so beautiful. Ads. Poor. Shame her. Chat, everybody shame her. She doesn't eat until the sub is in place. Wink, wink. You're despicable. You were despicable. You're literally in the next room. I'm leaving my card at home next time we go to get groceries. I don't know if she can hear me saying that or not, but as I wake up from this nap, what is this weird pin? That was Ood. That was Ood, that was not me. I just pinned Ood's message. That was Ood saying that. I just pinned it. I'm just putting that out there. The creators of Quinfall silently infiltrated the Board of Ashes of Creation and sabotaged the game. Motherfucker, where did that come from? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Off the top rope with that shit. Jesus Christ. Grenade, why? Wait. What time is it for you? Brother, it's 10:30 p.m. EST. Why are you taking a nap? I don't want to shame you. But like, Brody, that's a late ass nap. Like, that is a really late nap. 9:30. Why not just go to bed at that point? Why nap at 9:30? Bro, I don't understand y'all sometimes. Like, you guys genuinely concern me a little bit. Your sleep habits, I swear. Maybe streaming is the reason why my sleep habits are so good, because I don't have like a fucking sequential stream schedule. But like, I don't know, bro, I sleep a normal amount. I sleep like a regulated sleep schedule. It might not be the healthiest sleep schedule. I might go to bed some nights at like fucking 2 a.m. most nights and maybe eat a meal when I get off stream and wake up with a tummy ache. But like, I do it consistently, which is better than being sporadic. Get them around 6, so it's like 3 hours. Wait. So you get home at 6, nap for 3 hours, wake up, game like crazy until you, what, fall asleep and then sleep till work? That's like degen hours. If you cut the nap down to 2 hours, by the way, then you would wake up for NA peak. If you're really trying to plan it around gaming, waking up at 9 p.m. EST or 9:30 is like less than ideal. Granted, technically you'd want to cut 2.5 hours off of it based on your time zone. So, what is the Magellan? No game's been sort of bored. No FAREVER? Why no FAREVER? Why no Subnautica? What to Hellington? I figured most of the people in the community that aren't playing FAREVER right now would probably be playing Sub 2. I have heard that shit is absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous. I'm having too much fun on FAREVER. I'm hooked. D4? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, brother. Brother, I'm so sorry. Luffy, I hate that it's come to that, dog. D4. Okay, so why D4 over PoE 2 hype train? Because PoE 2, huge update. Huge update. One of the largest PoE updates in history. So what are your thoughts on that? Is there PvP? Right now, no. Will there be? Yes. It'll start out with duels before the end of this year, hopefully sooner rather than later. After that, they will give us instanced battlegrounds, and then they will eventually build out a PvP area in the world for us to go compete over. There is a caveat with that I like to discuss, and that is layering, or as some people call it, sharding. And no, I'm not talking about you have a slight tummy ache and you're a little too trusting. Basically, there are multiple instances of the world that are all simultaneously existing. Those are layers, or shards. So when you bring in a PvP zone, the layering capacity is something that is incredibly prevalent, because if you have 42 instances of the same PvP zone, then what's the emphasis of having a PvP zone when you could just realistically have a battleground? Because where there is layering, there is manipulating the layering to get on a unique layer, forcing your group on a layer to overwhelm it, and thus people avoiding you on a layer as well. Same way that people layer hop on WoW. So then you come into layer cooldowns that are necessary. They're like anti-layer hop mechanics, and there's a lot of weird shit that comes as a result of it. So realistically speaking, I'm excited for the prospect of a PvP zone in a game that could be incentivized to get people out there. But I worry because of the snap of a finger, or a snap of my fingers, when there is incentivized world PvP, I can get 100 people to pull up at any time like it's nothing if our community is playing this game deep. And we showed that in Ashes time and time and time again. And I just, if the layering is currently supportive of 20 people, which 20 people is the latest figure we've been given, then that in itself is going to lead to some inherent issues with larger scale world versus world. Or like open world, I should say, PvP. And if there is small scale open world PvP, what's the difference between that and just battlegrounds if it's only in one zone? Maybe they incentivize it with increased gathering reward, increased drop rate, maybe some unique spawns or something in there. But I have trouble seeing how 20 to 50 person layering is going to feel like the absolute play in a PvP area, because the incentivization, the exclusivity of winning or losing just isn't on the line there. If you start losing one area, you'll just layer hop to the other area, and there will be no competition around the layers because everybody will eventually have that exclusive thing to own. So I think battlegrounds are going to be at the forefront of it for the consistent PvP here. My prediction is, unfortunately, while the PvP zone could be done really well, an open world PvP area truly has to be able to hold a certain number of players to facilitate, you know, PvP at scale. And I don't know, even if they have 50 person layers, that'll be enough to facilitate PvP at scale. Invite to Asmon layer? No. You fucking stop that. You fucking stop. Asmon can't hear you here. Asmon doesn't care about you here. 50 people is only 25v25. Only 10 groups of 5. Yeah. Yeah. Which, keep in mind, even though not everybody in chat is playing this right now, I would still be willing to bet that we could fill a raid group quite easily if there was PvP. And if you can fill a raid group, then you can get people. Granted, there's no raid group right now, but say a raid group is hypothetically 40 people. We could fill one of those bad boys easy, and we could absolutely invite everybody out to the lair. All you have to do is invite people to a lair, and then they leave the group, and then you invite more people to your lair. Both of you invite a group over, and you just, once you get people on the lair, everybody drops group, stays on the lair, invites more people over, they join the lair, boom, you control a lair. It's layering tech 101 for open world PvP. You just layer hop, and unfortunately at 50 people, that's going to take about 3 minutes to pull off, because we'll just find a layer that we want to go to, and then we'll just pee-pee-poo-poo on that entire layer. You'll zerg it out, you'll effectively force a lockout, and there won't really be PvP in the first place over there. So I'm hesitantly optimistic about the PvP zone. I think it could be really fun, but I think the largest constraint is going to be keeping those areas populated, with people going out there feeling like they have a reason to be there in the first place. You know what I mean? Server size is like 5 people on a map right now. Do you really think they'll have 50-man instances? I mean, that's just what their goals are. Their current capacity is 20 plus the last time that they mentioned it. And they're trying to scale it up to 50, their words, in the near future for their capacity, which we have no real indicator of how many people are actually on our layer or anything. But per the devs, which we can tinfoil hat as much as we want, that isn't actually the number. But I don't really care too much about distrusting what people say. Personally, I think, all things considered, I don't really see any route of them going large scale with it. And that's part of why I've been saying, like, battlegrounds are probably going to be at the forefront of it. And again, I'm hesitantly optimistic about the PvP area, but definitely have my concerns. Definitely having PvP, large scale PvP as much as I'd like it to be. Yeah, same. I think it's very likely to be... God, I'm not an ESL player, so I don't want to misspeak, but like Cyrodiil, where from what I've gathered, it's usually like a bunch of smaller squads running around, smacking shit, trying to cap the points, and it's a little less formal. Sorry if I butchered the pronunciation on that. But to my knowledge, that's a lot of what the PvP is over there from my people that have told me about it. I haven't played it myself, so I can't really be an expert on it, but I kind of get like that level of vibes from the PvP zone, where it's more groups of 5 running around, just trying to get kills in the open world. But at that point, it becomes why that over Battlegrounds? And if it's not fun to be out there over Battlegrounds, then everybody's just gonna do Battlegrounds, you know? So stuff mostly Zergs, but small scale is very fun. Word, yeah, I'm not too much of an expert. I watch my friends sometimes, and anytime that I've seen them, they're not really running around like a mass Zerg with it, but I could also just be watching at bad times. I'm by no means an expert. But even then, number inequitability and managing that in open world areas is almost nearly impossible as well. It's part of what Scars had on its plate, Scars of Honor, for its playtesting with the 2-faction system. It's just difficult. Very difficult. And I don't think that that necessarily leads to a smooth route for the game to progress if you're taking on something incredibly difficult from the, the main state of that. Average players in a Zerg, focus groups of 4 to 6 good players can take on big Zergs with smart play. Honestly, as it should be. Excuse me. As it should be. I do think one of the cool things about open world, it's honestly one of the things that I hate the most about open world as a melee player. But a cool note about open world is that you truly can use the entire world as your playing field, or at least the arena that you're given. Everything's arena, just a different size of arena. It's my whole theory on everything's an island, just a different size of island. Technically, at some point, if you zoom out, everything's an island. We're all surrounded by water. Everything in a game is an arena. It's just a matter of how large your arena is. Merch, thank you for all. Much love. So, with open world, you just have a very large arena. Problem with arenas as a melee, unless you're a very specified, bloodhound of a build, you get kited like crazy because there's nothing that keeps people in one spot. Something objective based, like when we look at New World's war structure, that objective that required melees to be there to hold it down as a front line truly changed how the PvP felt as a melee player and provided something that, not a lot of titles had been able to provide in terms of a consistent feel in PvP from a melee standpoint, especially with an action combat system. And as soon as you add an objective into that arena, changes the whole scape of things. And I'm hoping that when we see Battlegrounds come in, when we see open world PvP in that PvP area come in, there is a good bit of objective-based gameplay too. I think it slows down the cadence a little bit, so you don't just have movement speed race car Omega Zoom builds becoming your meta. There is room for the chonky boys. You might not need a million of them, but room for the chonky boys means that we're creating jobs. And creating jobs is not only good for the game, but it's good for America. Hell yeah, brother. Leon, thank you for the hydrate, dog. So, personally, I really yearn for something that just brings in some objectives to play that are meaningful, long-term objectives, like New World's Battleground thing, the Castle Sieges. Oh, Outpost Rush, where you had like the little mini forts to jump into and hold the objective. I genuinely think in my heart of hearts, one of the best things that New World had that people give it zero credit for was their point tick algorithm. I do not know what it was, but out in the open world, they had forts, right? That you could capture just in the open world. You had Outpost Rush, which was the 20 versus 20 queuable. You had wars, which were to take over towns. You had arenas, which were arenas. But their point tick algorithm where you had to have more people on point than enemy, and the rate at which it ticked, the number of 99% all in 100 person on point calls we had were insane. 50v50 wars. Point is ticking up. Attacker calls all in. Well, defender calls all in. Defender starts stalling. Attacker calls all in. And then healers are standing on point. Casters are standing on point. Squishies are standing on point. Everybody's on point, just brawling, trying to play their space. Oh, cinema. Cinema. Euphoria. Every good word in human history. It was just something miraculous about their point tick algorithm on the New World side of things that truly changed how the game felt in a PvP standpoint for me. And it brought some of my most fond and vivid memories in any form of MMO gameplay that I have ever had. Seeing a point tick up and knowing I need to get on point and I need every person in my group on the point as well. So like when my healer jumps on point, I need to be finding where my healer is and making sure nobody can touch my healer. It's like when, you know, when you have a family member and a fucking building falls on them and you pick up the entire building. When there was an all-in, I would like enrage timer basically, and I would just start claiming bodies, brother. It was crazy, the adrenaline rush that came from that. They did so many things so well, and it's unfortunate that the game got Thanos snapped before it had the potential to really try to recover in the long term, but that's his life. Kind of sad I dropped New World so early. Yeah, I mean, I put 7,000 plus hours into New World. I played the game on the highest level that was provided, that was possible. Like, I fought in the highest of high tier wars. I lived the fucking dream in New World. And I will say, like, part of me to this day, if New World came back, oh god, oh, I'd be there in a heartbeat, brother. The wars gave me an adrenaline rush that really not many things in gaming have given me. And it's something that I think they genuinely, as I said, they had some incredibly strong building points, but they just couldn't tie it all together in the time that they needed to appeal Christoph Hartmann, who is the devil of gaming. Hate that man. I think Amazon Games is cursed, and I think that they are destined to probably be killed off by Amazon sooner rather than later. Keep in mind, their most recent investment was developing in-house King of Meat, which is at 0 players, has shut down, and had a peak of 320 players. So, it's unfortunate, but King of Meat is gone. Shout out to the one player trying to hold it down. I don't even think it's shut down at this point. I think they still technically have it up, but it just has 0 players. This was what Christoph Hartmann described as Amazon's first step out of the MMO genre. And I genuinely think that Amazon Games is probably going to get entirely closed down if they have not already liquidated pretty much all of their positions. It seems like a few months ago there were ramblings of Christoph Hartmann potentially leaving the company. But according to Christoph Hartmann's LinkedIn, as of today, he is still at Amazon Games. So I don't really know, but I wouldn't be shocked if Amazon Games ceased operations relatively soon, sold any IPs they had to somebody, and then just kind of moved on. Wasn't Rust Guy buying it? No. So Face Punch Studios was basically also to... Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'll yap on that in a sec. Face Punch, through Alistair McFarlane via Twitter, had made kind of like a tongue-in-cheek, ha ha ho ho, I'll give you $20 million for this type shit. And shortly after that, subsequently tweeted, I am, as of right now, entering into an MNDA, which is a mutual NDA, with Undisclosed Games Company about undisclosed game. This does not mean anything has progressed or moved forward. This is simply for discussion standpoints and conversations. This is the last I'll be commenting on it in the near future. Since then, we haven't heard anything. So it entered into a mutual NDA so they could discuss things under closed doors or behind closed doors. Since then, there's been nothing, and most deals are likely to fizzle, much like my mortgage application did earlier this year. Bam, roasted. Also, ouch. All things considered, though, everything happens for a reason. So I don't think there's a ton of validity for that. I don't know what Amazon Games plans are. I don't know if they would be in a spot where, you know, they truly are ceasing operations or anything like that. I'm not the one to determine that. I don't have any insider information. Just theory crafting on my side of things. But really, like, I don't know if they'd sell it off for pennies on the dollar or if they'd just not want to sell it off at all and just write it off as a loss for a greater daddy Amazon company to claim. That all depends on legalities and books and stuff like that. That's way over my head. I just play video games. From a standpoint of buying it, though, $20 million for an IP that once had 1 million concurrent players is incredibly cheap. Like, the existing amount of copies of the game would immediately bring benefit at that point from a CAC, like a customer acquisition cost. $20 million for the amount of copies of that game that have been sold, which are already customers, technically, right? You're not profiting off those customers, but those are people that could technically come back to play the game and are, you know, albeit customers of the IP. You're acquiring an incredibly large potential customer base at that $20 million price point. So I'd be shocked if anything did go through if it was as low as $20 million. Granted, I'm not a businessman. I'm not involved in any of that. I'm just video game player. So that's my biggest thing. So, yo, Glowski, what up, brother? Been playing Rust. Oh, I'm so sorry. What are we looking at right now? Catch me up on this new game. This is FAREVER, my boy. So FAREVER is an MMO light that is in early access. It is pay to play, one time. It's going to be concurrent through 1.0. Developers have said no wipes, just level expansions. So as of right now, we have 2 zones. This is the island, and then this is the Valley of the Eternal Autumn. Basically, starting zone, second zone. Picture it as almost like Crimson Desert-y type world exploration where you can go to the different zones, different objectives to complete, different secrets to find throughout the area. You can play in groups of 1 to 4. No raids in the game right now, but part of the most encouraging aspect of it is the roadmap. So, not only part of the most encouraging, but the gameplay itself is really fucking phenomenal. I'll get into that in a second. But blue comes this year. Pink is planned during early access. So 2 new regions, more enemy factions, more instances. God did. World events such as rifts, which I hope they steal from Diablo 3. Seasonal events, a world boss eventually. New activity types. Heroic dungeons, which are max level with new mechanics for bosses and unique rewards. Challenge modes with unique modifiers to tweak the experience. Think M pluses probably. Faction reputation systems, secret coins, which are just like exploration-based things. Level cap going from current 20 to level 50 over time. We currently have 4 classes. They want to give us more classes. We currently have 1 talent tree. They want to bring that up to 3. We have multiple different trade skills, all of which are usable, all of which are trainable. Trade skills such as enchanting to enchant gear. Jeweler, which makes jewelry. Prospects ore to find gems, also cuts gems to put in jewelry. Alchemy, which makes trinkets as well as consumables. Outfitter, which makes bags, cloth armor, and then also once you level Outfitter, which I've been very lazy and need to level my Outfitter today, or whenever I do software farm, can put an embroidery on a cloak. Blacksmith, which makes ingots, heavy armor, and then also makes weight stones, whetstones for weapons, and then also makes these plates, which you can put on your chest piece, and then cooking, which makes consumable food. What's the best job to choose, would you say? Early on, you'll want outfitters so you can make better bags. You can learn all of them, though, so you don't just have to choose one. Sounded pretty decent so far. Yeah, it's fun. On the surface, very cute, very simple, very cozy, right? There's a lot of horizontal progression, so you can chase down companions, normal version and sparkly version, which are just pets. Chase down gliders, chase down mounts. Some of these are 0.1% drops from mobs. Some of those are from bosses. Some of them are from chests throughout the world that can be hidden or known. There are a lot of different objectives throughout the world as well. Instance dungeons, instance bosses, all of which you have unique loot tables. Weapons follow the rarity scale. Same thing with armor. Armor and jewelry goes up to blue. Weapons go up to legendary. I, after 85 hours, just got my first legendary drop today. Bee Fury. This is the weapon I want to build around. So I have class skills, which are on the right side of the bar. I have talents, which can augment the class skills. Class skills also all have runes, which are different augments to the class skills themselves. So you can change up your runes on all your abilities, and then you also get abilities off of your weapons. So I use Amon Ram in my main hand right now. With Amon Ram, deals damage in a small cone, frontal cleave, right? The combo deals damage to an enemy and then generates benediction, stacking up to 5 times on me. Deals additional damage to nearby enemies, resets the cooldown of Ram Veil, and makes it instant if it critically strikes. Ram Veil is my skill for this. Emits light around you, dealing damage to nearby enemies and consuming all benediction stacks. If 5 are consumed, increases your crit chance, and fervor. Fervor is basically versatility on steroids. Get into that in a second. By 10% for 15 seconds. Deals 15% increased crit damage, and benediction stacks now have 15% chance to be refunded when consumed. Then the passive on this. Your weapon skills empower your next 3 attacks that will deal additional damage and generate a benediction stack, stacking up to 5 times. Your weapon skills empower your next 3 attacks, and empowered attacks have a 100% chance to critically strike. So keep in mind, use the weapon skill mid-combo, get your next 3 attacks to critically strike on your smite, reset the cooldown of your Ram Veil, cast your Ram Veil. That gives you 3 empowered attacks, build your stacks up, get a crit, refresh your Ram Veil, cast your Ram Veil. I run Crab Gantua's Kneecap, which is a shield. Depth Shield spawns a bubble with 4 charges above my head. When somebody's nearby, it pops 4 times and deals damage every time it pops. The final pop does double damage and stuns. It also heals me every single pop. And then my passive on this, your final combo attacks and blocking. Action combat system, left click attack, right click block. Grant you a stack. At 3 stacks, my next block deals damage around me and reduces the cooldown of this by 5 seconds. So this is my main weapon. This is the one I use. In your arsenal, you can equip another weapon or shield, any one. While you're leveling, you get 1 ability off of it. Once you're level 20, you get 2 abilities. So with this, I have Bee Fury. Hive Sunder reduces magic resist by 40% for the mob for 10 seconds. Transfers that to me. I gain 40% magic res. Then any weapon skills that I use surround me with a bee barrier for 10 seconds. That does damage every 2 seconds, has a chance to poison enemies, dealing damage for 6 seconds, and increases my armor and heals me. So anytime I'm casting a weapon skill, I'm empowering my attacks, I'm putting a bee barrier up that's increasing my armor and it's healing me, I'm stripping enemy magic res, I'm popping off a lot of magic damage, I'm sustaining, I'm doing damage. It's fucking insane. I'll go do a couple of boss fights real quick so you can see some of the mechanics. Let me just go vendor. So again, early access, very early. There will be a lot more. The roadmap is extensive, but even right now, there's a lot of time in terms of like progression that you can spend. How do you get the legendary boss drop? Yes. Legendaries are going to be typically found through bosses if you're looking at weapons. A lot of bosses will have specific drop tables. So if you're looking for a Bee Fury, that comes from Lady Bee, which I can show you where that is on the map here in just a sec. I am currently trying to work on farming up my Pocket Hive, which is a 2-handed mace that drops off of Queen Bee, which I need to go farm up now. So we'll take a couple shots at that. Magic pen, armor pen, crit. Ugh. I think I want fervor though over crit because I have so much force crit right now, but I should save the crit. So basically you can upgrade your weapons. You can do your crafting stuff. There's a storage that is account wide based on the server that you're on, of course. So servers are just your regions, NA server, EU server, etc. Off of that, you get put into different layers every time you log in. So if you're hitting a mob grind, then sometimes it's meta to literally just, you know, kill mob, reset, new layer, kill mob again. But basically with the Bee Fury, drops off of Lady Bee at the top of Hive Tree's canopy. There's a little jumping puzzle that you can get a block, like, unlocked to teleport you up there. So, quite nice. I'm going over to do some Queen Bee right now. We'll do a few of those to end the night. And this is, keep in mind, a pretty strong build at this point in time. Far from, like, buggy strong, far from #1 meta unstoppable build. There are still stronger builds than this. But this also is not the hardest content in the game that the game will have by any means. So I can kind of just blast content. Getting off soon? I wouldn't say like soon, but it's 11 p.m. So I was trying to make sure that I don't like overdo it so I don't fuck my sleep schedule. Cause I don't really take days off as like a rest and recovery day. So I have to budget my stream hours, so to say. I also have to make sure I don't lose my voice. Some people who are like, oh, I stream 12 hours a day. They'll do a 12-hour stream and it's actually like 45 minutes of them talking. And it's fucking tragic. What When you stop streaming, I'll be able to get something productive done. Bro, just put me in the ear pod. That's the tech. You gotta put me on like the AirPod in the ear, and then you just gotta go do your productive shit. It's like a podcast. You can listen to stream and you can get pretty much the same exact effect as watching stream, which I take a lot of pride in. It's peak second monitor content, and I think that's the largest application that any streamer could look to have for longevity purposes. Third thing I need to fix, having to kill every special foe in normal dungeons. Yeah, there are just some very, I call it low-hanging fruit, where reasonably things that shouldn't be very fucky are, for various reasons, quite fucky. And I hope that a lot of the low-hanging fruit does get fixed relatively soon, I will say. It's unfortunate that there are some core issues with things like dungeon prog that can lock people out of that shit. But at the end of the day, what we do have for a playable product, especially with the dungeons being as fun as they are, I will take that as an overall win. But yeah, it's gonna be a little rough if that's the intended design as they go into heroic dungeons too, especially if those heroic dungeons are timed. That's gonna bring a big wrench into the plans. But yeah, so I mean, action combat system, it's not like a full new world with no target whatsoever. There is a target lock, and that target lock does definitely provide a little bit of a help, so to say, in terms of your aim. So range isn't going to be just like a full projectile-based freeform action combat. It is action combat-y enough though. Left click attack, right click block. There are combos, perfect block timing, shit like that. There's a dash as well, but the dash only dodges attacks, not abilities. But combat system's been quite fun, especially from an early standpoint. It was one of the primary points of staying power for me. On top of that, the ability to cook up a lot of different builds and not feel pigeonholed into like the WoW, you know, dilemma of just one build all the time, no matter what, I think is quite nice. You don't really feel like you have to chase a meta. Like I mentioned, I'm rolling this boss right now. This is a 3-phase boss, so basically these little bees come out and they heal Queen Elizabeth while she's up there, and you have to kind of kill like the princes. And when the princes are all dead, you fight them one at a time. They come back as 3, you fight all 3, and then you want to clean up all of these bees so the healing stops to Elizabeth. And then once the bees are cleaned up enough, you start pumping, because those little bees will heal Elizabeth throughout the fight. And then when she slams, it does a shitload of damage and does a dot. You, while you are leveling, or as a freshly geared character, will not want to be tanking this. This, however, is a strong build. This is part of why I said, do not spend too much time worrying about the performance of this build. It is definitely a lot harder. Cleaning right now while listening. See, I'm telling you, it's the best way to be. It's the best way to be. And then if anything starts popping off, you just poke your head back in, you're like, oh shit, what's going on over here? It is peak second monitor content. And if there's ever a hype train, if there are ever 10 gifties or anything like that, you know. You know, and we always appreciate those bad boys. So, quick boss fights. That's just a single bosser. I don't think most geared builds even tank that much. Okay, well, hear me out. I'm also playing a priest. And priest is very much a self-sustaining class, which it does make sense that I'd be sustaining. There are a lot of builds that do have higher damage output than this from a raw damage standpoint, but priest is absolutely very sustainable. Part of what I like about Crab Shield as well, like, so many pieces of my build have healing. So when I look at my heals, I have heals on, this doesn't heal. Actually, yes it does. 19 to 20 on a benediction consumption. So that heals. This heals. This gives me 40% magic resistance. This heals and gives me shield. That gives me sunlight, which heals on finisher, so my finishers are also healing. This doesn't heal, that does damage. This reduces the damage I take, and then this gives fervor. So, like, I have a lot of healing and just general buffs mixed into the kit. Master Chief, what up, brother? How much did you drive today? You better be getting some good rest if you be driving that much, dog. I don't know what you be on for a busy ass schedule or what, but driving is dangerous. 220. Oh, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. So what, you on break from work or what? Finisher, I hardly know her. Couldn't if I tried. Couldn't if I tried. was the last sub goal, and unfortunately we fell short. Wait a minute, what? Plus 11-hour shift? Oh, gross. Gross. So do you, like, get a break after that? Or is it, like, back at it tomorrow type shit? Why so long commute and not just get a hotel? Because I feel like get hotel just makes a little bit more sense, all things said and done. But I'm not your company. I don't know their spending or lack of it. Plus 4 a.m. alarm. Yeah, that's excessive. Why not just get hotel? Or is that with a hotel and you're just like in the middle of East Bumfuck nowhere? Because again, that's excessive, brother. One thing that I love about streaming is no commute. Unless for whatever reason I decide to start streaming some weird shit. But I'm paid to drive, not to hotel. Oh! Oh, yeah, fuck yeah. Take the scenic route then. You get mileage type shit? Because, yeah, no, I would relocate to a further away home. Just so I could get more mileage. That's actually tech. Hourly? Oh, you be driving the speed limit, huh? You be yielding to let everybody in, huh? Yup. Somebody wants to merge in front of you, you're like, oh, please, please, please. No, please, I insist. Come on. Come on. Hop in. Rolling the window down like honking him. Please, come on. I have nowhere to be right now. Please, literally nothing going on. Hop in. You probably have more going on than me. Come on, buddy. Tell your friends. Everybody gets on right now. I can see it now. Back when I was shut the road down to let them in, throw on one of the neon vests, start waving people through. Man, 4th flat tire this week. Oh God, fucking hate to see that. Golly. Who decided to do it hourly instead of based on mileage? What the fuck is going on over there, brother? Be driving like a goddamn granny out here. Be pulling over, looking everything. Oh, text message? I felt my phone buzz. I gotta pull over and respond. I can't text and drive. Oh, God, dude. Fucking stop sign. Bro, I swear, every stop sign. Every stop sign. I've had 3 in one day. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, 3 in one day is crazy. I'd be changing that shit slow as hell, too. You're all, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. Oh, someone who got paid 8 hours to drive home and 8 hours to drive back to work every weekend. The fuck? How long was the drive? Bro, there's like... I love driving, but I love driving when I know that, you know, I have things to look forward to after the drive, which driving for me is usually pleasant. I don't have to drive to work, so if I'm driving, it's either to go do something cool, go see somebody that I want to see, or go get groceries, which is also fun because then I get to cook yummy stuff. And I can only imagine that if I had to go back to driving every single day for work, I would detest it. The last time that I drove a lot for work was when I was working at the college. I would go on like recruitment visits to other colleges for the esports program. And like I'd go to high schools and other schools and shit like that, do little college fairs. And sometimes I had to drive to other states for that. And let me tell you, brother, I drove 8 hours mad when I had to drive 8 hours for that. Like, I swear to God, but I'd be driving up and down the East Coast, angry. I'd have some fucking XXXTentacion playing and not the Rager kind. So, yeah, this was the time. I didn't like driving then. When I was working for Starbucks as a store manager, anytime I was driving during work, it was to go get product from another store because my store had run out. And I took sweet respite in every single second that I got to drive during that hellacious job. no matter how much money they give you, never work at Starbucks, chat. Just don't do it. Don't do it. It was my, like, little bit of time to actually breathe and love my existence. And unfortunately, every other moment was hell. Absolute hell. The siren consumes all, including your hopes, your dreams, your soul, your ambitions. Bro, it ain't worth it. They couldn't pay me enough to go back at this point. They could offer me $500,000 a year to go back to be a store manager. And actually, I'd probably take that. But like, they could offer me $100K a year to go back, and I would not do that. I wouldn't do it. You couldn't. You straight up couldn't. I wouldn't take $200 a year to go manage a store again. Especially not without an assistant manager. That shit's too intrusive, too invasive. I fucking hate management. We'll never go back. I'll pay when you have 4 flat tires on an offload truck because I'm gonna pay $1 extra for 10 flat tires. Oh, that fucking sucks. Yeah, my dad used to drive truck over the road, and I learned the value of tires very, 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 very early in life. So I got some good shoes on the Civic. Not that there's necessarily too much weight going down on it, but I drive for UPS. I've been out for workers' comp for about 7 months, and I've come back in a week. I'm not looking forward to it. Been nice gaming. Oh shit, dude. Honestly, I don't know what happened for the workers' comp, but if it was like your back or something, first package marked as heavy, it's important to remember to lift exclusively with your arms and lower back in quick jerking, straining motions. Right? Just food for thought. Food for thought. Proper lifting form is incredibly important. Wouldn't want to see you have to work for too long. So, you know, get hurt quickly, brother. Get hurt quickly. Show that motion again. You stop that. You stop that, you go to horny jail. You bonk yourself with a horny jail mallet. Roger. The best thing is that we can control our injuries, chat. Now, next segment is going to be How to Sell It 101. And also, best fraud lawyers in the greater New England area. Hashtag ad. Oh, that's fucking crazy. I've actually seen YouTubers that are like running sponsored segments with like law firms. Like, the fuck? Why would a law firm want to like have a YouTuber that does expose videos about other YouTubers try to get people on board? Selby, thank you for the Prime. Listen, few more of those. You might just get yourself a quick jerking motion. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. I have years in classroom for safety training. Listen, man. Listen. Those that have trained safety know how to use safety to their advantage, right? It's a simple combination. The safest things are applied to everybody that needs to work at the job for the long term. Me personally, I'm trying to get in, get my payments, and get the hell out. Brother, if Twitch offered like workers' comp if I got hurt, I swear to God, I'd be walking in the room one day and I'd fucking slip and hit my head on my desk and be like, oh my God, my neck, oh, it hurts. I'd never come back to this shit. I'm kidding. I'd stream even if I was rich, chat. Even if you guys donated $1 million right now, I'd still stream. Trust. Try it. I swear to God. No jeggings. Why not? Why not jeggings? We have man camps out here, crab single wide housing. Wait, hold on. I grew up in a single wide trailer. The Heliante is that crab single wide housing, brother. The long and narrow fucks. The long and narrow goes absolutely crazy if I do say so myself. I don't know why you be motherfucking hating on the long and narrow. That shit's goated if I do say so myself. But you will not acknowledge its greatness. And that makes me incredibly sad. I grew up in a long and narrow, a single wide trailer. when I went to college for the first time, I experienced what it was like to have good internet. And part of the reason I didn't like going back to my parents on college break was once I started streaming, their internet was too bad for me to be able to stream. It was a whole thing. Think about trailer, cut into 5-bedroom, 5-bathroom, no kitchen, no living room. Yo! Wait, what the fuck? Just like en-suites everywhere? That's kinda crazy. Full baths? Or what's the dealio there? Yo, that's actually crazy. I can only imagine how those things, like, smell. Surely you have cleaning ladies that come through, right? Because I can only imagine that shit get ripe as fuck up in there, dog. I do not envy you or anybody else that has to smell that bullshit. Shower, sink, toilet, 5x8 bath. Yeah, that's a full bath. That ain't too shabby. That's a full bathroom legally. By legal definition, that does constitute a full bath. Believe it or not. I don't know what you're used to for amenities at home. But like even in the apartment, I only got a stand-up shower. That bitch a full bath. We got shower, sink, toilet. We ain't even got... Yeah, 5x8 is probably what I got here. That's why I drive. Fuck the man camps. Okay, hear me out. One thing I've always considered, I know it's not as applicable with, like, you work in oil, right? So it's not as applicable there. But in game dev, why don't game studios just buy, like, 30 houses in New Hampshire? Where, you know, real estate's super cheap, or move up to, like, Maine literally has unincorporated parts of the state. I was showing Carla a map of Maine recently, right? And most of the northern half of the state, like area-wise, land-wise, isn't even registered towns. It's called townships. And there's no governance. There's no, like, established area. You can live in a township, but it's one of those, like, there's literally no support for anything out there. It's not established. It's not governed. It's literally like wilderness. And that is half of Maine geologically as those townships. So why wouldn't a game development studio reach out to, like, Maine and be like, hey, I will give you a few $1 million to buy a township off of you, spend a couple million more to establish a beautiful town for their game development studio, and then run their game development out of a literal town instead of having to pay remote employees, fly everybody out there. You don't have to pay rent on a studio that you don't own. You build equity within the township itself. And then if the game development goes up in tits, Fat Saiyan, banger name, thank you for the follow, dog, I appreciate you. And then if the game development goes to shit, then you just sell the houses. And worst case scenario, you're a real estate investment company instead of a game development company. I feel like if I had $1 billion, I could probably make a couple million type shit. But I don't have the funds to make funds in the first place. But I do feel as though the potential is there. Game dev, sex cult, and a bot township sounds good to me. Nobody's gotta fuck. But, like, listen. If people are inspired, a lot of people are like, man, the 300, like the Spartans, they were so badass. All those dudes were probably fucking each other. Just for perspective. Like, most of those dudes were probably fucking each other. Most of the most feared conquerors probably had concubines, and they were not women because women were not allowed in their armies. They were probably fucking their generals. Just for perspective. Like, people were literally sucking dick up the corporate ladder of ancient armies. It's always been a sex cult. The most historied armies. Orgies. Gay orgies, even. Don't even need to bring bitches. I'd leave my girlfriend at home. Chat, TwitchCon this year, no bitches. Sex cult. Down. Anybody else in? We have an Airbnb. Steezy, if you're in here, do not worry. All clean. I'll take care of it. Nothing to worry about. Gavin Boys on the high seas, look it up. Is that basically like lot lizards? Which are like the ladies of the night that patrol like truck stops? Like 20 miles away? If you're 20 miles away and you don't show up to TwitchCon, then you're kind of a bitch, I'm not gonna lie. I have gone out to TwitchCon the last 2 years. My first year out, I did not have like a large community at all. I had just gone full-time that year. I, was very new to consistently streaming. I had like, a few people that were friends, but I went out with other people who were larger, more established streamers than I was, who, many of them unfortunately don't even stream anymore. So kind of big sag there, all things considered. Some great ones that we lost along the way type shit. But the second year that I went out, which was last year, was the first year that I went out being, a quote-unquote established streamer. And we had a good group of people that went out with us. And this year, it's going to be even better. We have more commits this year than we ever have. A lot of OGs from my community and some new faces. A lot of returners from the first time out. And there were a lot of just like general connections that were made last year for people. So there will be a lot of familiarity this year that there wasn't last year. It's gonna be so fucking great. I do like TwitchCon a lot. I know it's got its reputation, and there is a lot that, people definitely have valid critiques on with TwitchCon. But if you go with a community that you genuinely like, are confident you're gonna have a good and safe time with, it can be such a fun experience. And I really hope that we can continue to get more and more people out there year over year, man. It's genuinely such a good time. Legos? No Legos. So sad. 10:21 here. Gotta sleep. But wait, 4 a.m. alarm. Yeah, that's cooked, brother. That's cooked. I hope you have a beautiful night. I appreciate you coming through. And I hope you sleep well and drive safe tomorrow as well. Make sure you get yourself some food. I feel like this legendary grind is gonna take a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not confident in this being fast for the second legendary grind. I also need to get more spark shards, which is going to be an alt activity. So, just got a black and white bat glider from Ratsar. You are a fucking rat. Congratulations, dog. Congratulations. I haven't even started my cool grind yet. I do have my dragon glider, but that one just comes out of a chest. So I've got to get like a drop rate glider. Oh, that's so sick. That's so sick. I'm happy for you, soldier. How have your Ratsar runs been? Any farm recipes? I have so much to farm. I have so much to farm still, man. I have to... Ooh, elixir of armor. That ain't too shabby. Wait. Oh, shit. Increases your armor by 400 for an hour. Oh. That's why Dom scales so hard. Wait, hold the fuck up. 400 armor for an hour. I feel like 400's a lot. Yeah, 400's a lot. For perspective, my chest is 149. That one is big time with Dom. Yeah, so... excuse me. Did I salvage my Dom? Uh-oh. Might have salvaged my Dom. That's less than ideal. But... no way. It's okay. I wasn't going to play it anyways. Crab shield better. Oopsies. But crab shield to go. Everything's fine. It's all crab shield. It's all crab shield. Everything is fine. But I might need to farm up another Dom. Good news, I still have my crab shield. Got some first legendary. I appreciate you. And it was the legendary that I wanted too. Yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. That's not the greatest. That's not the greatest news, chat. Alas, we persevere. But yeah, that's a lot of armor. If you are running a Dominion build, then you will almost definitely want to throw that bad boy on. Gosh dang it. You really, really hate to see it. My hastiness has been my downfall. Spurs OKC double OT. Oh, goddamn. Goddamn. What's Wemby have? Like a fucking quintuple double? Hold on. Spurs OKC. Let me peep the box score real quick. What did you get, B Fury? Lego B Fury? I got it earlier today. I am extremely happy. Extremely happy. Now I just have to work on upgrading it. I upgraded a lot of my shit early, so Wemby Wemby has 32 and 20. What the actual fuck, man? Wemby is a +9 when he's on the floor over the course of 44 minutes right now. Who's going crazy for OKC? Shy has 24 on 7 of 22 from the field with 10 assists. Oh my god. Yo, Van City. Brother, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you. You, my sir, are a legend. Holy shit. Alex Caruso has 30 off the bench. Holy shit. Alex Caruso is 8 of 13 from 3 with a 30 burger. Oh my god. Wait. Nah, Alex Caruso's going crazy for OKC. That's wild. Okay, Wemby's going nuts. But fucking Alex Caruso, man. Of all people. Like, Caruso is a hooper. AJ Mitchell. Weirdest stat line of the game. AJ Mitchell, single weirdest stat line of the game. Ready? 31 minutes, 4 points, 2 for 5 from the field, 0 for 1 from 3, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, no blocks, no turnovers, 4 fouls, and he's a +14 when he's on the floor. Which, for those that don't know, the plus minus at the end is like the point differential. So if you have +14, that means that when you're on the floor, your team outscored the other team by 14 points. If you're minus, that means when you're on the floor, your team is down that many points to the other team while you're on the floor. So he's their highest plus minus while having a very mediocre stat line with effectively no production. But for whatever reason, he seems to have been the crux of them winning, or at least holding on. It could just be when he's in the game in terms of rotations, but it's a really weird anomaly to see a plus minus that's the highest on the team with a stat line like that. Pro level support. Yo, literally the support build. Yes. Brother is the full support. What are we eating tonight? I might cook up some of the steak. That kind of sounds really good, and it wouldn't need to like marinate. Technically, I could just cut it up small, and then we could have some steak stuff. We could do corn dogs. We could. We'll peep. I'm gonna send a real. I got distracted. I was gonna send Willow some love, cause Willow's out there grinding. I've seen the jewels you can craft. They seem really strong. Oh yeah, you talking on the jeweler side of things with the 7 and 7? Yeah, I run resonant cut. Agate, I don't know what it is, but I run the resonant cut one, and it's 7 crit, 7 fervor. It's freaking huge. I run 3 of those in my gear. It's nice. Boys, if y'all are new to the channel, I greatly appreciate you guys coming through on this fine evening. My name is Dusty, and I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I have streamed 1,053 days in a row as of today. These balloons were from day 1,000. It appears they're finally starting to deflate. Their momentum is waning, but ours is not. If today is your first day in the stream, make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live every single day. Your support, your love, your follows, everything. Every single day is the only reason why I'm here doing it. So, I will be back tomorrow, whether you guys like it or not. Again, alt support truly means everything. You can pop over to the YouTube side, peep some stuff there. We're going to have Nin working with Selv to get constant YouTube content up as well. So we're going to have the entire ball rolling for you guys. Exclamation socials pop over there. If you ever drop the streak, will you quit? No, I'll probably just go into a depression fit. But I mean, I think it's realistic at some point the streak may die, but my goal, like, I stream because I love it. I streamed for 7 years before I went full time. I'd stream another 7 years full time and 10 years after that and 10 years after that. Truly love what I do and it's never felt like work in my life. So, boys, I will be back tomorrow. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.